I am delighted to welcome you all here to Amazon's HQ2 campus and the Global Anti-Scam Summit America. So I'm Catherine Lister, a Global Director of Customer Trust at Amazon. And as I look around this room, I'm truly inspired to see government officials, consumer advocates, law enforcement agents, and industry leaders all united by this shared mission, protecting consumers from scams. And it's amazing to think about how far we have come since just 1 year ago when we hosted the very first inaugural summit. And what strikes me most is the fundamental shift that we're seeing in how we all work together. Where last year, telecommunications providers, financial services, and tech companies were operating independently and begging to break down those barriers, we're now getting better at tackling challenges as one unified team. And this matters because scammers don't stick to one sector. They exploit the gaps between our industries. And by breaking down these silos, we make it significantly harder for bad actors to harm consumers. And the growth in attendance tells an incredibly powerful story. It shows that across industries, we're recognizing that protecting consumers requires us to work as a team. And I'm seeing organizations, including my own, that once used to operate independently, now actively sharing intelligence and coordinating responses. And when we combine our expertise this way, we don't just stop isolated scams, we dismantle entire networks. And so forgive me if I use Amazon's work a little bit to highlight how I think this is playing out. It's something I'm particularly proud of, so forgive me for being a little bit self-promotional. But here at Amazon, our teams leverage advanced technology and expert investigators to identify and stop scams targeting consumers, even if they don't shop in our stores. And we work hard every day to take down fraudulent content and hold bad actors accountable. But collaborating with all of you in this room is crucial to these efforts. Together, we're reaching hundreds of millions of customers with scam prevention education and best practices to keep them safe. We're sharing critical intelligence about emerging threats. We've taken legal action against thousands of bad actors, including those that we're referring to law enforcement. And we're finding new ways together to protect consumers that none of us could achieve alone. Through Amazon's ongoing investments in automated technology and partnership with key organizations like you all, we've now reached a point where we can get phishing websites down in just a few hours and scam phone numbers down the very same day. And then we go to work with many of you, particularly my law enforcement friends here, to put these scammers out of business. And that's the real power of collaboration. Because here's the reality. No single organization has the power to combat this threat alone. And as we face increasingly complex threats, we need the unique strengths of everyone here today, from consumer rights champions and innovative think tanks to law enforcement and collaborators across sectors. Each perspective strengthens our ability to protect consumers. And the challenge before us is clear and ever-changing, and it demands sustained collaboration from all of us. Sustained passion, sustained energy, sustained enthusiasm, but sustained collaboration above all. And while scammers might be clever in evolving their tactics, our collective ability to combat them grows ever stronger as we work together. And the next 2 days offer an absolutely incredible opportunity to deepen this work. And I'm so excited to hear from the incredible speakers and panelists that GASA has in this year's lineup. But speaking of opportunities, I'm absolutely delighted to introduce someone who is going to lead us through the next challenges. Jorij.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And we're very, very happy to be here at Amazon a second time. We really consider Amazon a best practice because they really care about their users, making not only their own services great, but also really protecting them from harm. So a big thank you to Amazon for hosting us again. I also briefly want to thank Netcraft. I'm very happy that the room is nearly full. We do expect a few more things because Netcraft sponsored our drinks last night, our welcome drinks, and some people went longer than expected. So I expect a little bit more people coming in. Why are we here? I think Catherine already shared some of it, but scams are a global issue. We do a survey every year amongst 50,000 consumers worldwide, and we estimate that the amount lost is between the $422 billion you see on the screen and somewhere around the 1 trillion. It's very hard to determine, but we know scam losses are huge and heavily underreported. So the amount lost in scams globally, especially in developing nations, is very high. And we estimate it to also be between 0.5% and 1% of global GDP. What's terrible what every year surprises me is how many people actually get scammed. Globally, 23% of the population has been scammed in the last 12 months. So scams are now in most countries the #1 most reported type of crime. And for the record, everybody can get scammed. I think, I already recognize this. Most of you got this email from, well, actually not from me, but somebody else, inviting you to the Gaza swag store, where you could buy amazing swag for $1. And you could maybe have known, hey, something is going on with the telephone number or the prices, or the fact that you couldn't directly pay online, but you would receive an email. So yes, we sent this, and it's our tradition at every summit trying to scam our participants, because we believe that everybody can get scammed, and that also happened here. So we sent the email to 695 people joining our summit. 91 people clicked on the link, and 13 actually started adding swag to the swag store. 5 people actually ordered. And then in the order process, we said, oh, very sorry, but our payment system doesn't work. We will send you an email so you can enter your credit card details in our separate form. So guys, we're going to have a great drink tonight. So not bad, a success rate of 0.3%. If you send this email to 100,000 people, which we will do next week, you see how we, no, I will stop here. Scams are a global problem. And as you can see, everybody can get scammed. But we need to solve it also globally. So what Gaza does is bring together all the stakeholders, governments, law enforcement, banks, telecom operators, platforms, social media, consumer protection, to define better solutions on how to fight scams, to share knowledge and intelligence, to network and work on better ideas together. And we also do a lot of research, which will be shared later on by Niels Muller, our chapter director for North America. And we are working more and more on solutions. So I'm very proud that at the beginning of this year, we launched the Global Signal Exchange together with Google and Meta and many of our other partners, including Amazon, to real-time exchange signals and work together on a very practical basis. We don't do this alone. We do this now with more than 120 members globally. And I'm very happy to announce that just last week, OpenAI and TikTok joined us as well to fight scams together. But we are really also growing. And I'm looking for Lucia Harris. Lucia, are you in the room? Yes, would you mind briefly coming here? You cannot come on stage. My apologies, for security reasons, it was removed. But you are going to introduce, I think very soon, our youngest Gaza member. And I wanted to give you this. Thank you, Lucia, and thank you as part of Match Group to be a great partner of us, and good luck. We also are directly broadcasting this event, and I want to also thank the online audience. I think more than 250 participants to be here. Doing a hybrid event is always difficult. There might be problems. The sound might not be good. The video might not be good. Please use the chat if you have any problems. If you're a victim of a scam, you are very welcome to join, but we recommend not to share any information about what happened to you. Please contact partner@gaza.org. We're happy to help you. And if there are any other technical issues, use the chat, but also use the chat to discuss, to introduce yourself, and have a good time online. For those in the room, we also have an app. It allows you to see who else is here, allows you to network, because that's one of the things we really want to bring to this summit, bringing everybody together to fight scams. You can download the app using these QR codes. I promise it's not a scam this time. Maybe next time. But with that, I would also like to very proudly introduce our director for North America, our chapter director, Niels Muller, to introduce our first speaker. A warm applause to Niels, please.
Good morning, everybody. It's so great to see everybody here. And really looking forward to 2 fantastic days of content. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro to be our opening keynote speaker this morning. Ms. Pirro is the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. She was Senate confirmed in August 2025. USA Pirro has more than 3 decades of experience in law enforcement. She served as an assistant district attorney in Westchester County, New York, before becoming the first female judge elected to the Westchester County Court. She was the first woman elected as the Westchester County District Attorney for 3 consecutive terms. She has the distinction of starting the first domestic violence unit in a prosecutor's office in the nation, as well as the first child predator sting operation, which laid the groundwork for the national television series To Catch a Predator, followed by several other victim-focused programs. As USA for the District of Columbia, Pirro serves as the chief federal and local law enforcement officer for the nation's capital, overseeing the largest U.S. attorney's office in the country. She leads more than 350 prosecutors and 250 support staff in pursuing justice, safeguarding national security, combating violent crime, and upholding the rule of law across the district. And very importantly, for our purposes this morning, she is leading the new Scam Center Strike Force that was recently launched. It is a tremendous pleasure and honor to welcome USA Pirro to the stage.
Wow. Good morning. You want this?
Leave it there.
I can leave it there. Okay. All right, everyone. It is an honor to be here today. I'm so glad to be able to talk to you about a topic that we think is very exciting, very special, very forward in terms of law enforcement and the partnership that is so essential to making sure that we deal with this kind of crime in a way that it is effective, not only in the United States, but around the world. And so I thank the Global Anti-Scam Alliance. I thank Amazon for inviting me here today. And I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to talk to you about a topic that is now one of my top priorities as the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. We can start with a term that most of you are familiar with, and that is pig butchering, scamdemic, crypto catfishing. These are just some of the terms that are used to describe crypto investment fraud, which is an ever-rising internet crime aimed at Main Street America. Since 2020, reports of this fraud have quadrupled. In 2024 alone, the FBI estimates that Americans have been scammed out of more than $9 billion related to cryptocurrency fraud. But that number is likely a gross undercount. Given the lack of reporting by victims, many of whom are often embarrassed for falling for these scams, experts estimate that the loss is probably 15 times more, or $135 billion. Who are the victims? How are they contacted? It starts with a very simple transaction. The victim may receive a text message, for example, "Hi, Patty, I didn't see you at the gym today." It's a classic example of the first approach, the kind of contact that people first receive. The unsuspecting victim replies that "You likely have the wrong number. I'm not Patty." The simple mistake leads to a back and forth between the victim and the scammer, with the scammer eventually gaining the victim's trust. And the amazing part of this is that people are very friendly. They're very understanding. They're very gracious, and they fall into the trap. After some time, the scammer then convinces the victim that they should invest in cryptocurrency, that first on legitimate crypto exchanges, but then they move on to more lucrative private investment exchanges. These, of course, are the fake sites where the supposed investments produce insane returns. When the victim then tries to withdraw the money, they are then told that they have to pay a tax or some kind of fee. In reality, there is no money. The money is long gone, having moved through a series of unhosted cryptocurrency wallets, tumblers, mixers, in a very sophisticated money laundering operation. Now, the consequences of these scams on Americans are devastating. Older Americans in particular are subject to being victimized. Many of them are lonely, looking to speak with someone, anyone. And so they actively communicate. The scammers, of course, are knowledgeable. They take advantage of this vulnerability in the older population, stealing their entire life savings and draining their retirement funds. A few examples. A 60-year-old woman told us that she spent $40,000 initially on the fraudulent cryptocurrency. She stated that she was provided with actual screenshots that showed the profits of her cryptocurrency investment. The victim was quoted as saying that the screenshot evidence was telling me I was making this profit, and that's what encouraged me to invest more. In the end, the 60-year-old woman lost $1 million. Another victim has told us that I felt that I was financially assaulted, and it's a devastating feeling. And my third example, a Virginia man. He is the perfect example of the utter devastation that this crime imposes on innocent victims. His daughter noted that there wasn't even enough money to pay for her father's headstone after he killed himself. He lost everything to the cryptocurrency scammers. This can be, ladies and gentlemen, an economic homicide. Many of these victims do not have the opportunity to go back into the workforce. They can't get another job even if they try. Many of these people end up going back into government or going to government for the first time to be able to be a part of the social net that we have. They are destitute, and the social safety net is the only thing they have to turn to. So who? Human trafficking and organized Chinese crime. The fraud victims are only half of this very tragic story. The perpetrators of these crimes, the scammers, are often themselves victims. For instance, many of these scammers, they respond to ads on US social media platforms, taking lucrative jobs to work at call centers, supposedly in Thailand. But when they show up in Bangkok, they are shuttled over borders. They are held at compounds against their will. These compounds end up being penal colonies or concentration camps, entire cities that are built to scam. The trafficked victims are then trained to scam other victims and ordered to aim their efforts specifically at American victims due to the wealth of Americans. And if they refuse, and if they don't make enough money in the scam, they are beaten, they are electrocuted, they are sent to be sex workers themselves, and they are even killed. How do we know this? We've seen evidence of this in social media videos, reporting by reputable NGOs, and from firsthand accounts from trafficked victims who have provided that evidence to law enforcement in our cases. The masterminds behind these operations, publicly reported to be running the scam compounds in Southeast Asia and benefiting from the laundered crypto funds, are the Chinese organized crime syndicates. According to numerous public reports, for the last 15 years, Chinese transnational criminal organizations, or TCO, transnational criminal organizations, have been establishing footholds in Southeast Asia for gambling schemes after being pushed out of China by Chinese government due to the illegality of gambling in China. Along with their investments in Southeast China, in Asia, with China's Belt and Road Initiative, the TCOs have made substantial inroads in Burma, Laos, and Cambodia. And according to the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, in Burma, several Chinese mafia families have established operations. Shi Zhejiang, a convicted criminal, launched a $15 billion smart city called Yatai New City, which has grown into a notorious scam hub. And early this month, a Chinese court recently sentenced 21 members of the Bai family, which reportedly controlled 41 different compounds. And in Cambodia, scam compounds are estimated to generate more than 40% of the GDP, with Chinese nationals obtaining citizenship from the Cambodian government. Jinbei Casino, reported to be one of the most notorious scam compounds in Cambodia, run by Chen Ji, well-known communist criminal, with investment by a family member of a Cambodian senior government official. And finally, in Laos, Chinese criminal boss Jay Wei was granted permission from the government to create the Golden Triangle Special Economic Zone, which has turned into a hub for scam activity. Zhao Wei was given a medal for bravery by the Laotian government in 2022. So the scam industry in Burma, Cambodia, and Laos is estimated to generate more than $40 billion a year for Chinese TCOs operations in the region, and they are specifically focused on us, on Americans, our money, and our data. And now for the infrastructure. These crypto scam operations are using our own United States infrastructure against us to perpetrate their crimes. The Chinese organized crime groups recruit human trafficked labor to become scammers through American social media platforms. Then the scammers meet their U.S. victims on other social media platforms like Facebook, using the wrong number text, or through U.S. dating applications like Tinder, Match, and Bumble. The scammers then move to the conversation on WhatsApp or other encrypted communications. They convince their victims to take money out of their U.S. bank accounts and invest in legitimate crypto platforms marketed in the United States. It is then that the scammers convince their victims to shuttle their money to fake platforms that the scammers both created and control. Many such websites are hosted in the United States with .com addresses in order to show legitimacy to their U.S. victims. The scammers use apps marketed in the Google and the Apple App Store, again, to show legitimacy to their U.S. victims. They store training documents on US-run document storage platforms, and they use US AI companies to determine the best method to target their US victims and what conversations are most likely to spark interest. And many of the scam compounds in Southeast Asia are connecting to the internet through US satellites like Starlink. The solution. The time has come to wage a comprehensive and targeted battle against this scamdemic. President Trump has made combating transnational organized crime a priority of his administration. And Chinese TCOs play a significant role in drug trafficking organization that the administration seeks to combat. According to the Department of Treasury, Chinese money laundering networks are global, they are pervasive, and they launder proceeds for Mexico-based drug cartels and are involved in other significant underground money movement schemes within the United States and around the world. President Trump has also sought to make the United States a leading haven for cryptocurrency. And it's important that Americans understand the safe use of the commodity. There are no tricks that can be a part of cryptocurrency. As part of the president's goals, we must expose these fraudulent contacts and pitfalls so that Americans are secure in their investments. That's when I used to work for Fox. I just turned around and saw this. They did hair and makeup every day. The government does not provide hair and makeup. Smart move on my part, huh? Okay. This Department of Justice is going to lead the way. We're not going to stand by while the Chinese organized crime victimizes Americans and bleeds us dry, and bleeds dry the hard-earned investments of American citizens. This is a national security issue, and it is a homeland security issue. The answer is a novel approach, bringing law enforcement actions, intergovernmental solutions, and private-public partnerships to bear on this problem. Private-public partnerships are essential. Law enforcement cannot do it alone. If there's one thing I've learned in more than 3 decades in this work, it is that we need the private sector. We need you to help us in our endeavor here. A few weeks ago, I announced the first of its kind law enforcement initiative, a Scam Center Strike Force. As the prosecutor in the nation's capital, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia is well situated to engage with our partner agency across government. We not only have the authority to charge foreign defendants, but we also have the authority to seize foreign property and assets. And alongside our partners at the FBI, the United States Secret Service, and Maine Justice, we formed the Scam Center Strike Force. Now, most criminal investigations, if you're familiar with law enforcement, start with the victim and then work their way to the perpetrators. But we're flipping the narrative. The scam centers in Southeast Asia are notorious. Through the documented work of passionate NGOs, intergovernmental organizations, and the Department of State, we know exactly where these scam centers are operating, and they're doing so in the open. And with the information from U.S. companies, many of you are in this room, we also know how they're operating. The mission of the Scam Center Strike Force is to focus at the top on the compounds themselves. First, we identify the most prolific scam compounds in Southeast Asia and charge their leaders and their entities supporting them. Second, We seize and disable the U.S. infrastructure that is used by the scam compound, which is the manner and the means of their committing the crime. And third, we trace and seize stolen funds in order to return assets to the victims. Our Scam Center Strike Force brings together a cadre of resources across agencies. Our best and our brightest are being brought together to attack this problem by securing our United States infrastructure, returning money to the victims, and bringing these perpetrators to justice. Already, we have been hard at work doing this. We've seized already over $400 million, which is being directly returned to victims. We have seized websites being used by Tai Chang compounds in Burma, one of the sites where the victimization of Americans originates. And we have also seized Starlink satellite terminals and accounts that are being used to connect to the internet at scam centers near Three Pagoda Pass in Burma. But we can't do it alone. The whole of government is what is needed. We're using a whole government approach. We partnered with other agencies, and we're working with the Department of Treasury to identify individuals and entities operating the scam centers, also working with the Office for Foreign Assets Control, OFIC, to designate the same as specifically designated nationals, preventing U.S. individuals from providing services to the same. For instance, as part of this initiative, OFAC recently designated the Democratic Karen Benevolent Army, a Burmese army group known as DKBA, as a supporting arm of the scam center. DKBA is operating both in Tai Chang and Three Pagodas Pass scam centers, where our strike force seized the infrastructure. We partnered with the Department of State to work with foreign governments in the region on the threat. Through collaboration and funding, the State Department has already pledged to assist us in obtaining information about individuals being used by these scam centers by offering significant financial rewards. We have partnered with Commerce to identify scam centers where technology is being exported, so that Commerce can prevent such exports by adding those locations to its entity list. We're working across government with an array of other agencies to bring everything we've got to bear on this threat. And as for, finally, the public-private partnership, we can't do it alone. We're committed to our partnership to combat this threat, and this is where we need your help. U.S. companies are needed to help our strike force in our effort to cripple the scam centers. We want to work with partners in the United States in a public-private partnership to ensure that corrupt scammers will immediately be cut off and Americans be protected. The fact that you're here means that your organization already cares about this threat. But in addition to doing the right thing to protect against this threat, doing so is good business for you. Left unchecked, the scam center will continue to grow, and it will result in U.S. users believing that they can no longer trust legitimate U.S. platforms as safe. It will devalue our social media platforms, our internet services, and our crypto platforms. Preventing the U.S. infrastructure from being used as a means to perpetrate this fraud benefits everyone. It safeguards Americans and their assets, and it helps the prosperity of private U.S. industry. So far, I'm very impressed and very grateful because we have received high-level commitments from Meta, from Microsoft, from Google, and many others have already come forward to begin meetings with our strike force management team to collaborate. On Monday, for example, we took additional actions against the Burmese scam compound Tai Chang, which is affiliated with that now designated DKBA military group. We seized .com websites that were falsely purporting to provide investment opportunities, and we contacted multiple U.S. victims who had no idea that they were being scammed. In tandem, and based on the real-time information we were receiving in the investigation, Meta voluntarily disabled more than 2,000 accounts on its network that were linked to the compound. We're also working with Google and with Apple to remove apps that are put in their app store that are connected to these fake investment platforms. This is a type of partnership that can lead to immediate benefits for all of us. And it is the kind of partnership that crystallizes how we value this country, our victims, and business. This is what makes America special. The Scam Center Strike Force will push against scam compounds at the highest level, but we need industry to take the laboring oar to fight this threat. We will not succeed through a game of whack-a-mole, but rather through concerted and concentrated efforts that deploy all the tools available to stop these scams at the highest level. With the ingenuity that you and private industry brings to bear, together with the partnership and tools that we have in the federal government, I am confident that we will begin to stem the rising tide of this horrific crime. The Southeast Asian scam centers have met their match, and I look forward to overseeing this strategic takedown of scam centers and the Chinese criminal organizations behind them. Thank you very much for your attention, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. Take care.
U.S. Attorney Pirro, I really would like to thank you very, very much for your presentation. You're not only making Americans aware of the issue, you're fighting back internationally, and we love to support your strike force in any way possible.
Thank
you. We have a tradition, which I think you're very familiar with. We have a challenge. We have a challenge going, and I would like you to give this as a thank you for supporting our cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me say, as challenge coins go, this is very beautiful. Thank you.
Impolite question, would you be willing to take a selfie with the audience?
Who's taking it?
I will, together with a very good cameraman. There are many people in the back. Please join us here in the front. Stand up. We're going to stand here and make a picture together. And people in the back, please join us. There's a lot of room in the front. Stand up and we make a great picture together. Please join us.
Oh, it is? Oh, I would love to come to the UK. How are you?
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's keep going with the rest of our amazing program that we have lined up. Huge thanks for U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. I think that was really inspiring and very welcome remarks from her. And it's just awesome to see our federal government taking this issue so seriously and sharing with us how they plan to attack and address this. So that was very cool. Okay, we're gonna transition a little bit, and this session, very much looking forward to. I'd like to welcome on stage our friends from AARP, very close partner of ours at GASA. And this session is about why we're here. This is why we do this work. And so we're very honored to have this team, and I'm going to introduce Kathy Stokes from AARP, and she's going to tell you about who's going to be here on stage. So Kathy, please come on out here.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming here. I know I've been involved with GASA for many years, and this is definitely the largest crowd I've seen here in the States. So we're really glad to be here. My name is Kathy Stokes, and I'm with the AARP Fraud Watch Network. And in the next 30 minutes, we're going to try to set the center of gravity for why we are all here together. You're going to hear from Lori Flowers, a wonderful human and a fraud survivor, who will share with you the crime that she experienced and the impact it has had on her life, on her family. You're then going to hear from my colleague, Amy Nofziger, who runs the Fraud Watch Network Victim Support Programming, and Tina Cleu. She's a CEO of an organization called Give an Hour that is actually providing pro bono mental health services to fraud victims. They're going to help us grasp the human impact and the economic impact of this crime on people and communities around this country. But before you meet Lori, please listen to some of the voices of more survivors on the impact of their fraud experience. These are folks who have participated in AARP's fraud victim support programming. And I will say, many people, we have of the thousands of people that have come through this program, many are men, but they didn't choose to record for this. So just know that it's not all women out there that are victims. The men are out there too. Thank you.
Because of my fraud experience, I felt stupid, ignorant, I hated myself, and I wanted to kill myself. I lost nearly $400,000, which was most of my retirement savings. I'm now living with an 18% reduction in my income, and I have no savings left.
Because of my scam experience, I have felt the emotions of self-loathing and despair.
Because of my fraud experience, my entire life has changed. My retirement money, the money from the sale of my house, 2 loans were stolen from me, as well as 2 other loan scams overdrawing my accounts. I was depressed, paralyzed, heartbroken, hopeless, and suicidal, unable to eat or sleep. My family re-traumatized me with threats of eviction and getting rid of my dog.
I now suffer from PTSD, recurring nightmares, and an inability to feel safe, which has served to isolate me from my family and friends.
Because I was scammed twice, I had to file for bankruptcy. And I had to sell my house. I almost lost my house to foreclosure.
Because of my fraud experience, I have lost my sense of safety and am easily rattled by incoming phone calls, text messages, and emails and have an intensified startle reflex. I feel vulnerable and exposed, no longer trusting myself or others as I had.
Because of my fraud experience, approximately $1 million, most of my retirement savings, are gone, stolen. I had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes on the stolen money because of the current federal tax law. My credit union closed my accounts and talked to me like they thought I was a criminal. And I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours dealing with the financial impact of the crime without assistance from government, including law enforcement.
Hi, everybody. Kathy, thank you for having me. My name is Lori Flowers. I'm not in any of your worlds, but actually you could all be in mine and help me and other victims that are like me. Those were my friends on the tape, people that I've met through the AARP Fraud Network Support Group who have built me up so that I could be here today and share what it feels like to be forever changed by online scams. I hope after my few minutes on stage, you'll challenge your beliefs of what a victim looks like, thinking what we shouldn't have clicked on or how we should have just gotten better educated about scams. Instead, what I'll ask you to think about is how criminals are able to attack their victims at scale, and think about how your organizations can play a part to protect victims and their financial futures. When I was scammed 3 years ago, I was a wee 54 years old. My job title was Executive Oncology Account Manager at a global pharmaceutical company. I have 25 years of documented sales success on my resume. I was happily divorced, for real, with 2 great kids. One was a college grad with a big girl job out of state, and my son was playing college football, pursuing his degree. I've been busting my ass my whole life to make sure that those guys would graduate debt-free and that I have plenty for retirement. Travel a little bit, keep myself up, and generally live my best life. And I was doing it. It's ironic that at that point I was feeling the best I'd ever felt, emotionally, physically, financially. But that's when I got the message on LinkedIn. That's right, I wasn't on Facebook. I wasn't on the dating apps. I wasn't lonely, lacking connection, or trying to make a mint trading crypto. I'm a generally private person, and I'm kind of smug about my only social media presence being LinkedIn. But it turns out that's all I needed to have to be a prime target. It provides my location, my job title, and my tenure, which can give anyone a pretty good idea of my age, income, and likelihood of having a 401k. Herman, working for Shell Oil, reached out in January of 2022 with a polite in-mail saying that he was moving to my area in May for consulting work. He asked about COVID vaccination rates and whether the city I lived in was health-minded. I didn't answer the first message. It seemed kind of weird. A week later, he sent another one, though, apologizing for bothering me. He explained that, of course, he could Google the information, but appreciated hearing firsthand from a resident of the area. So I thought, low cost, I can answer that message. I sent him a link from the local Chamber of Commerce and inquired how he came to ask me these questions. He said that we had both commented on a LinkedIn post about pancreatic cancer, and that moved him. That led him to look at my profile, and what a coincidence. I lived in the area that he was moving to. We had some back and forth conversation in the app before he asked to take the chat to Gmail. Again, we exchanged a few messages there, and a couple of weeks after that, we moved to communicating via WhatsApp into the phone. My time slot up here prevents me from getting into all the gory details of the 6 months of communication, but suffice to say it was a true grooming. He didn't tell me I was pretty one day and then drain my life savings the next. It was 4 months of twice daily long conversations and thoughtful emails before the subject of money ever came up. You may have heard of the oil rig scam. I hadn't. I'm not a big Dr. Phil girl. But it gives the reason why we can't video chat, why his bank access is tricky from the ship, and why we can't see each other at will. When he won the bid for the job outside of Houston, he sent me his flight info and I tracked it on the Delta app. He sent me a photo of him toasting the deal with his attorney, and the man in that picture matched his LinkedIn profile picture and others that he had sent me and shared over the course of this months-long relationship. When he asked to list me as a US contact, he sent me his passport and I compared it to images online of other UK passports. Check. When he sent me the contract from Transocean, I validated the company's CEO and his signature. He sent me his bank statements and gave me a contact there. It was a real bank with the actual email format. When I needed to call his banker, I didn't click the link. I Googled the bank and I used that phone number and the number was spoofed. I reached his banker. Everything checked out. I wouldn't blame any of you if you think that I was naive. I would think the same thing and kind of sometimes still do. But I can tell you that the scam was very calculated and very sophisticated. He had an answer for every question that I asked. He produced a document every time I needed to see one. Besides, I was worldly, I was tech savvy. I was the smart one, and it wasn't going to happen to me. But lo and behold, plot twist, I'm here on the stage. It was late June before I accepted that all the excuses and promises of paying me back were empty. I blocked him on my phone and online. The payments on the signature loans that I had taken out for him were coming due, and time was ticking on replacing the money in my 401k to avoid the penalty. I had to digest that I most literally had been robbed. I was frozen in shame, and it only told a total of 3 people what happened to me in the following 2 years from my scam. I told my financial planner, who cried. I told my sister, who cried, and a bankruptcy attorney who told me to stop crying. Maybe you caught that, bankruptcy attorney. Why would I have to do that? I'll tell you why. Because of the $675,000 unrecoverable dollars that was stolen from me, 400,000 of it was in retirement funds. To the IRS, that 400 grand was income that I had not paid taxes on. There was also early withdrawal penalty and state taxes and interest. I couldn't pay. All of my money was gone. Let's call that what it really is, another re-victimization by our own federal government. As a high-income earner, Chapter 13 bankruptcy was my only choice. I'll make my 25th monthly payment of $5,790 the week of Christmas, and then I'll only have 35 more payments to make before I pay those taxes. It was the attorney who suggested I seek out a support group because a therapist was no longer in my budget. Thank God I found the AARP resource. Sharing my experience in that Zoom room was the first time I had told the whole story out loud. The kindness and empathy was overwhelming in the beginning. I had to challenge my own biases. I thought scam victims were elderly and lonely, and frankly could not be that smart, at least is not as smart as me. I listened to the stories of others from all walks of life who are victims of all kinds of scams, romance and pig butchering scams, which is what they call my flavor, law enforcement scams, crypto investment scams, celebrity imposter scams. Some even had their physical safety threatened by their scammers and are still having nightmares. One woman that I participate with was duped by someone posing as her childhood priest, for God's sake. I questioned my participation in these groups at times. I was never going to get my money back, and I was thinking that talking about it every week was putting a focus on the pain, but I was wrong. Over time, I was getting stronger, and that pain was turning into power. I was accountable to my Tuesday afternoon support group, and I continue still to look forward to connecting and celebrating the progress that we're making together with my new friends. In that community, I slowly gained the courage to tell my sister and a friend, but I was determined to keep this from my kids until the bankruptcy was paid. I didn't want them to worry about me or to think that they couldn't count on me if they needed help. Well, that was my plan. Until July of this year, when I attempted to co-sign my son's lease. I was standing in the grocery store when he called to let me know he didn't get the apartment. He said, "Ma, it's none of my business, but they said something about a bankruptcy. I didn't get the apartment, I didn't qualify." I stood in the produce department with my heart beating out of my chest. I was sick to my stomach. I was outed, but it needed to happen. I spilled the beans and the shame started to lift. Receiving the love and support of family and friends was what I needed. They understood what I didn't, that I had done nothing wrong. So the scam ended in June of 2022, but there is no end to the impact. I make a good living, but all my discretionary income goes to a court trustee. For 5 years, I don't have any money to save. I can't recoup my loss, what was stolen. I have no credit cards. The bankruptcy will be on my credit report for 7 years. If I die before I pay it off, my kids will have to use the life insurance to pay the tax debt. Crazy, right? But it's true. In my field of work, if I want to apply for a new job, to get a better job, a higher paying job, I have to have a credit check. And so how do you think that plays out professionally? Think about your own networks if somebody found that out. If I get sick or there's a disaster, I worry about what social safety nets I might have to rely on because my savings is gone. There's still so much more to say, but it's not all gloom and doom. I can take a joke. I have a village of support that surrounds me. And today, here, I have the privilege to speak up for my Tuesday support group friends of all ages across the United States, all with different backstories. And we represent just a tiny sliver of victims. There are hundreds and thousands of us who continue to pay a steep financial and emotional price. We all need your leadership to put an end to this tragic crime that is causing so much devastation. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to share our story. Thanks, Trina.
Okay. If you want to sit, we'll let you sit.
I can.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Knopfstiger. I'm the Director of Fraud Victim Support at AARP's Fraud Watch Network. And I don't know about you right now, but I'm feeling a little pissed off and a little emotional. And here's why. Because through the Fraud Watch Network helpline, we hear Lori's story about 250 times every single day. That is not to take away the powerful woman we have standing here today. But let me tell you, we hear her story, and that is BS. And we are all responsible for that. So what I am trying to get out of these 2 next days is when you're in these sessions and you're talking about everything that you have done, talk about what you haven't done. What could you do? What could you do from the 10 minutes before Lori logged on to LinkedIn to standing right here today? What are we doing for her? Because that is who we need to keep at the center of every single thing we do. And I know it's part of my job every single day and my team's job to sit knee to knee and face to face with victims like Lori, who's now a survivor. Do you actually sit down with them and talk to them and hear their story? If you don't, not to put any pressure on you, Lori, but try to find Lori today and maybe look in her eyes and then think about what you're going to talk about in your session and how maybe it could impact Lori's life. And it's not just Lori's life. Yes, almost $1 million plus was stolen from her. But you know who else it's being stolen from? Every single one of us. Because you know what? Yesterday was Giving Tuesday. How many of you gave to your local charity? I bet a lot of you. Last week, Small Business Saturday. How many of you went to a small business and spent money? The economic loss that is happening in our communities is going to devastate them. I bet Lori did not donate yesterday on Giving Tuesday. I bet she was not shopping at her small business last Saturday. I will tell you what, and I'm not trying to make a joke about this, but if I lost $1 million and $1 million was stolen from me, I know there would be stores calling and asking where the hell I am. Are they asking you that? Think about how much you spend at your local coffee shop. So the problem with fraud that we see on a daily basis is we're all pointing the fingers. We're all pointing the finger. We're pointing it at the victim. We're pointing it at the businesses. We're pointing it at the bank. We're pointing it, we're pointing and pointing. And I just implore you this week is turn that finger and point it at yourself and say, what can I do for Lori and the millions of other Loris and Lawrences out there who have this crime happen to them, and how we treat them more like the criminal than we do the victim of crime.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Lori. It's really brave for you to come up and share your story. And again, it just really contextualizes what so many people who are behind the scenes now get to speak to someone or hear from someone who's gone through this experience. As the CEO of a national mental health organization who's really focused on creating both clinical and non-clinical supports for victims of this crime, we see also every day the impact of these crimes. And so while we do talk about the financial and the economic impacts, there's something that doesn't get talked about near as much, and that's the emotional aftermath of this. And I know Lori has touched on it, but what we really see is that these crimes continue on in an emotional way for individuals that go far beyond the loss of the money or all the paperwork and the forms and the agencies that they have to contact. Every one of us has a role and responsibility in the recovery process. In our estimation, the recovery process starts the minute that victim is aware that they're being victimized. And so that means that every person they come in contact with that is filling out a form, that's taking a statement, that's filing something on behalf of this person is part of that process. And what we hear time and time again from victims is that that is just as, if not sometimes more, devastating than the actual event itself. The way that people maybe show up in the skepticism that they may have about how you were complicit. Did you give your money? How did you lose the money? Rather than that money, as Amy said, was stolen from them. What we know is that there is such an emotional bond that is created through these very sophisticated networks. And that emotional bond is incredibly hard to break, as we hear a lot of, is how do you break that spell? And what we know is that these emotional bonds are engineered. These are people who spend their time engineering a bond that feels like intimacy, it feels like trust, it feels like love, it feels like loyalty. And so when they come into contact with your systems or with your frontline folks or your investigators, what you're working with is a person who has been traumatized. And so you're not working with somebody that they were prior to this event. You're working with somebody who is in the midst of a trauma. And so the way you approach it, the way you pose your questions, the way you step into those spaces has a lot to do with this person's ability to recover faster on the emotional side. Many victims that we've heard from have told us from the get, we understand that we may not get the money back, but doesn't mean that they're not still going through a tremendous process. When I think of victims who come to us, and I'm using victims very specifically to remind us that these are victims of crime, when I think of a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being suicide ideation, victims of crime on average are coming to us at a 9. That is significant. They're also coming incredibly quickly after the event. Normally, in our experience, when somebody's had a traumatic event, it's about 6 months to 1 year before they seek out mental health counseling on a consistent basis. We're seeing people coming in the first 30 days of realizing that they've been a crime victim in this case. And so as Amy said and Lori said, this is not one of us will be able to solve this alone. You can have the best AI technology. You can put a transaction block on someone. You can have some sort of script put in place. But I'm telling you, if you do not have the human component, a trauma-informed way of approaching that person, you're not going to break through that spell. And I think Lori had mentioned at one point when we talked earlier that someone even asked her, do you think that this is a scam? And I would say that exactly where you think you're making an innocuous statement or a question, you immediately put that person on a defense to defend this person who is love bombing, who is calling, who is promising, who is building trust. And you immediately have asked the wrong question. And so what we're trying to do is use these stories and use them as something that you can operationalize into your processes to make them more human connected. Because I can tell you that with all of the protections that we're putting in place, until you have a human intervention, you're not going to be able to break that spell. Thank you.
You guys stay here for a minute, if you want. I just want to thank Lori for coming here and sharing her incredibly powerful story, and for Amy and for Trina to put this in the context. We all need to understand this. You know, fraud, it's kind of like tossing a stone in the water. There's a ripple effect. It goes all through people's communities, and all of us are affected. And I just want to say thank you for being in this room and wanting to find a solution. Thank you.
Well, that is certainly a tough session to follow. And I am so appreciative for AARP and all the work that they're doing to bring the victim voice front and center. I'm Abigail Bishop. I'm part of the Amazon team. I'm so excited that you're all here. It's amazing to see so many familiar faces and new faces here amongst us today. We are going to shift gears into, as you might expect at Amazon, we love data. And so we're going to turn to the data with our next session. And I'll welcome Nils from GASA and Lenny from Feedzai, who are going to talk about the Global State of Scams report and also sort of double click into the state of scams in the US.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Hello again, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with Lenny. We're going to talk today very briefly, following on the very emotional and really centering journey that we just had with our AARP friends. We're going to get a little bit into the data behind some of the research that we do. I'll introduce myself first. Nils Mueller. I am the director of the North America chapter of GASA. I've been doing that since this summer. And just to share a little bit about my background, how I got here. Before joining GASA, I was a US Foreign Service officer for 20 plus years. Most recently, I was in Thailand for 4 years, where I oversaw our efforts with USAID and at the US Embassy to disrupt, thank you, to disrupt the scamming industry. Over 4 years of working in Southeast Asia to fight back against the human trafficking and the scamming and the money laundering that is taking place in the region at a scale that just exploded in the 4 years that I was there, working with my embassy colleagues from law enforcement, State Department, all the whole of government alphabet. It radicalized me. This issue is too important to not work on. I wanted to dedicate my time to continue this fight. And so I'm honored to be here with all of you today, and specifically with Lenny this morning. Lenny, over to you.
Thank you, Nils. Hi, everybody. My name is Lenny Gusell. Just by way of introduction, I've been working in financial services technology for almost 30 years. And for the last 20 of them, really focused on online at the intersection of digital banking and fraud. I've had the opportunity to work with institutions like Bank of America and Chase, as well as Robinhood, and most recently in my role as Feedzai, I focus on bringing our solutions to the market and really working with our customers and working with the industry to really equip them and enable them to have the tools to fight back as best as possible. I'm here today because Feedzai has had the pleasure and the honor of sponsoring the GASA Global State of Scams report for the last 2 years. And we want to share a little bit today about what are some of the findings and really highlight some of the both the numbers as well as some of the key points of what does this mean and how do we understand and interpret this.
Excellent. Thanks, Lenny. So let's jump into it. We commission this research every year. And we look forward to continuing to do it, continuing to build it out. We want to have even more respondents. We want to have even more insights and impact. We do 46,000 respondents are driving this research across 42 markets. You see here the countries where we are surveying, and we oversample in the US to get a bit more insights here. This is who we speak to globally. I won't go into it. It's just to say that it's a representative sample. And all right, let's get into some of the key numbers and takeaways from the Global State of Scams and US State of Scams reports from 2025. What I want to highlight is that second number there, 70%. So we know that 7 out of 10 American adults have experienced a scam in the last 12 months. 7 out of 10. That's almost everybody. I mean, so the ubiquity of this experience is both alarming, but also an asset, meaning that we've all gotten those texts, we've all gotten those emails. This is something that actually brings us all together, and it's something that we want to draw on to galvanize us in finding solutions, because this is something that in a very polarized country, people can't really agree on very much. This is something people can actually agree on. We've all had this experience. The next number, 22%. So this is about global average, but essentially 1 out of 4 American adults have lost money to a scam or have had money stolen from them by transnational organized criminals. Okay, so let's frame that properly. This is a financial crime. It is something that needs to be taken seriously. And just building, it was so gratifying to hear Jeanine Pirro up here on the stage talking about this as a high-level government administration official, saying this is a priority for this administration, for the US government, and that is music to my ears. It's so wonderful to hear that. What happens when people lose money to a scam? Well, 82% of American adults who are scammed do report that they have been scammed. But where do they report it to? It's not to the government agencies that collect this data. We know that only about 10, 15% of Americans report to the FBI and the FTC. But where do they actually report? They report to their financial institutions or the payment platforms where they lost money. Well, that makes sense. If you've been scammed, you realize you've been scammed, you've had money stolen from you, one of the first things you're going to want to do is get that money back. So I think this is a really important starting point for finding solutions. Where do people already report that this is going on? How do we link that reporting that's actually happening with systems in place or improved, enhanced systems in place that can better track the scale of this problem across the country? Moving to the next number, 67%. And that speaks to what we just heard about. 67% of American adults who have been scammed feel that it was very or somewhat stressful for them to go through that experience. I mean, 7 in 10. This speaks to the emotional toll of this crime. It is not just a financial crime. It is an emotional crime as well. Jeanine Pirro spoke about it as an economic homicide. I hadn't heard that term before, but that's an interesting way to frame this in a lot of instances. And then 35%. So who is responsible for solving this problem? And Americans here are divided. 35% actually is the highest number that Americans say it's commercial organizations who have the lead responsibility on keeping people safe from scammers, primarily online platforms used by the scammer. Okay, so that's noteworthy, but just below that number is the government, law enforcement agencies, and it takes a whole network. I think that's one of the themes we really want to emphasize here. Everybody has a role to play, every institution, every organization, every company who's here, we all have roles to play in helping solve this problem. One more data point that really stood out for me, 35% of American parents with a child aged 7 to 17 say at least one of their children has been scammed. That's just incredible to me. I mean, 35% of our kids are being exposed to this. It just speaks to how pervasive it is and how urgent it is to find solutions. These scammers, they're not only coming after us, they're not only coming after our parents, our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, our neighbors, they're coming after our kids, and we have to do more to stop them.
So moving on, looking at the report, looking at this slide, you see some statistics for the typologies of scams and prevalence of different typologies of scams. What stands out to me here is not so much of which one's a little bit more prevalent in any particular country, but the fact that there are such an abundance of different types of scams. The fact that there's a proliferation. The criminals have a lot of different tools, a lot of different tactics that they deploy against us, and they target different parts of the population in different ways. So what this is really saying to me is that there is a typology and there is a particular attack that's targeting every single one of us. And they, as much as we try to classify them, lots to say about classification, they keep proliferating and they keep morphing, and sometimes they overlap with one another. And sometimes there's more than one attack that's going on. So what I really take away from this is that we know how pervasive the problem is, but it's quite diverse and quite complex. There's very significant difference of tactics and techniques, and of course the tools that the criminals use. And we just need to be aware that there's all range of possibilities for how people are being attacked, and then some of them victimized. Do I click? Oh, there we go. Did I go too far? Pardon me here, learning the clicker. What this slide is talking about is really the global nature of scams. Now, here in the United States, we talk about this extraordinary wealth transfer to transnational criminal organizations. And of course, if you look at the numbers from the United States standpoint, they're staggering in terms because the size and wealth of our country. But it's very important to also note that all of these typologies are at play globally. And we talk about it from a US-centric perspective of how, as you heard Jeanine and Pirro talk about these transnational criminal organizations out there in the world that are targeting us. In fact, they're targeting the global population at large. It's relevant for many of us, like myself. Our Feed's Eye works globally with financial institutions to protect this. But it's important to note that it's developing countries in particular that oftentimes, at a per population basis or sort of per capita basis, are hit as much, if not even more, than the United States. This slide is very important because there's general understanding out there in the industry of how much the elderly and vulnerable population is targeted and how susceptible they are, and oftentimes because they have more funds, how much more money they're losing. We heard some of that today already on stage. But the reality, and it's very important, and the numbers really bring this out, is that every segment of the population is being targeted. The younger population is, in fact, if you study the numbers, often targeted more because they're very familiar with online and digital technologies. They're using these technologies all the time, and so in some ways, their literacy with these technologies often actually makes them more susceptible, or susceptible in a different way. So the other important thing here is the level of education. So we always we joke, we even laughed as Jorij was talking about scamming, we think about how well I won't fall for this, or we won't fall for this, or people, and it's a horrible habit. I hear very much of people talking about, well, people aren't very smart who fall for these things. I know, and I'm sure many people in this room know, very highly educated people. In fact, people in banking and even in fraud, anti-fraud technologies that are being scammed who know about these. It's very interesting to examine why, but it's important to really note that it is a whole of society problem, not just particular pockets of the population that are being targeted. And if we, to that, so this is a very interesting statistic that jumps out. So about 3/4 of the respondents say that they're very confident that they can spot a scam. This is very, if you contrast this to the numbers that says about 3/4 of the population has been in the face of a scam. But as many people feel that they actually feel that they know how to spot it. This speaks about I believe, an overconfidence that people have. That we need to understand that general population feels like they will not fall victim and that they know how to spot these things. We know that the reality is quite different. And yeah, as the slide points out, here in North America, that prevalence of people feeling that they know how to spot these things and that they won't fall for them is even higher. I will say I'm one of those people. I think I can't possibly fall for one of these things. I have. I bought some fantastic guitars from Facebook Marketplace that were so inexpensive. And as I was doing it, I thought, I'm not sure, but I really want that guitar. So it's minor. I didn't lose a lot of money, but it was a minor nuisance and a minor embarrassment, and even myself as a professional, knowing that I was potentially being scammed. People still go through with this. We're motivated by, in that situation, just the desire or greed for something that we want to purchase, or whatever the motivation may be. People are much more susceptible than they think that they are. This statistic here really jumps out at me in terms of the fact that we have raised awareness. The population is highly aware of the fact that all of these scams are out there and proliferating. And in fact, so aware that almost all people take some kind of an action, take some kind of a step in order to verify, is this actually legit, before going through with a money transfer, a purchase, whatever types of scam that they're in the face of. So this is excellent that they are aware. However, we're just at the beginning, I believe, as an industry, of providing people the tools to take appropriate and effective actions. So people may be checking for misspellings, which are less and less out there because of generative AI. People may be looking for certain clues that they've been taught, but the raising the bar, and in fact, I know many institutions are looking at how do they build tooling into their processes in order to have some kind of a dynamic way of intervening and giving people actual, concrete, actionable tasks to take before sending those funds, before making that payment. I think we have a ways to go, but it's encouraging to know that people are actively doing something, and therefore I think actively receptive to what else they can do and what else they should do. Before we kind of finish the slide, where I'll just kind of end here by saying this data is extremely valuable. And there was a significant part of the global population, as well as the U.S. population. I think there was about 4,600 people in the United States that participated in the survey. The data is both very valuable and very interesting. There's lots to be drawn, but very importantly, we need more data. I strongly believe, and I think a lot of people in this room believe, that we need more research of this kind. We need more data. There are a number of efforts going on. You're going to hear from some here on the stage. I'll call out, Ken Westbrook and Stop Scams Alliance. That's really creating this kind of data set at a much larger level in the United States. Because to drive the kind of action that we need, the kind of collective whole of society action that we need more research, and we need a much larger data set to understand how this is impacting the population, as well as what are the things that we're going to do in order to turn that tide.
Thanks, Lenny. And great segue, because what we also need is a strategy for what to do next. And that's what's coming up next. So thank you all for your attention. I will see you all later. And enjoy the rest of your morning and the day. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to transition. I am so excited for you all to hear from our next speaker. Kate Griffin from the Aspen Institute and her team have just led an amazing, incredible, unprecedented effort to launch the first ever national strategy for scams and fraud prevention in the US. And this work, I will just say, is much more than a strategy. It is truly a mandate for all of us to continue this fight. And Kate is here to tell us more about how we can do that together. So, Kate.
Good morning, everyone. First, let me extend a warm welcome to those of you who've traveled into my adopted hometown. It's really lovely to see, so many passionate leaders working day in and day out to fight scams. I've been reflecting quite a bit on the year that we've had. I last stood on this stage here at GASA, here at Amazon's buildings a year ago, and discussed with all of you the early phases of our work at the Aspen Institute, convening the National Task Force on Fraud and Scam Prevention. At that time, I expressed two hopes for the year ahead, and what I would be able to say to you all at this point in time. One, that through a multi-sector dialogue, we would create a blueprint for a coordinated national strategy to prevent scams. And two, that we would have important government leadership working on the issue. I'm excited to say there's a lot of good news to report. Whew. But first of all, I always get really, really nervous before these kinds of things, looking out at such a crowd of people. The last time I was this nervous, my team, all very kind-hearted people, wanted to help calm me down. And so they asked me to play an improv game, a word association thing, something that they thought would calm me down and get creative juices flowing, loosen the mood. It backfired. I was terrible and completely choked up and got even more nervous. So I didn't try that just now. But after that incident, I did a little research to understand what maybe could have made me a better improviser. And I found some interesting parallel lessons to be had in the work that we share here. Chief among those was an improv principle some of you may know as yes and. Yes is the starting point to any good improv. It's the agreement between the actors on stage. It's what you all accept as the truth right now. And the and is the part that moves the scene forward. It's the action. It's the personal commitment. And so I thought I would use those principles of yes and to explore the momentum that's been building this year, our collective yes, and focus on this really specific urgent actions that will define our collective and, ensuring that inspiration translates directly into results that will drive down the attacks on our country, the attacks on our systems of communications and commerce and finance, and the attacks on the people that we love and the society we hold dear. So, just 2 months ago, we released this paper. I also promise that's not a scam. The paper called United We Stand, a National Strategy to Prevent Scams. It was the culmination of countless hours of work by the members of the Aspen National Task Force on Fraud and Scam Prevention, its steering committee, 80 different member institutions, and the 300 different experts who participated, many of you who are here today. The result, a comprehensive blueprint for a whole of society approach, a coordinated strategy to suppress fraud, modernize legal frameworks, and undermine the scam's business model by making it harder for transnational criminals to prey on American households. So the first yes we can celebrate is that 80 institutions from across key private sector industries, from technology and social media to telecommunications and commerce, banking and finance, plus public sector agencies and law enforcement and regulators and others, and valuable nonprofit organizations, consumer advocates, those providing the incredible victim services like we heard from AARP about today, educators, that we all spent significant time together in dialogue trying to work out a comprehensive scam prevention strategy. Everyone showed up because they knew there is more that we could be doing collectively. Now, many of you had some strong opinions about what the other guys should be doing. That's where we started. And what ensued were some hard conversations, some breakthroughs, real true breakthroughs in understanding across different kinds of expertise about what we all could possibly do or do more of. And there were times when we had to negotiate a viable path forward. All of that talking really mattered. And so there are a few more yeses I want to talk about before we get to our ands. And some of them actually reflect the first of my hopes from last year's summit, that of real government leadership. So first, there's evidence of real bipartisan federal support, the political will. Later today, you will hear from the newly formed Stop Scams Caucus on Capitol Hill. It's the first time Congress has signaled such dedicated bipartisan political will to tackle the issue. There are also key legislative proposals on the table that will task our government with defining a national strategy, that propose solutions to the information sharing problem, that provide greater resources and power for law enforcement to act, and that suggest relief for victims, including the kind of tax relief we just heard is needed. More importantly, all of those are bipartisan proposals. In this day, that is a major yes. Second, I think the yes we can all celebrate we heard in detail this morning, real enforcement action. As Judge Pirro outlined, we can really celebrate the launch of this Scam Center strike force and the early actions it's taken, bringing the full force of US government actions to bear against these criminal organizations. And that's coupled with multiple sanctions that have been issued this year by the Treasury and the State Department, sometimes even in collaboration with the UK government, another powerful yes, against the groups and individuals running those scam call centers. We know that when we cut off the money, we can cut off some of the lifeline of these crimes. These are major yes moments coming from our federal government. As you can see in a small sample of headlines here, and apologies to any of my friends who didn't make it into the sample, there are also major yes signals being sent from key industries that are critical in this fight, investing in and scaling scam prevention solutions. I'm sure that you will hear from these and many other companies throughout the next few days, but as a trend, there is really increased willingness from all of the sectors that scammers exploit to greater investment in scam prevention. And now that we have a blueprint, we can collectively turn to greater action. So improv practitioners, I've also learned, have a saying, you build a cathedral brick by brick. So now we each have a set of foundational bricks. Those are the yes, but the momentum will stall without bold action. So we must define our collective and. I want to use the scam prevention framework that we outlined in our paper to discuss some of the and actions we have before us today. The problem, as we've heard discussed today, is that scams against consumers are far too easy for criminals to achieve, and scams are far too lucrative. Our vision to address that problem in very simple terms is to make scam activity harder, make it less lucrative, and riskier for would-be criminals. That whole of ecosystem problem requires, of course, a holistic response. That's why this national strategy that we suggest calls for something that is well articulated, appropriately resourced, and that addresses two important components that are needed. First, the actions that we must take against scams, the left-hand side, and the empowering of those actions at scale. Now, we articulated recommendations for action for every part of the scam lifecycle, from deterrence through to measurement. If any of you have looked at the document, it's dense. However, today I'm just going to
spend time on 4 major themes for action before I turn to the empowerment that is needed. 4 major themes I want to talk about today: defend, detect, disrupt, and measure, all of which will be themes for our conversation over the next 2 days. So first, defend. Early on in the strategy, we outlined the need to defend our systems of technology, communications, and finance from inauthentic actors. So some of the principles we outlined there include the creation and maintenance of corporate anti-scam policies to guide internal industry actions, an improvement in the credentialing of businesses and users that could be scammers, making it harder for scammers to communicate with victims, including malicious advertising protections, and reducing access criminals have to telecommunications platforms, and making it easier for consumers and others to flag suspicious activity. So yes, we have progress to celebrate on those fronts, such as platforms that have started to flag when they suspect a consumer is communicating with a potential scammer. And we must continue to escalate those direct actions. That includes establishing clear rules of the road for defending our systems and the American people. Every sector needs a clear set of expectations regarding your own role in scam prevention. Hopefully defined jointly by industry and government so that it is both practical and feasible to implement. And one that outlines key performance indicators that you can use to track the efficacy of scam prevention. I'll return to that in a moment. And we must examine how criminals are getting in. What is the front door to any technology or communications platform or financial institution? And how are the criminals getting in? And we have to make sure that oversight of the abuse of any form of electronic communication, whether that's text or messaging apps or voice calls or emails, is uniformly protecting us against abusive scammers, regardless of the technology used to perpetrate the crime. And so if we want to have more yeses next year in our ability to defend, the call to action, particularly in this kind of room, is to ask yourself, if you are in industry in the private sector, what's the conversation you're having with your regulators and with other lawmakers on the guidance you need that would empower your ability to act more boldly? If you are in a government agency, is there clarity on the rules of the road for your part of the scam life cycle? How could you drive a process that builds further clarity? Starting to get very specific about what that means for each sector is the next brick in this cathedral we're building. Now, detect or detection. The proposed national strategy also discusses the mandate to detect criminal activity, making it impossible for criminals to hide. Recommendations here cover in-depth investments in scam detection infrastructure, such as the cross-sector information sharing exchanges, building an evidence base regarding what information is effective, and breaking down real or perceived barriers for each sector to participate in those exchanges, and to including law enforcement as part of some of them. So yes, again, we can celebrate really important advances in building that critical infrastructure that we need in the fight ahead, including technology companies sharing threat intelligence with law enforcement, as we just heard about, better detection by financial institutions of mule accounts, investments in anti-scam service providers that provide richer fraud signals and help us do a better job of tracking money movement across borders. Yes, and we have more work to do. Chief among those, I would like to say, is to ask ourselves, so what? Is the information exchanged actually leading to a scalable disruption of scam activity? And what evidence do we have that shows that? How do we talk about that with honesty in this community? And how do we invest more heavily in both knowing what's working and scaling it more widely? For private sector companies, I would say, if you have actionable signals inside your company, how do you formalize policies and procedures for sharing that data regularly? Ask yourself those critical questions. The third priority I want to discuss is disruption, the ability to disrupt scams and process for both the private sector and law enforcement. Recommendations in this part of the paper looked at clarifying internal policies for taking down accounts at scale and with speed, investments in the infrastructure that you need to do that, whether that's internal or with other service providers,
and improving the efficacy of just-in-time warnings and interventions for consumers. Here again, there are yeses, glimmers of hope to report. There's emerging evidence that platforms are removing more malicious URLs and accounts. We see financial institutions and payment platforms implementing mechanisms that ask a consumer to pause before making a potential scam payment or implementing other kinds of risk-based delays. And we also know from those of you who work with victims day in and day out that it is not enough yet. The and here must focus on agreeing to and enforcing clear takedown policies across all of these sectors, combined with transparency for consumers and law enforcement about what we are doing when criminal activity is suspected and reported. The call to action then to increase our capabilities and disruption is to ask yourself, are you acting on the signals you're receiving? And what do you need from others inside your company or elsewhere to take action to take down accounts or other infrastructure that scammers are using inside your institution? What investments are needed to better analyze that data and turn it into actionable signals? And how might you work more or better with law enforcement to share intelligence with them? What infrastructure or policies do you need? As we heard earlier, we have willing partners in the US government to take action, ready to share and receive actionable intelligence. How can we more firmly establish systems for companies and law enforcement to act in real time to disrupt scamming operations? Last on our system of actions, I want to turn to measurement. This proposed blueprint included a framework for how to better measure our progress in scam prevention. The task force had a working group that looked critical at how we might as a country and as individual institutions measure the scale of the problem, quantify trends, and track the impact of our scam prevention efforts. So yes, we are seeing some legislative proposals that would provide direction and resources to federal agencies to take those steps necessary to solve for this at a national level. And we all need better data about how we are doing to better understand the full scope of the problem. And so my charge to all of you is to say, what are your institution's key performance indicators for scam prevention? If they don't exist, what would it take to put them into practice? And how would having that data and tracking it over time help you get better at preventing scams and at sharing with all of us in the room what we can do better? I want to just touch finally today on the right-hand side here, our empowerment framework. It is the leadership that is required to do this work and the accountability structure we need in this community. Yes, the federal government is taking notice of scams. Yes, the draft legislation is starting to flow, and law enforcement actions are heating up. We have a blueprint for a national strategy and good ideas for improving how we measure the problem. All movement in the right direction. And next, we need clear whole of government leadership that coordinates and empowers all of those things. Think of it as the strong foundation of this cathedral to support all of the actions to prevent scams and minimize their harm. What will show progress and help us drive better results? For one thing, it is government leaders adopting and resourcing a formal national strategy. It's also things like congressional leadership setting an agenda of prioritized legislative reforms, which are coordinated across the many congressional committees that are required to take action. And the kinds of actions that are required would actually make law enforcement and the private sector more effective at combating scams. It also looks like the White House appointing an administrative lead to establish anti-scam goals across federal agencies and the intelligence community, directing budget resources towards those goals and coordinating anti-scam activities while holding agencies accountable. And it looks like the federal government taking even more meaningful steps to modernize our law enforcement capabilities, including additional capacity for them to receive and analyze scam intelligence, enhancing the ability to pursue digital assets, et cetera. And finally, it's the federal government providing Good Samaritan safe harbors when industry takes action to block malicious activity. This kind of whole of government strategic leadership would make the federal government a more effective partner in preventing scams and reducing harm. It would empower corporate leaders and others to act more confidently and effectively in their own right. And it would mean that next year we can actually celebrate a reduction in scam losses. So I began today by opening my heart up to you about how terrible I am at improv. But more importantly, we've talked about what is needed for a whole of society approach. The work of this task force that included leaders in the public and the private sector gave us a shared foundation, a national strategy, and irrefutable proof that when we come together to work through our differences, we do find solutions. We can disrupt criminal networks, we can defend our systems, and we can deliver justice for victims. But the purpose of our time to get together at an event such as this is to think about actions. And so the hard work of implementation is ours to do. The ands we have discussed today are not suggestions. I think of them as a mandate. It is the commitment of every single one of you in this room, whether you're a regulator, a tech executive, a finance professional, a legislator, a nonprofit advocate. It is the commitment you make this week and every week after. So I ask, when you leave here today, please be inspired by this incredible community and the progress that we're making, but also take those yeses and say, what is one measurable and that I will commit to this week and the weeks following to advance that fight? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate Griffin from the Aspen Institute. Just remarkable work that we are standing on the shoulders of. We're building off of this and really look forward to operationalizing it and making those recommendations turn into reality. Okay, we've gone a little bit over schedule, so it's break time. And there's a coffee break back over there. We're going to shorten the break a teeny bit. We want to give you guys enough time to network and chat and rehydrate and get a snack. So we're starting back up promptly at 11:15. Please come back in at 11:10, get in your seats, and we're going to get going at 11:15. And see you shortly. Hopefully everybody will filter back in as we get going. We want to make a good use of everyone's time. So we'll try to keep things on time. So one of the advantages to being a global alliance is that we can bring perspectives and people from all around the world who are working on different aspects of this. I'm focusing primarily on North America, on the US, but this is a global fight. It's a global challenge. And it's my honor and pleasure to bring onto stage a distinguished panel of folks who are going to talk to us about fighting scams globally, lessons learned. What are they doing in their home countries, in their governments? What can we learn here in the US and in Canada from what's being done? And in fact, from Canada about what's being done in Canada on these issues. So please, warm welcome to the panel on fighting scams globally, lessons learned.
So good morning, and I'd really like to start by thanking Gaza for this amazing opportunity. You always do an amazing job, and it's really exciting to be here. Thanks also to the host, Amazon, for having us here. So we have a really great panel today. We are kind of the mini United Nations, me coming from the United Nations, because we have people from all over the world. We have Brazil, we have Canada, we have Singapore, we have United Arab Emirates and the UK. So we are kind of representing all different parts of the world. And without further ado, because we have great speakers here, I'd really like to jump straight into it and talk about fraud. And I'd like to start with Rafael Fernandez, who is a prosecutor from Brazil. So a very exciting new profile from the earlier profiles that we've heard this morning. And Rafael is a member of Gaza as well, a prosecutor, like I mentioned, and he's done some really exciting work also to prevent fraud. So he's got a very kind of interesting profile and perspective here. And as a prosecutor, Rafael, what can you tell us about the profiles of fraudsters in today's world?
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Rika, thanks, Gas and Amazon for hosting this event. Okay, the profile of fraudsters is very heterogeneous. We have transnational organized criminal groups like the ones that they are committing fraud from the Southeast Asia camps with enslaved scammers, enslaved workforce. But in the case of Brazil, we mainly have smaller groups, smaller criminal groups formed mainly by young adults between 20 and 30 years old. They are driven by greed, like most criminals. They have some tech knowledge and high social engineering knowledge to explore all the breaches. And in the case of Brazil, sometimes we have also big, large organized criminal groups migrating from traditional crimes like drug trafficking or bank robberies to this scam industry, which is a low risk activity and very profitable. And we also have many people attracted to act aiding fraudsters, like providing their data for mule accounts. Yes, and even in Brazil, there's a certain glorification of the scam activity, attracting many youngs. They are known in Brazil as, there's a slang for it, it's a name, HAU, which is R-A-U-L. Netflix has announced the launch of a series dedicated to the ostentation lifestyle of their house that unfortunately has attracted many young guys to commit this kind of crime. That's it.
That's really interesting, that glorification of a particular lifestyle, and that really calls for very, very strong prevention measures as well. And I know you, as a prosecutor, have done that as well. What about the recent modus operandi of those organized criminal groups and fraudsters in general? What can you tell?
Okay, I could highlight three kinds of scams. We have deepfakes made with AI, showing celebrities like the Brazilian famous top model Gisele Bündchen promoting some products on social media like Instagram, and also some deepfakes showing our president Lula announcing some social programs, and they attract people, they convince people to pay some taxes to get some unexpected money from those social programs. We also have the fake lawyer scam. The scammers, they obtain court cases data and in open source, and then they are able to get in contact with people that have those cases in justice. They are about to win a case, and they persuade those people that they have won the case, but they need to pay a tax, a fee, urgently to have this money released for them. And we also have another kind of another trendy scam, which is WhatsApp web scam. The criminals, they target mainly some companies, and those companies that usually use WhatsApp web as a tool for their activities, they are the employers or even the owners of those enterprises, they are convinced to click on a malicious link, and they then the link installs a malware in the machine and obtain data from them, leading to serious losses of money for those companies.
Thank you. Super, super interesting. So then I'd like to turn to the next two members of the panel. We have Aileen and Jennifer. So Aileen Yap is the Assistant Commissioner in the Singapore Police. I believe many of you have heard her before. And she's really been instrumental in setting up the anti-scam center in Singapore and overseeing all those operations, the management and investigation of all those scam cases. So very, very interesting profile too. And a very different profile, also an interesting model I find personally from Canada, Jennifer Quaid, who's the Executive Director of the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange. And why that is interesting to me is also that it's a private sector initiative. Also, I forgot to mention the Canadian Anti-Scam Center as well, being a private sector initiative. So again, we see kind of different models of trying to get the same things done, which I find really quite interesting. So for you, I would have the questions about emerging fraud trends, which kind of links to the previous question as well that Rafael mentioned. So Aileen, what are some of the emerging fraud trends using or linked to new technologies in Singapore?
Thank you, Rika. Oh, hi, everyone. I'm Aileen from the Singapore Police Force. Thanks for having us. Thank you, Gaza, for giving us the chance to come to America. It took us 26 hours just to come here. So can you imagine how committed we are? Thank you. So since this morning, we have been talking about scams perpetuating from Southeast Asia. I'm from Southeast Asia, but I don't belong to the scam center. I belong to the anti-scam center. So today I'll share on one emerging trend that hit Singapore really hard in 2023. It's called malware-enabled phishing scam. Right. Maybe before I start, can I have a show of hands who use iPhone here? iPhone users. Okay. The rest Android phone user, you listen now, because this scam only hit Android phone user at that point of time. So in the first half of 2023, we had 650 cases, and in July to August, within just 2 months, we have 750 cases. So how these scams actually hit Singapore was that, first and foremost, our consumers will be going on to the website to go on online shopping. It is just as normal as any kind of online shopping. Then the scammers will ask them to download a payment software. This is to facilitate the payment. So they're supposed to click on a link. So the first lesson learned here, don't anyhow click on any link. Okay. Now, once the victim click on that particular link, unknown malicious software will be downloaded on their phone. And this software is very, very malicious. Once it is being downloaded, the scammer can see what is in your phone and can even access your phone. So at night, when you are sleeping, funny things happen. But when you download it, what they will ask you to do is do a test payment. They say just do an online $1 payment to ensure that you download the correct software and everything is working. Now, once you have downloaded at night while you are sleeping, the scammers will access your phone. So for people who likes to put, all your username, password, everything in a notepad, wow, that's the luckiest and happiest thing that the scammers can chance upon. So they will access that. Then, while you are sleeping, they will access your bank account using your phone, from your phone. And then they will siphon out all the money from your banks. That's how a lot of Singaporeans lost a lot of money. So within the 8 months, Singaporeans lost 20.6 million. So that's a lot of money. So how we ultimately managed to combat this scam typology was that we got all the industry players, the banks to come together. We told them this problem. And the banks were really, really nice. They got external vendors, private vendors, they pay extra money, and the vendors came out with a solution. Once they detected a mirroring of software, then automatically the iBanking will become blank. You can't access, you can't do anything about it. So this only happened to Android phone because Android phone allows side-loader app. But it does not mean that iPhones are unhackable, all right? You might if one day you're unlucky, right? The other part is we thank Google as well as our cybersecurity agency because they come together to enhance the Google Play Protect app. And they have blocked a lot of high-risk apps for that. So that is how we ultimately managed to contain, but not fully combat the whole issue. Yeah.
Well, there's a strong case for public-private partnerships there, isn't there? An excellent example. So Jennifer, what about from the Canadian perspective?
From the Canadian perspective, and it's really more of a global perspective, I think what we're looking at is what I would call more and better. So your question referred to threats that are emerging, that are a result of the emerging technologies. All we're doing is enabling the criminals, and I'm sorry, but I prefer not to use threat actors. I call them what they are, criminals. We're enabling the criminals to do more, to do better, to do it more convincingly, and to access more information so that when they are scamming you, they are in fact bringing in your whole life history and story, right? And that's what scares a lot of people, and it scares me, is that they can now, it's pig butchering gone wild. And I think we're only just seeing the tip of the iceberg. And that's what's really troublesome. And what we're seeing from what Aileen was describing, that's just going to be the tip of the iceberg because of the new technologies.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the fear kind of we all feel in this room.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jennifer. So now we've heard about the profiles of fraudsters, kind of the increasing pace, the increasing sophistication and so forth. So Andre is from the UK Home Office, and he's the head of the fraud strategy and international policy team at the Home Office. So Andre, from the UK's perspective, that we've heard about the profiles and modus operandi and the increasing sophistication and so forth, how has the UK changed its approach to prevent and combat fraud?
Thanks, Rika, and thanks again to GASA for having us here. I think in the UK, we're extremely conscious of the extremely agile, flexible, and sophisticated approach of modern fraud. The way I describe it is a highly amoral marketing industry that will use any tools at its hands to extract the maximum value and revenue from its customers. And we need to combat it at a systemic level. And the role of government is to create that enabling environment, recognizing the highly heterogeneous nature of the fraud system, whether it is government, industry, law enforcement, victims, international organizations. How do we create an environment where the incentives are aligned, where there is clear sense of accountability, and where every part of that system is trying to collectively fight fraud? So I think that's the most important part of responding to emerging trends, because we cannot predict or view every single fraud type or every single fraud methodology. It's so diverse from different parts, where it's overseas from different parts of the world. And it's so rapidly changing. It's technologically sophisticated that we need to get everyone to fight it together. So it's constructing that systemic level response that allows it to be flexible without being trying to centrally plan and target the response from one point of view.
Yeah, and we've heard about that multi-stakeholder approach earlier as well. So that is just so fundamental when it comes to combating fraud. So then we have the United Arab Emirates. We have Mr. Saeed Khalfan Al-Ghabi, who is the director of the Department of International Cooperation in the United Arab Emirates. So what about in the UAE? What is your approach, the lessons learned and practices that you can share with us?
First, thank you, Rika, for your question and for having us here. First, I would like to say that being here as a board member of the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, representing the Ministry of Interior of the United Arab Emirates, the strategic founding member of Gaza, I think this is one of our international key efforts to combat fraud. Second, under the Ministry of Interior, we have a vision to be proactive on combating and preventing crime. We have a strong structure with specialized department working around across the 7 cities on the United Arab Emirates. We are building our officers' capabilities to be experts on this field. The Ministry of Interior has signed international agreements and memorandum of understanding with various countries and organizations, and the cybercrime being one of the areas of cooperation, these agreements. We have advanced the development of legislation, regulations, and technologies. I cannot list the all efforts. There are many, but in the end, from this stage, we reaffirm our commitment to work with all our international partners in order to protect the world from the scourge of fraud. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Said. So then we heard also this morning that there is still a lack of data, despite many of you actually doing an excellent job in collecting data as well. So my question to Andre and Jennifer at this stage would be, what kind of data and information would we still need globally? What kind of data on and around fraud would be useful in the future to further adjust our approach to kind of respond to these emerging trends to prevent and combat fraud? So Andre, maybe I start with you there.
Sure. Thanks, Rika. It's a great question. I think that there's lots of data on fraud out there, but I think we need so much more, is the honest answer. I think for me personally, what I'm most interested in is understanding the business model, understanding the drivers, understanding the costs and the profitability of fraud. Maybe looking at individual regions or individual organized crime groups, but trying to understand that business model, right? If we reduce, let's say reduce fraud revenues by 10%, is it going to actually change their behavior? Is it going to disincentivize fraud? Or is it going to just kind of slightly decrease the profitability of it? So what level, understanding what the kind of the profitability of it allows us to understand the drivers of it and allows us to understand whether interventions we're considering will only, kind of make its life slightly more inconvenient for them, or will actually successfully degrade their operations and deter the threat.
Thank you, Andre. What about Jennifer?
So to Andre's point, there is a lot of data out there. But the first problem is we actually don't know who has what data where. So if we could start with that, I think we'd be further ahead. But then we would also like to be able to share data. Honestly, we're struggling sharing data within our nations across sectors. So if we could even start there, it would go a long way. And then being able to share that high-level data that will help to point to some of what's going on. As you were speaking about, Aileen, you and I were chatting in the hall about the things that you're able to catch because you are sharing and collaborating with agencies around the world. So yes, we want all the data, but let's start with understanding what data is available and perhaps start with who is the point person? Who do you go to? And that is exactly, so Aileen and I were just chatting in the hall about a case where they were able to stop and recoup funds because they knew who to call in another country. Start there. That's a good start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we at UNODC, we actually have some of those tools available to actually know whom to contact through the official channels. But definitely an important point to make. We need to kind of like connect each other, and that's I can't resist but to also mention that UNODC and Interpol will organize the Global Fraud Summit in March 2026 in beautiful Vienna. A little marketing speech there as well, and that's where the entire world will actually get together to talk about exactly these things and kind of try to connect everybody, every single country and the different stakeholders here as well. So then the next question, what about kind of the latest innovative strategies and practices that you have tried to prevent and combat fraud? And my question would be for Aileen here.
Okay, so it's me again. Singapore set up our anti-scam center in 2019. The key purpose was to disrupt scammers' operation as well as to mitigate victims' losses. So over the last 5 years, until as of June this year, we have recovered 650 million for our scam victims. So it seems quite good. But when we look at it, what is our 650 million compared to America's 15 billion recovery of cryptocurrency? So a round of applause for Americans. So great job, great job. We were very impressed. So we set up an anti-scam center in 2019. In 2022, just right after COVID, we managed to convince the banks. We now have 7 banks that are co-located at our anti-scam center to freeze bank accounts as well as to recover funds, do fund tracing in real time. So if they don't do it, we'll just stand behind them, and say, hey, the money goes where, you better tell us. So within the banks, they will tell them, hey, the money goes to this bank. Then the next bank will say, oh, the money goes to that bank. We'll do very swift fund tracing. That was in 2022. Then last year in 2024, we held our first global anti-scam summit in Singapore that is in collaboration with GASA. Thank you for that. And I'm also glad to share that at a point of time, quite a number of representatives from anti-scam centers around the region were there. And then we mooted the idea of forming Frontier Plus, which stands for Funds Recovery Operations and Networks Team Inspiring Effective Resolution Plus. So we have this in Singapore. There's no plus. This in Singapore, it is just an alliance of private stakeholders as well as government stakeholders to come together to fight scam with speed. Then Frontier Plus is only anti-scam center representatives. So if you are new in the game, you don't need to go around, hunting who is the exact representative from each country. What we'll do is we'll link you up with everyone. I'm happy to share that Dubai, UAE is actually part of our Frontier Plus Alliance. Canada is also. And I just want to give an example. Shortly after we formed, Malaysia told us that there was a sum of 114,000 that came to Singapore. That is from an investment scam. And because of our Frontier Plus network, we were able to immediately recover from Malaysia. And just in June this year, so Hong Kong detected a sum of 2.3 million in the bank account, suspicious transaction. And they realized that it is from Canada. So they immediately linked up with Canada Anti-Fraud Center. And Canada Anti-Fraud Center quickly checked with the victim. And she confirmed that, hey, that is the money that he has transferred to Hong Kong. So they also managed to recover 2.3 million. That's how our network works. So what happened was in May this year, we held a very big operation involving 7 jurisdictions. And jointly, we arrested more than 1,800 over scammers as well as money mules. Those money mules are those people who help to perpetuate scams by giving away their bank account. And on top of that, we also recovered in that operation $19.4 million US. So you can imagine the amount of force that we have created for scam victims. And we really hope that more countries and more jurisdictions can set up anti-scam center and join our Frontier Plus. Thank you.
Perfect. That was a fantastic example of actually successful operations. Jennifer, what about from your perspective?
So in Canada, we've gone in a different approach. I'm very pleased to say that I run the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange and the Canadian Anti-Scam Coalition. And that is a new initiative that was started, in fact, by our Bankers Association when they saw the rise of the scourge of scams in Canada. They recognized that we needed to have some way of sharing information in a fully cross-sector way. The Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange is a cross-sector, private sector organization. And so we now run the Canadian Anti-Scam Coalition with much the same idea, enabling participating organizations to share information amongst themselves as needed, when needed. Right now, we've got a couple of data sharing projects underway between telcos and banks. And that's a use case. We're trying to unpack what we can learn and then enable that to broaden out so it's beyond the proof of concept. But what's interesting is that this is a fully private sector initiative. Companies in Canada are coming together. Concurrently, our government has just introduced legislation to enable the building of an anti-scam or anti-frauds group. So we're working together with the government as well. So it's a whole of society approach.
Yeah, and that's what we clearly need. Also, very encouraging example there. So then, I have one final round of questions to everybody. I already mentioned that we will, together with Interpol, host the Global Fraud Summit in March 2026 in Vienna. And I would have a question for each of the panelists here. Kind of given also what we've heard now, what would be your priority policy recommendation to the world? And maybe here I start with Jeanine.
Public-private partnership, I think, is critical. You have to work together. There is something around government and industry and all other actors actively collaborating in a non-confrontational fashion to try and solve the common problem and the threat of the century, frankly.
Private-public partnerships. Aileen.
Okay, maybe I just share the reason why I've been in this line for the past 7 years. I refuse to be posted out. It's partly because of the human cost of scams. It is not just financial loss. We see families being broken and we see life being lost. So we urge every country, every jurisdiction to set up our anti-scam center so that we can disrupt scams operation and mitigate victims' losses at scale and with speed.
Wow, wonderful. That was convincing. Saeed.
Yeah, I think we must intensify our efforts and adopt pioneering initiatives, working together, sharing best practice, building our capabilities all together to combat fraud.
So everybody around the table, including all the jurisdictions, all the sectors, all the stakeholders. Thank you. Yeah. Jennifer.
Ensure that as each of the nations goes through and creates policies and regulations around the sharing of information, that you are doing it so that you are enabling collaborative sharing of information, meaning it is going to be multi-directional and you're enabling private sector organizations to share as well, not just with government. Because truthfully, if knowledge is power, collaboration is your force multiplier. Mm-hmm. So enable that collaboration.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree information sharing is the critical piece here and perhaps the biggest challenge we face. So we have to start improving that and kind of come up with the joint rules of engagement as well in this regard when it comes to global information sharing. Rafael.
I agree with all my colleagues, and I'd like to add that we should modernize our legal frameworks and implement better regulations regarding especially the digital platforms, banking institutions, to find the right balance that allows companies to keep on thriving while creating a safer digital space for consumers all over the world.
I think those were brilliant policy recommendations to be made at the Global Fraud Summit next year. So I'd like to invite you all to give us a round of applause to the brilliant panelists. And look forward to the following sessions. It's always a pleasure to be at Gaza, amazing sessions and amazing people here. Thank you, everybody, and talk to you during the break. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was a really helpful window into what happens, what is happening in some of our partner countries around the world. And what we're constantly trying to do is learn from one another. What's working, what's not working, how can we do it better? How can all of us do it better in the places where we are? So now transitioning to the next panel, we're continuing with the global theme. And we just heard about what are the stories and lessons and insights from within some of the countries that we work closely with. Now we're going to focus on across borders. How do we work transnationally? How do we work in this complex ecosystem that we're working in to try to get results and to make an impact. Because it's one thing to do it within a country, it's another thing to work with a bunch of countries or across borders. And this is something that the criminals, the scam criminals know and exploit. It's hard to do things across borders. It's not hard for them, but it's hard for us because they're not bound by the same rules that we adhere to. So with that in mind, we're going to bring out the next panel, which is Beyond Borders, Protecting Consumers Worldwide from Scams. And we're going to have our good friend Abigail Bishop from Amazon lead that panel, and then our good friend Rika, who was just on this panel, sharing some more insights on that panel as well. So let's bring out the group now. Thanks, Chris. Good to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you. Thanks, Fran. Nice to meet you. Stefan, nice to meet you. Again, hello again. Thank you.
Hello. So I have the honor of kicking off this next panel of really tremendous leaders from so many different corners of the scam fighting world. I, again, am Abigail Bishop. I lead our external relations work worldwide on scam prevention. You may remember Rika from the last panel. She is, she can't get away from us. But Rika's joining us from the UN. We also have Stefan from Consumers International. We have Fran from the UK Home Office and Chris from the US Department of State. Each of these individuals every day is thinking about how they're protecting consumers and going after bad actors across borders. Because it turns out bad actors do not respect boundaries and borders, but we do. And we need to think creatively and about how we can link arms and work across our jurisdictions to fight these transnational crime syndicates and the like. And so I'm going to kick off sort of a line of questioning here. And like any good Amazonian, we work backwards from the customer. And in this case, we are going to work backwards from the consumer. And so I would really love to kick off with Stefan to hear from your perspective at Consumers International, how are consumers around the world experiencing these crimes and sort of the ripple effect of the trans-jurisdictional nature of them?
Thanks so much, and thanks for bringing us here today. Really wonderful to partner with Amazon, along with many others, in our work to combat scams online. I think your point of bad actors are not respecting borders, I really want to emphasize that because we, Consumers International, is the voice of consumers across borders. There are many amazing organizations working nationally. The likes of Consumer Reports here in the US, Which in the UK, and many others around the world who are representing consumers locally. Who is their voice in the international policy environment? That's Consumers International. We're a membership organization for consumer associations with 200 members around the world. So I think what those organizations tell us is really what we've heard today already. It's the idea that consumers are extremely impacted by this issue. We've heard about the scope and scale, the change in scams and scam trends around the world. What consumer advocates will say about that is not going to be anything new, I think, to people in the room today. I think what our members would ask of the folks here is that over the last few years, they've spent so much time, so much energy trying to get people to pay attention. And I think we've now moved past that, and those organizations would recognize that. They would be saying it's fantastic that we have a global anti-scam summit and several around the world. We've got initiatives like what the Aspen Institute has talked about, many others working nationally. They would say now it's really time to focus on the consumer outcome. What is going to make the difference for consumers everywhere? And I think that's where Consumers International can help come in. One of the things that I wanted to highlight today is actually understanding the consumer experience of the problem. What is it that makes people vulnerable, that makes people susceptible to scams? It's not just their age, it's not just their low digital literacy, things that you might expect, but there are other issues like whether you've recently experienced a bereavement, or whether you've recently lost your job, or if you have caring responsibilities, if you are not a native speaker in the country in which you live. So I would guess that everyone in this room probably knows someone who checks at least one of those boxes and probably multiple more. What we've seen is that around 3/4, that actually represents around 3/4 of people globally. So 75% of people are at risk of being scammed. Again, that probably isn't surprising to people here who are working on addressing scams every day, but it goes to show truly that everyone is vulnerable, everyone is susceptible to this issue. So
yeah, no, I think one of the things that has been really exciting to see is the Consumers International Coalition to Stop Scams. I know many of those in the room and joining online have participated in that coalition, and we're at sort of a really exciting point with that work when it comes from moving from just awareness, which is sort of step one, but actually to action. And so what is sort of the actions that you're driving through the coalition?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things, and I really wanted to talk about the role of the coalition as well. The coalition is there to elevate the consumer experience among the organizations and places where it needs to be heard. So in these cross-industry discussions, in the OECD, in these international forums. This year, the coalition has done, I think, two really amazing things. It's supported us to produce 2 tools for everyone that is responding to scams. One is a global action agenda. That's a set of policy actions that governments need to take around the world. It's not limited to national actions, although that clearly is the foundation for change. It's also making sure that's joined up internationally. So that's the first tool, a global action agenda to protect consumers from online scams. And the second is a scams barometer. There's lots of data out there. We saw some of it this morning. This is the consumer representation pulse on the issue of scams. Are they getting better or worse for consumers? What are the trends that we're seeing in the consumer response?
Yeah, and I think for all of us, when we're thinking about moving from that awareness to action, it's so important to keep a pulse on the consumer perspective, so that we can sort of grab the attention of governments around the world. How is that for a segue into the policy side of our discussion here? And the UK and the US have certainly sort of been working on sort of cross-jurisdictional cooperation and efforts. And Fran, the UK was so out in front last year, driving the first global fraud summit out of Britain. What's happened since that summit, and how is it going?
So I'd say actually that it's been a real pleasure working in this area, because the momentum is so clearly going in one direction. And the Global Fraud Summit in 2024 in the UK was one of the sort of moments on that upward trajectory. What it's led to is some absolutely great stuff. Building on that, which was 11 core countries, so the Five Eyes plus key Southeast Asian partners, we've had the first ever UN resolution on fraud. We've also, it's mainstreamed a lot of this discussion. So it's been on the agendas of the G7, the UN, and the Financial Action Task Force, really, bringing it to the forefront. And I'd say that kind of an indication of the momentum that we're seeing. In March of next year will be the Global Fraud Summit hosted by the UNODC and Interpol for all UN countries. And, these are not talking shops. There are moments where countries sign up to call to actions. And that Global Fraud Summit in March, really importantly, is not just countries working together and collaborating. It is far broader. It's a big, big private-public partnership event. It's really bringing all the community, everyone here together behind agreements and frameworks, which will carry on with this upward trend.
And Chris, in your role at the U.S. Department of State, would love for you to share with the audience here the type of work that your team leads in fighting cross-border crime, and what are some of the challenges that you're experiencing day in and day out of navigating that work?
Thank you. I guess you can hear me. So I'd love to hear how many people have actually heard of INL, the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau. That's great. I mean, we work very closely with the private sector on a lot of things, including the Prevent Alliance, was actually working with different social media companies related to blocking use of those platforms for narcotics trafficking. But I definitely agree with Fran that the momentum is moving in the positive direction. I think you probably heard from Judge Pirro this morning about everything that the U.S. government is really trying to do in this area. I actually participated with Judge Pirro in her press conference when she launched the counter-scam strike force last month. So obviously DOJ is really at the forefront of this. So the State Department, what INL does is our top priority is to counter transnational criminal organizations. We use, for the US citizens out there, we use a small percentage of your tax money as foreign assistance to achieve a couple of things. One, we enable US law enforcement to work overseas, right? Second, we enable our partner law enforcement, our partners in law enforcement around the world to be able to engage with US law enforcement so that we build their capabilities to engage with US law enforcement so we can go after these criminal organizations and the criminals themselves. And then we use our diplomatic persuasive powers, working bilaterally, regionally, and multilaterally to try to achieve or fulfill this mission. With transnational criminal organizations, which are behind the scam, all these scam centers, a lot of them in Southeast Asia in particular are run by the Chinese triads. We are working to disrupt them, to degrade them, and to dismantle them. And we're working across the interagency and with our international partners to do so. So there are many challenges. I mean, it's no mystery that many of these organizations that are operating in countries where they have low capacity, especially in the law enforcement area. So building partner capacity is certainly one of the priorities that all of us have so that these countries can actually start to enforce their laws. A second one is that many of these countries don't have the appropriate legal regimes. And not only they might not have a legal regime within their own country, but it may be a different legal regime than those of their partners in the region. So we are working bilaterally with countries to help them fortify their legal regimes. And then we work through organizations such as the UN, working with UNODC, ASEAN, to try to have some comprehensive approach so that we can all get at it at the same time. I have to highlight that corruption is certainly a serious problem. And there's so much financing out there, so much illicit finance that if overcoming the lure of corrupt payments is very difficult. So in many of the countries where we're operating, corruption is one of the main impediments. That's why getting after the money is a key issue. Financial Action Task Force is one of the organizations that we work with very closely. And so countering illicit finance is probably one of our top priorities.
You said this is a challenge, but you described it as if it was easy to do and very clean and straightforward. I would love, Chris, if you could just double tap into, what does capacity building and supporting capacity building in other countries look like? Who is the best country to work with and why? No, just kidding. That last question is not real. But truly, what does capacity building actually look like in brass tacks?
Yeah, and actually, there's been a lot of evolution under the new administration on capacity building, because really we're taking an America First approach of advancing US national security interests. So when we look at like working with other countries, we approach it a couple different ways. One, we have a number of interagency law enforcement partners, FBI, HSI, CBP, DEA. We enable those because they don't have foreign assistance authorities. Sometimes we enable them to travel overseas and provide like it's sort of like a mentoring type of capacity building. Sometimes they're able to travel by themselves, but then we're the ones that help enable like getting either one countries or maybe multi-country together to engage with US law enforcement, learn best practices. We often work on getting new systems so that they can like improve their forensic work, their digital forensic work. And then other things that we do is we often work through the United Nations or other partners like UNODC, where they would go overseas and engage in longer term, consistent, on the ground mentoring, guiding, and building capabilities of our law enforcement partners so that they can then have the same level of capability that they can actually engage with US law enforcement. Because in a number of these countries, Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, the level of capacity in the police forces is not so great that even interacting with the FBI is going to be a challenge for them, right? On the judicial side, and we often work with UNODC and other partners on this, you know, if you don't have capable judges, you don't have capable prosecutors that don't even, or you don't have legal regimes that allow for prosecution of these types of crimes, you know, then it's going to be complicated for us to actually make any headway. So we will work with in the criminal justice area to try to help build, you know, improve their legal regimes, and often even just directly train judges and prosecutors.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And it is even more so underlining the importance of the UN's role. And the UN has really taken on this challenge head on with the upcoming summit. For those who are interested in participating, I think applications are due in a week's time-ish, December 12th. But Rika, would love to hear kind of what your latest thinking is at the UNODC in terms of public-private partnerships, and why this is so important.
Thank you. So yeah, we heard a lot about the summit from Fran, and UK is a major contributor to that. So thank you for that. And also Gaza contributed. So thank you, Gaza, as well for that support. And there will be two major outcomes. One, the call to action that Fran mentioned, and one, this global PPP framework. And that global PPP framework, the idea is really to bring everybody around the table. Chris mentioned, you know, the challenges we face in the developing countries, and the developing world is really our primary target group. In today's world, the scam centers are perhaps in Southeast Asia, but they're also cropping up in many African countries already elsewhere. So where are they going to be tomorrow? So that's why the role of the UN is and continues to be really crucial. We work with everybody from A to Z, so Afghanistan, Zimbabwe, and everybody in between. So we bring everybody around the table. And that also means that it's going to be challenging. 193 member states plus the private sector, NGOs, and so forth. So it is a lot of partners to cover. So that's why also the UN documents often are kind of the, let's put it this way, lowest common denominator, because we have to start somewhere to bring everybody around the same table. And the PPP framework that we want to have adopted there.
Public-private partnerships, for those wondering what PPP stands for.
Thank you, Abigail. So that would contain 6 principles, and the first one would be shared responsibility. I think everybody in this room can agree on that. Tackling fraud is a shared responsibility built on trust and transparency. The other one would be, and we've heard about that as well, proactive and coordinated prevention efforts, because prevention clearly is always better than the cure. So that would be also kind of a no-brainer principle to start with. Also, something that has been mentioned also in the previous panel is information sharing. That's where we have challenges. So information sharing as a principle would be already a step forward. If we get that sort of a global agreement, we need to start sharing information also globally. That is a step forward. The fourth principle.
Before we go to the fourth principle, on the information sharing front, what type of information for what? Like would love to hear sort of your perspective on what information do we want to be able to share and what do we want to do with it when we share it?
Yeah, we have to work out all those details to have like those international protocols on how to actually share information. But we also know that there's a lot of fear around information sharing. What can we share as the private sector, or what can we share as the public sector? And in the previous panel, Jennifer also mentioned, from private to private, what kind of information can be shared? So those are the important questions that we have to start sorting out, finding answers to. And, there's often the fear that we are actually breaching the international human rights framework, but there are justifications also from the human rights perspective, as long as it's proportionate, necessary, and follows a legitimate aim. And here we are talking about the national security concern. Information sharing is compliant with the international human rights framework as well. So kind of like, moving forward, having that common understanding that we have to start sharing information and do it better than what we do now. The fourth principle would be victim support. We always talk about victims, and I love the session, by the way, this morning, hearing the victims' voices, because we can learn a lot from victims. And we heard it this morning as well. And it kind of, brings it a little bit more to the emotional level, which I think we all need. The fifth principle would be education, to increase our resilience to fraud as well. And Stefan mentioned how we are all vulnerable to fraud, and we can only second that statement, because we all are. And we heard how sophisticated those organized criminal groups have become. So we are all in vulnerable situations in different stages of life and time. And the sixth principle would be innovation and adaptability. And that's where many of you as the private sector, that's where you're really strong. And international organizations and so forth have a lot to learn from you in that regard. So we'd love to bring your innovation strategies into the international forum as well, and share it with the world and all the countries of the world.
I'm very impressed that you got all of that into 6 points. So that there's a lot to squeeze into 6 points. Across those, as you were saying, the sort of shared responsibility and some of the others, that's thankfully, I think we are moving in that direction very willingly. What is the area across those 6 sort of pieces where you think we're going to maybe have some of the stickier challenges moving forward, and we need to be sort of nimble and responsive and put our listening ears on to one another as we go forward?
For many countries, these are going to be new principles. So already the PPP framework, the concept of PPP is going to be new for some countries. So we kind of have to take baby steps. That's the role of the United Nations. We start somewhere and we start moving the entire world to one direction. And that's going to be, okay, I think I lost my mic. Thank you. So we are going to start with those baby steps. So the principles are not that refined, and there's not much meat around the bones there, because we have to start somewhere. So I think already the concept as such is going to be challenging for some. But these are voluntary outcomes. But we would really encourage all of you to sign up for them, because we need also the private sector and the governments that are present here to join the efforts.
Can I just come in on that? Because I think there's, you're right, like there is a need to get people around the table and to start listening to each other. There are places where I think there are actually some quick wins in terms of policy, where you get examples of industry saying, we need the law in place to do this. So one thing that we've done against our framework, we've actually mapped policy in almost 30 jurisdictions to see what does the policy environment look like. On the point of data sharing, only 4 countries actually have a data sharing agreement specific to scams. So there's clearly a place where there's a big gap, and there's also the willingness already there to build it. So I think ideally we would get past the what can we do voluntarily, and we would start to code some of that into the law and say, this is helping us because we're a company that wants to address that. We need the regulation in place to allow it to happen so that we're not, asking how to do it and trying to find ways to do it, by just sharing tactics with each other.
Yeah, Abigail, if I can come in there. So I think one thing that's been really interesting to me is the kind of the UK journey with this. So it starts out with conversations, often especially importantly with industry partners, but those conversations then end up into agreements and charters. And that's what we've seen in the UK, where we've had, for example, we've just signed the latest telecom charter with key telecom industry in the UK. And as a result of that, telecom industry has been helping to design the framework that sits underneath, and they'll be in conversation as well now with regulators. So we move from conversation to understanding to agreements that we've worked out together to actually something that becomes the legal framework in the UK. And that's where, while the UN might be seen at a low level, it's putting in place the essential building blocks for some of these countries that aren't there, and also helps us all work together on what that framework should look like going forward.
I think one of the things that's coming through for me is that this is as much a human exercise as an intellectual one, and you are working with human beings on a really gnarly challenge. As we kind of reflect on all of these remarks, I love a rapid fire round. I can't help myself. I love to put people in the hot seat. And so I'd love to do sort of a speed round here. If we only had one thing, and try to keep it to one thing, that we could absolutely nail in 2026, knowing that we're starting sort of from square one in some instances and others are ahead, what do we need to nail this next year? Rika, why don't we start with you?
Okay. I think my mic works again. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so this is really the hot seat. I think it would be amazing if we have, let's say, the majority of countries signing up to those outcomes, the call to action and the global PPP framework, and having loads of you, the private sector, join the PPP framework and possibly individual pledges as well. So that would be my dream, the majority, and that's a big ask, but please do join the effort.
Stefan.
Well, I actually put that question out to local consumer advocates. So I asked consumer organizations in North America how they would respond, what their thing would be. I think they all said some version of design the intervention that is grounded in the consumer experience. And that ranges from, research into what type of awareness raising actually works. Look at the Innovations for Poverty Action. They're here. They've done research into that and they can tell you. Others were saying, do more to actually regulate scam ads out of existence, basically. So they're saying, think about the consumer. And I think we heard that really powerfully this morning. I would emphasize that.
I would have mentioned some of the global initiatives, but I'm going to go for one that's a bit more local, but in effect happening in all our countries, which is the absolute key importance of putting together the bits of the puzzle. So the UK government is committed in 2026 to working law enforcement, tech companies, telecom companies, banking sector, to really put all the bits of our information together so we can go hard after scam and fraud.
Well, I was going to say information sharing, awareness, and basically what Fran said as well. So, but I do want to highlight. I'm sure in other panels it was talked about that there are two sets of victims with this with scam centers, and obviously the victims of the scams, but the people who are trafficked into the scam centers. That's something that we're very focused on within the State Department and broader U.S. government. So, I think sharing information and all of us working together, I think, is a critical component. And please come up to me and introduce yourself, and so we can start to collaborate. So instead, I will say, I'm not being speedy, that I think since we have created the DOJ-led interagency counter-scam strike force, I think really making some significant strides over the next year to degrade and disrupt the criminal organizations that are behind a lot of these scams, and getting the law enforcement partners in the critical countries in Southeast Asia, West Africa, and even in the Americas to really buy onto this and from a law enforcement perspective, start to take down these organizations.
Thank you. I think going back to what Rika shared earlier, I'm really hopeful that we're able to see a 2026 filled with cross-border speed dial phone a friends for governments and consumer orgs and private sector stakeholders as well. So thank you all, and thank you to our panelists for being here.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That was a great panel. We've now really focused on the global cross-border aspects of this challenge. And to close out our morning, we are honored to have two members of Congress with us who are demonstrating incredible leadership in this space. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Representative Jefferson Shreve from the 6th District of Indiana, and Representative Gabe Amo from the 1st District of Rhode Island. And they are leading the Stop Scams caucus in the House of Representatives. And it is a true pleasure to have them here. And what we want to focus on now, as we lead into lunch, is congressional leadership in this space of fighting online scams. So welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you, Niels.
So first question, we're going to start with you, Representative Shreve. As the founder of the Stop Scams Caucus, can you please share a little bit about what compels you to create the Stop Scams Caucus and how online scams impact your constituents and our country more broadly?
Now, I'm happy to. Thanks for this opportunity. It's good to be with all of you today. This is the first time I've been in HQ2, so it was fun to nose around and see something of this facility. I am a freshman member of Congress, and I'm from Indianapolis. My district includes parts of Indianapolis and goes down to Columbus, Indiana, the old Mike Pence, Greg Pence seat, my predecessors. And I've got some rural counties in Indiana. But I come from the Hoosier Heartland, the center of the country. As I came into service, one of the things that we learn as we represent our constituents, it was that there was this growing problem that I personally see, felt, and touched routinely, mostly coming in through my cell phone traffic, not just text messages, but genuine and just sort of strangely realistic phone calls from a scam standpoint. And I looked at the agenda. I have some idea for how much so many of you in this room know. And so I don't want this to be a remedial session, but I want you to know that in Congress, even a new member can come in and identify an emerging, fast-growing problem that it became clear to me no one else really was leaning into or had taken ownership of. So in a seniority-based system, no one else in the House was really trying to lead on this. And so I worked to form and get bipartisan support for the Congressional Stop Scams Caucus, and we have that. So Mr. Amo is a co-chair, Zach Nunn is a co-chair from the Republican Conference, and Jamie Raskin, another Democrat colleague, has joined me as a co-chair. And we have 20-some members of that caucus now, and it's fast growing because others recognize this problem and know that this is not a partisan problem. This is an apolitical problem that challenges my constituents, your constituents, so many of your customers. And we're hustling to help.
So, Mr. Emma, same question to you. What inspired you to be one of the co-chairs of the Stop Scams Caucus, and how does this impact your constituents back home?
Yeah, well, first off, I want to thank my great friend, Jefferson Sharif, for his leadership. I know what it's like to be a freshman member, and I was a redshirt freshman. I came in a special election in 2023, so I've been in Congress 2 years. So the seniority system, is a real thing. But I'm so grateful to partner with him, because to paraphrase what we've heard about infrastructure, because Jefferson also serves on the T&I committee, there is no Democratic scam or Republican way to get scammed. There is just scam, right? And there's bipartisanship that is necessary to address something that our constituents are facing at great volume. There is, the increasing technological aspects. You all know that stuff better than me, whether it's AI enabled, whether it's the text messages, whether it's, hearing about your grandchild who's in Italy and has run out of money and you need to help immediately. We are all hearing this, right? And there's been a dramatic increase, $12.4 billion in scams. And I actually think that's an undercounting by a lot. And that was an increase from 2023 to 24 by 25%. In my state, the great state of Rhode Island, if you haven't been, please come join us. We're great in the summer too. I see some people who know Rhode Island. I see the heads nodding. But what makes our state great is a long legacy of hardworking people. And hardworking people that I hear from who are calling with very desperate stories. And we have an older population in my state. So we are in the top 10 of states that where we experience scams. And of that, $12.4 billion number I cited, about $2.5 billion that is incurred by seniors in our community. So I've heard horrific stories from people impersonating FTC officials to romance scams to so much that has hurt people. I heard a story about someone taking out $5,000 from the bank because they found somebody who was showing them true love. And they were out of it, and that's retirement savings. That is impactful, that hurts. So the call to action comes from the people we represent, and that transcends party lines, it transcends geography, it transcends and crosses oceans, as you know from the attendance at this event today. So we're getting to work.
Fantastic, thanks. Yeah, the scale of the problem is global. The scale is really shocking. But it's really the lived experience of your constituents that I think motivates your leadership and action in this space, which is awesome to see. So this morning we heard from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro about the executive branch's coordination to combat transnational scam networks via the Scam Center Strike Force. So wanted to highlight, give you guys a chance to speak to how you see Congress's role and leadership opportunity in this space from the legislative branch in the fight against scams and the global effort to protect consumers in America. So we're going to we'll start with Mr. Amo for this one and then go to Mr. Shreve.
Right. Well, you know, one of the challenges here, as you all know, is that we got alphabet soup of agencies involved with scams, work with fighting crime. You know, your DOJ, your FBI, your you know, TFPB or what remains of it. You have a lot of agencies doing work, CFTC, you know, FTC, so many players. Now, the thing that we have to do here and what our caucus aims to do with our combined efforts with our legislation is to draw up the plays, right? I sort of view us as if this were football, we'd be the offensive coordinators. But then we need the players on the field, right? The agencies to drive towards greater coordination. So you heard from Ms. Pirro earlier, right? We need her to execute according to what we think is necessary as we draw it up in Congress, because coordination at the federal level is essential. It's where we come up short, but it's where we, when done right, we can achieve the most at scale. Right, we're trying to solve a problem that it has transnational actors. It has, you know, people deploying new technology. It is all intricate. It's elegant, but that's why we need to be coordinated on our end to match it in kind. And so the legislation, you know, that we've got, you know, really focuses on marshaling federal resources, real dollars. Everything from burn JAG grants to appropriations to getting reporting out of places like the GAO to get a real landscape analysis and then a strong, thoughtful deployment that meets the moment that we're in.
One thing I have learned as a new member is that members of Congress don't have really defined lines that we have to color within as we work to take on legislation and move the needle on problem areas or opportunities that we may identify across our districts in the truest sense of representative government. We have convening authority to bring people together and resources, both at obviously at the federal level, but we can reach down at the state and local level, and then reach broadly, globally. We serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and it's clear to this audience how anchored this challenge is in other parts of the world. And I had, because of my service on Foreign Affairs, the ambassador of Thailand who came by the office yesterday. Well, his government is keenly concerned about this, and the opportunities to work with state as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office and our embassy networks abroad and the panoply of the executive agencies in this space. We have that opportunity from Congress to convene and draw together some of those resources and attempt to lend some structure in space that really has been void of that from a federal engagement standpoint to this point.
Great. So let's dig into that a little bit. That's great setup for the landscape and potential for what you can do via the caucus that you guys are leading and the role that Congress can play. So can you talk a little bit about what you think the priority issues are that Congress needs to address in order to begin to bend the curve on scams? And importantly, how can or should the private sector play a major role in that effort?
To start with the latter part, the private sector. All of you have a lot of skin in the game, customers that are on the hook for so many of these. And you are and ought to be empowered to do those things and have those tools and access to them in coordination with government resources to protect your customers and to work with us so as to be able to pursue some of the bad actors through DOJ and other federal agencies. I introduced the Dismantling Foreign Scams Syndicate Act, and it was marked up this morning in Foreign Affairs. I've been on that committee for 11 months, and I'll tell you, it's candidly can be fairly partisan at times, but I had vigorous supportive remarks from both our committee chairman and ranking member, and not one dissenting voice from anyone else on committee with us. I had a helpful amendment from the other side of the aisle, but this will go to a recorded vote today, and I'm just going to relate to all of you that Congress is with us in this effort because our constituents, your customers, are challenged by the landscape today, and in a fast-changing AI environment. It's not going to be the toll road scams, the speed cam scams that are the bane of our existence. It's going to be this person that sounds like this family member that are going to bilk people out of billions. I come from the Hoosier heartland. That many of my constituents don't understand AI yet, will not be able to discern the series of phone calls and messages that are coming in. This is just going to spiral out of control if we, in part, don't do our role from a federal standpoint to help rein this in with you, with all of you in the private sector.
Thanks. Mr. Rama.
Well, look, we need to start with, like I said, in dealing with the acronym soup of agencies, we need to deal with have a national strategy, a comprehensive national strategy. That's why tomorrow I'll be introducing a bill, bicameral, bipartisan. Derek Schmidt of Kansas, Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Scott, and also Senator Kelly to move forward on a national strategy. But an essential part of that is the public-private partnership. We can't get anything done without you, right? If we're talking about the customers, and then when we talk about consumers specifically, the discussion about an affordability crisis, you know what helps affordability? Not losing your money to scammers, right? So like this is an essential function, right? And if everything's gonna fit under that bucket, right, then we have to be following up our words with deeds that reflect the uncertainty, the lack of trust that people have. And you know, as technologists in the room, right, when you want to get adoption and diffusion of technology, what do you need? You need trust, right? And so this is essential. Now, other things that we can do in government to make these private-public partnerships materialize is go after the segments of the problem that we're trying to solve for, right? So this is why I talk about elder justice and working with DOJ on task forces. I'm trying to advance some policy in this area because that's a segment of the population that is highly vulnerable and also growing. If you look at the trends of aging in this country, you gotta focus there. Every year we have more of our seniors facing these challenges. So working very, very closely there. We also need to, again, as we build out within agency task forces, find opportunities to bring the private sector in for the expertise. Look, the cybersecurity challenges that we have, and obviously that's a big part of this, are vast and aren't limited to scams. I don't want to shrink that, but I do know that as we invest in those capacities, that having the lens of consumer protection, having the lens of data security will cross-pollinate, right? And also support our efforts in this area. So we just have to break silos. I know that's cliche. You hear that all the time. But this is essential on this particular topic. If we try to let this problem default to being solved by a few people in a corner of government who don't talk to anybody outside of a 3 or 4 letter agency, we will fail. And this is actually so winnable. When I think about the challenges that we face in this country that are vast, I know this is one that is very solvable. So we got to speak to it from a position of optimism and not fear, right? Everything that we talk about tends to be about, addressing some fear, but we can say we are getting people their own money, keeping their money in their pockets. That's the lens with which to operate it. That's how I talk about it at home.
That's a win-win. Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, exactly what you guys are describing, that is what we are about at the Global Anti-Scam Alliance. It's about building that coalition. It's about getting everyone in the room that has a stake in this fight to collaborate, cooperate, and to find the common cross-industry, cross-group, cross-organization priorities that we can all agree to, and to communicate those insights and those priorities. So for all of our members that are part of this alliance and this coalition we are building, we stand as a resource for you guys on the Hill as you come up with the solutions in this space. And I'll just say, as an observer looking at the work that's coming out of Congress right now, it's remarkable. The number of bills that are addressing this, the momentum with which we are seeing this issue being taken up, very seriously. And I am confident, Congressman, I'm exactly what you're talking about, that to bring some optimism to this fight. I am confident that we really will begin to see some very real action in this space. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for your work in this space, for being here with us today. And as a token of our gratitude for your time and your work, wanted to just offer you one of our very sought after, beautiful Gaza challenge coins.
Okay.
So
a token for a token.
There you go. Thank you. So thank you so much, Mr. Amo.
It's very shiny.
And Mr.
Thank
Grieve,
you.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nils.
Thanks.
Thank you all for sharing some time with us.
Thank you. Now we're gonna
we're running behind, so but we'll have it on video. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we're going to. I need the next slide. So we're going to lunch break, but no. There it is. Okay. Thank you. So before we break for lunch, very important, we're going to start sharp at 2 o'clock. So please wrap up lunch and be ready to go at 2 o'clock so we don't run behind. We have some great lineups at the end of the day. But for the next session from 2 to 3:30, we're going to breakout rooms. Okay. So on the stage, you will see here the 5 options that you have for this afternoon. Merlin 1 large or Merlin large 1 is this. So we're going to break this room up and it becomes 2 rooms. Okay. So Merlin large 1 is this side. Merlin large 2 is this side. And then Merlin small and the other breakout rooms are going to be past where the food is and into the other part of the Amazon HQ2 space. People will guide you to those. So please identify which ones you want to engage and participate in. Please be active participants. We're really looking at drawing on all of your expertise and knowledge in the space to drive insights and solutions. And if you have any questions, find one of us, the GASA staff, and we can guide you and answer your questions. And I'll just say one of the things that we're trying to very intentionally do is build off of, we heard from Kate Griffin earlier from the Aspen Institute National Task Force. And so a number of our sessions are designed specifically to dive deeper into some of the recommendations that came out of that year-long effort in that report. So just something to keep in mind as you engage on these issues. With that, please enjoy some lunch, talk to each other, network, get some good food, and we'll see everybody at 2 o'clock sharp. Get ready to go for the afternoon sessions. Thank you so much.
So we're really excited to have you here today. We want to talk a little bit about the role and the impact
that AI in particular is having or may potentially have in the world of scams and fraud. We have a really great panel. I'm going to start the conversation, though, talking about a few different issues and kind of warming us up for the panelists, and I'll give you a sense of what they're going to talk about when we get there. So first of all, this is probably not surprising to you. You have seen many of these headlines. You are all aware of the fact that people are really, really worried about what AI is going to do to fraud and scams and where it's going to go. You have heard some of these sort of crazy stories about grandkids calling and asking for money from their grandparents, but it wasn't really them. It was a deep fake. And we are cognizant of the fact that this is top of mind to people and an area of real concern. But we want to get into what we actually know to be true before we get into some of the concerns around hype. So first of all, when it comes to fraud losses, we know they're increasing. This is data from the FTC. I think that some of this has already been covered, in fact, earlier today. We know that they're on the rise. We know that the losses have gone up. In fact, from 2014 to 2024, there's been a rather exponential rise. And we've seen an increase even into 2020, where, sorry, I need to move something out of the way. Okay. Where we've seen things really, the loss is really on the rise. A few other facts. How is AI actually showing up in scams? What are we seeing so far? What is real? We know that AI can enable sort of hidden malware, essentially giving people links or hidden into code where, in fact, when they click on it or they execute the code, there's actually malware present. So we know AI is enabling that. We know that it's increasing the likelihood of automated scams, so enabling scale and reach, and of course, deep fakes, which we'll talk a little bit more in a little bit. Microsoft telemetry shows the evidence of bot-driven fraud as well, and domain impersonation, which is another area to be aware of. But it's also really hard for us at this stage, when it comes to what data we have access to actually separate the hype from the reality. That's a challenging thing that I think is something we're all going to be dealing with in the years to come. So one thing that we wanted to set out to do is to understand how people are actually experiencing fraud in the age of AI. And again, this is really hard data to get at, but we want to know what we're learning about AI through the lens of those who are actually experiencing fraud. And so what we did was we actually have a partnership with the Better Business Bureau and AARP to get access to some of their fraud watch data, where we were able to actually analyze the experience that people were having. And so now keep in mind, people don't necessarily know if the scam or the fraud that they're experiencing is AI enabled. There were some ways that we were able, using these data sets, to get at some of that information. Okay, so one of the things we were trying to figure out is, can we actually determine if AI was used in these scams? And what we've seen is that the number of cases of AI reports in scams has actually increased. So it's increased from 28 back in, I think that was 2021, all the way to 577. But because, as I mentioned before, as we know, scams and frauds is on the rise in and of itself, the percentage of overall scams remains pretty solid. That AI-enabled scams and fraud remain at about 0.9%, which is still quite small. But again, as we see the rise, we see the use of this increasing as well. In fact, it's a 20-time increase since 2023. So there's a bit of a question of how much of that is the tip of the iceberg, or how much of this is a trend that we're going to see to come. The scam landscape is shifting online. So one thing that we notice is the use of phone for scams is actually decreasing, as we see web and social and email on the rise. This is important because we think that the likelihood of AI to be used in those types of scams is actually far more likely than in the phone scams. And so while I want to be careful not to draw a correlation necessarily between the decrease in phone scams and the increase of online scams, there's a high likelihood that they are in fact related. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the phishing is on the rise. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. So what we're seeing is that while phishing share is on the rise, especially after we see that AI becoming broadly available has gone up, one thing that we did see in the data from both AARP and Better Business Bureau is that phishing scams are not actually increasing as much, according to the reports that we were getting from elderly Americans. But what we are finding is, of course, AI augmented phishing is in fact more convincing. And again, whether this is because of translation tools or the use of AI to increase the targeting, we have seen that they are more convincing in their nature, in large part because of the way they're able to connect with their audience in a way that is maybe harder for them to have done before. So again, when we talk about the hype versus what the reality is, we're questioning always how much the hype matches the reality. And the truth is, one of the areas that you hear a lot about, and I mentioned it before, is this idea of imposter scams, the grandchild who has called their grandparent and it's not actually them. Using AI, we were able to go through the data to try and figure out how often those sort of relationships were actually connected. And it's actually quite infrequent. And so again, we want to be careful not to say, oh, you guys don't need to worry about AI and deepfakes, because in fact, there's a high likelihood that that will become more normal in the future. But right now, we're just not seeing it in the data. We're not seeing that these imposter scams of grandchildren, of families, are actually what they're dealing with. And we saw the same thing from the Better Business Bureau data as well. So we looked at both AARP for this as well as Better Business Bureau. But imposter scams are increasingly or remain to be the main way that older Americans are targeted with scams. And imposter, just to be clear, does not necessarily mean a family relationship. Imposter can be a business or someone they think that they know. In fact, the number of actual family relationships, as I mentioned, is not actually that frequent, but the number of imposter scams are actually used quite a lot for older Americans. As I mentioned, you don't necessarily need to have an actual relationship with the person for it to be an imposter scam. So we've seen that imitating a business, which is of concern to businesses like Microsoft, because ours is often the brand that is being used to try and trick people into engaging. The imposter can be a business that they're familiar with, a brand that they trust. So scam failure rates are actually increasing after we saw a dip back in 2024. We don't know exactly what causes this. I want to be careful not to infer causation, but it could be related to scammers using newly released products and people not being prepared for them. It could be that some of the education efforts have actually been successful. Again, we don't want to be too sure about why we're seeing that drop, but that is an interesting stat that we want to keep paying closer attention to. Okay, so just a few key insights, which we've already essentially established, which is, look, fraud patterns are shifting. They're moving to text-based, away from phone. That's what we're seeing, which means that AI is more likely to be used and it's gonna be a lot harder to detect. We know that the back-end use of AI likely outpaces the victim-facing AI, with fraud patterns shifting to text-based modalities. Public awareness should continue to be a focus on the highest impact risk categories, such as phishing and business impersonation, and cautiously avoid overhyping the sort of deep fake concerns that people continue to have out there, or those family scams. And then thoughtful education and policy are needed, really, to direct resources where they can have the greatest effect. Okay, so those are some of the insights that we have so far, but the rest of the conversation is going to be a lot more interesting, because that's when you're going to hear from the experts talking about where we go from here. And so where do we go from here? One thing is, we know that the onus cannot always fall on the individual. We do not want to focus on the person who's being scammed. There's a lot that can be said, and we'll get to it when we talk about some of the education elements, but we recognize that this is one of those things where we need a defense in depth approach. So first and foremost, we're going to start, oh, am I not going backwards? First and foremost, we're going to start talking about policy and legislation. What can governments do? This is an area where we need to have shared responsibilities, and there is a role for governments around the world on this. So we're going to be joined by Jenny Katzman, who's on our government affairs team, along with Stephen Masada, who leads our digital crimes unit. And they're going to have a conversation about what legislation and policies are out there to get a sense of what that landscape looks like. And then we're going to shift into disruption. Disruption is an area where essentially the bad guys are being held accountable. I will say, having had some conversations at like an AARP conference and a few other places with some victims, they get very angry when they think that the onus is on them to protect themselves. They get very frustrated and they're like, what are you all doing to stop the bad guys who are starting this? And so disruption is a critical component to ensuring that we're all tackling this issue together. So we'll have a conversation between both Stephen Masada and then James Silver of DOJ to talk about what disruption looks like. We're then going to talk a little bit about what it looks like to collaborate across companies, share data, create a better product safety environment. And for that, we're going to have Chris Compton from our own CFAR team and Abigail Bishop of Amazon. And they're going to talk about what it's like to share information and work on product safety, because that's also a critical component as technology companies. We have a role to play in stopping fraud and scams as well. And then, as I mentioned, we're going to round it out with Lisa Rappel on the Microsoft team, as well as Alex Glazerbrook at the Older Adults Technology Services, which is part of AARP's education arm. And they're going to talk about some effective uses of education. Essentially, how do you reach out to people who are likely targets of scams? How do you work with them on making sure that they are able to protect themselves? And then again, what are the obligations of other organizations in that space as well? And then we will shift over after that to a final session, if we have time, to talk a little bit about how we're also seeing AI used as a defender against scams and frauds, because as much as it is weaponized in this space, it can be a tool as well. And so we'll spend some time talking about that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues who are going to start with policy and legislation.
Hi, all. My name is Jenny Katzman. As Jeanine said, I'm with Microsoft's Government Affairs team.
And I'm Stephen Masada. Now I see what Jenny was dealing with. My name is Stephen Masada. I'm the head of the Digital Crimes Unit at Microsoft.
Great. And so Jeanine, I think, laid this out really nicely. And we're here to talk about the legislation and policy. Now, you obviously heard a little bit about that earlier today when we had the representatives talking about what they're doing on the caucus. But we've also have been working for the last year and a half plus.
Is that all? It seems like longer.
It's Microsoft years, longer. But we've been working for the last year and a half on legislation related to this issue. And just to sort of give some background on how that all came about, Microsoft has long had a history of wanting to be responsible in the online ecosystem and protecting its users, particularly its most vulnerable users. In lots of different spaces beyond the fraud space and the child sexual abuse material, we helped to put together a photo DNA along with Dartmouth College back in 2009, which is a technology used to detect and to remove child sexual abuse material. It's now licensed all over the world. But so we have a long history of wanting to protect our users and to be good citizens digitally. And so when AI or generative AI first really jumped in on the scene with ChatGPT in November of 2022, we were already proactively thinking about, technology and AI particularly, we are super optimistic about. We know it's going to do really great things. It already is, but understanding that all technology in the hands of bad actors is susceptible to really bad things. And I think we've heard today some really poignant examples of that. And so in February of 2024, our president, Brad Smith, laid out 6 areas that would lead to a comprehensive strategy for combating AI-generated harms. And there's 6 areas on there. One of those areas was modernized policy and legislation, realizing that, you want to take a tailored approach to this issue, but you also need to sometimes with new technology have new legislation. And so we worked together on a white paper that was launched this summer of 2024 called How to Protect the Public from Abusive AI-Generated Content. And there were 4 harms particularly highlighted in there, and one was financial fraud. And we realized when we were doing this that in a lot of the other areas, we were able to endorse legislation. But in the financial fraud space, we didn't see anything at the time. Little do we know, if we waited a year and a half, maybe we would have seen more. But we didn't see anything at the time that really we felt addressed the issue. So we wanted to go about trying to address it. And so, Stephen, you want to talk a little bit about what we decided was after talking to a number of stakeholders and people in the field, what we thought would be a responsible way to do this.
Sure. I mean, everyone knows that fraud and scams are as old as time, right? And we're not going to legislate our way out of fraud and scams. We're not going to arrest our way out of fraud and scams, but we can put a dent in the ecosystem. We can degrade their abilities. And here at Microsoft, as evidenced by what we're discussing here today, we try to take a comprehensive approach. It's not simply just disruption. It's not simply just education. It's not simply just legislation. It's taking all of those tools and adding them to a toolkit. Some of the data that we've heard even during the conference here today, it's staggering. I think the number in the original session was what, 420 something, $22 billion lost to fraud and scams. I think that's right. I see people nodding. I'm a former trial attorney, so I like to try to put that in context, right? Because at some level, at some point, numbers lose meaning, right? That's a big number. So 422 million, that's approximately the GDP of the country of Denmark. To put that into perspective, that's the current valuation of companies like Netflix and Costco. $420 billion is basically the annual revenue of Apple. Like, that's a huge, staggering amount of money. So when when Jenny and I approached this from the legislative angle, we looked at what worked and we looked at examples. So we took the example of the Truth in Caller ID Act, which is, I guess, an act that was passed to prevent robocalling. Some of you may have recalled the, I guess, story about the voice cloning of Joe Biden around the New Hampshire primary. Sometime in January, shortly before the primary, I think 2 days, an individual named Steve Kramer, I remember his name because he has the same name as me. He sent out over 1,000 robocalls, voice cloning Joe Biden, basically encouraging them to not vote, to save their vote for the general election, which of course had some material impact. Well, the FCC used the Truth in Caller ID Act to impose a staggering fine on him. I believe it was $6 million, which had a material impact. There was also criminal proceedings initiated against him as well. So when we were thinking of what worked, we looked at that as a model. We worked with outside counsel. We talked to, countless. Jenny and I have had this conversation dozens of times, talked to numerous stakeholders in civil society, in government, in industry, because again, as we've heard here today, scams, that's a bipartisan issue. Nobody is pro-scam. And so what we did is we modeled a proposed legislation, which we've called the
AI Fraud Prevention Act,
which again brings together, it's not simply a criminal tool, because again, that's important. My friend here, James Silver from DOJ, will appreciate this, but it also provides what I think is actually the meat of this proposed legislation, is it provides civil remedies for the FTC and states' attorney generals to prevent citizens or their residents when they encounter actors who engage in bad conduct, fraud that utilize artificial intelligence. Now, what does this statute do, or what does this proposed legislation do? Well, I think it does a few things. First, it adds clarity. So again, what folks in industry are worried about, for example, is this patchwork of legislation that we get, different definitions. What does deep fake mean? So this proposed legislation, for example, creates a uniform definition of deep fake, so everyone's under the same understanding on what it entails. Also, individual states attorney generals, they have what's called UDAP laws, that protects individuals and residents that engage in commerce. But those differ across all states. They criminalize, or I'm sorry, they prohibit different activities, and they provide different relief for violations. So this act again would create a consistent law that could be utilized by FTCs, but also states attorney generals to again create enjoin activity, but also seek monetary relief on behalf of their residents. This act also provides clarity, because again, it also specifically carved out from what is prohibited by this legislation, good faith attempts to train, to develop artificial intelligence. And it directs the FTC within 6 months of passage to create even further clarity about what is and isn't permissible under this law. And finally, I think it adds flexibility. right? There are criminal laws that exist, wire fraud, bank fraud, you name it, that could be used in this space when bad actors utilize deepfake technology. But this is simply another tool in the toolkit for criminal prosecutors. Because as you know, as I know as a former prosecutor, as James knows, sometimes what those prosecutors need, what those agents need, FBI or Secret Service, you name it, federal law enforcement, what they need is different routes to hold bad actors accountable based on the available evidence. So again, I think this legislation tries to take a comprehensive approach to a very complicated problem.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. That was a really great overview of the bill, which we are expecting to be introduced very soon on a bicameral and bipartisan basis. We think this month, possibly even as soon as next week. So stay tuned. Hopefully it will be out very soon for you all to read. But if you have any questions about it, we're always happy to answer any questions after the session too. But we're thinking about what will actually pass in Congress. I know there's often a lot of concern that things will not pass, but we've seen in this Congress a template of something passing, right? So I think on the slide that Jeannie had up earlier, it had the Take It Down Act down. And for those of you who don't know, that was a bill to combat AI-generated non-consensual intimate imagery. Some people refer to it as like deepfake pornography, right? And that had a lot of bipartisan support. I can't remember the exact vote in each the House and Senate, but I think there were just a few people that did not vote for it. And obviously it was signed into law by the president. And so what we've learned from that is that bipartisan bills that are narrowly tailored, that don't try to do everything, are the ones that are more likely to pass. And we think like the Take It Down Act, like something like non-consensual intimate imagery, that also, it doesn't have, red or blue on it, that fraud, AI-generated fraud, is something that everybody can get behind. We think this is a proposal that we are working on that also can generate lots of support because it doesn't try to do everything. And not that comprehensive bills are a bad thing, but in this type of Congress, they're probably unlikely to succeed. And so we hope you will stay tuned and that you will follow this bill when it comes out. And if you're here with any organization that addresses this issue, a company, we'd love to have your support on it too. So I'm going to turn it back over to Stephen for the next part of this. Thank you.
Is that on? Welcome. Absolutely.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Stephen and my Microsoft colleagues for inviting me this afternoon. I had some slides that kind of cover the IC3.gov data, but I think I'm going to focus really on a question that, from the DOJ perspective is close to my heart and maybe where I can add the most to the discussion, which is what disruption looks like when we're talking about cybercrime and cyber-enabled scams. To echo some of what previous commenters, including Stephen, said, scams aren't going to go away. And as I am a prosecutor, as I'm focused on charges and arrests, I don't harbor illusions that I can charge and arrest scammers and that will be done with it. It's more a question of what we can do to increase trust, to give consumers and citizens confidence that their government is acting appropriately and energetically to lower these threats and make them manageable. And so when it comes to cyber-enabled scams and AI-enabled scams, I, based on my time in the department, it's been almost 20 years now. It's really it's a fascinating array of different scam cultures and local scams. And scams, there are entire scam cities in Romania that are engaged in particular types of scams, selling non-existent cars on eBay. We're getting a lot of attention now to the Southeast Asia-based scam centers, which are really multidisciplinary in many ways and using AI in a variety of ways. We see tech support scams coming out of a number of regions, especially including India. And so each of those, for me, presents a different problem set and a different set of tools that we use to try and bring these scam challenges under control. I think that one of the issues that we grapple with here is, given the foreign nexus of a lot of these organizations, how do we bring local law enforcement into play as part of a partnership? We obviously have to be tracking sovereignty concerns. We want to make sure that we are not leaning too hard on the other country, basically, trying to push them around. It has to be respectful, but also highly coordinated. And that's an area where we're often going to work. We at DOJ will work with FBI legal attaches or legats, also HSI, Secret Service. Many federal law enforcement agencies have personnel deployed in those countries who are sitting right in the middle of those critical law enforcement relationships. We also have at DOJ our Office of International Affairs with expertise on things like extraditions, deportations, expulsions, the various legal mechanisms you would use to move a defendant lawfully between countries. So the foreign nexus of these scam centers is really going to influence the approach. But when we talk about disruption and AI specifically, I think that we are we're thinking about a number of things. We're thinking about what technologies are they using? How can we work with providers that may be providing those technologies to control that illicit use? And how can we do so in a way that works for that business, but also has an impact on the bad actors? I think that we see criminals using AI the same way that legitimate business people do, and I think also that as I look across the different kinds of crime that I oversee the prosecution of, whether it's ransomware, counterfeiting, trade secret theft, scams, increasingly, scams are labor intensive. When we talk about earning someone's trust or winning someone's trust, that emphasizes in our language that it's a lot of work to do that. And AI makes that so much easier. That distance to establishing trust has shortened immensely, and previous speakers have explained how. So these are some of the figures from IC3 that I mentioned, and I think that for me this is it's a tidal wave that we're increasingly concerned about, and I don't want to hype up the AI element of it too much, but I do attribute some of these increases to the increased efficiencies available from AI. For those who don't know, and I know IC3 has been discussed previously in the conference, this is an FBI-led platform, IC3.gov, that ingests complaints not only from the US, but actually from around the world. So while I'm going to express envy for Stephen's discussion of Microsoft's telemetry, this is something that the government has that ingests complaints, and we try to point people to this. And I want to credit FBI for doing a lot of work to make this easier to use, so that if you are hit by a scam or a crime, you go in, you get a much more modern interface that leads you to the fields that you're asked to enter into. If you want to go next slide. I want to point out here that the types of crime that are causing the most loss. I think we can easily imagine how AI is figuring into these with the investment scams. We see AI being used to personalize approaches. There's a great UNODC report on emerging threats from September 2025 that speaks about AI in particular and points out how the actors are using AI to make much more personalized, bespoke, compelling pitches, and they can prepare it for certain victim audiences. In the case of investment fraud, even using AI buzzwords to make the investment seem more compelling. But a variety of different kinds of investment fraud, and we're seeing the use of AI to surmount that language barrier, to appear to be sufficiently fluent in English to basically be able to start up that conversation, make that pitch, and keep it going until there is a bite on the hook. So obviously, the connection between BEC and deepfakes has been well documented, and we're tracking that as well. I think if you want to go to the next one. I think that for me, what I'm seeing really is that the distance to trust, I'll call it, is just very much shortened, and that is something that I think in part is based on our reliance in certain methods of authentication. And I think the pandemic drove us into some of these methods of authentication, where you have a digital process of building trust. And I think that now, I'm not a regulator, a prosecutor, but I think now we are starting to rethink the limitations of that. Obviously, it brings enormous benefits to society, but it also creates some risks that now, as generative AI becomes more mature, we're seeing some of the limitations of these systems. I'll point out KYC, for those who don't know, maybe it's know your customer requirements. The ability to prove for FinCEN purposes, that's the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, that you are who you say you are. This is intended as an anti-money laundering control. We're seeing AI being used to circumvent those controls and to provide a convincing dupe that you are, claiming to be one person and fooling the bank, but in fact, you're somebody else. Concretely, it's using AI to create a compelling fake ID, a compelling fake photo, et cetera. So, back to the disruption. I mean, the playbook for me is laid out here pretty well. We charge when we can. We go after the people, the money, the assets, whether it's online infrastructure, domains, whatever we can. But really welcome the discussion of the new bill because civil actions by private parties may play a really important role here. And what we can do as prosecutors, and I've worked in-house before, we can manage parallel cases and we can share information and we can find ways to allow a criminal prosecution and a civil action to both proceed where the courts are aware of each other. We can share information, pause here, pause there to coordinate. It's interesting that I know this from prior practice, but when a defendant takes the fifth in a criminal case, that can be used against them in a civil case. So there are things that actually can intersect and advance both. Technical disruptions of criminal infrastructure. We have the ability to do a number of things in that front, going after infrastructure. It depends on what the infrastructure is. My section's been involved in things like seizing back cryptocurrency from ransomware actors. It just depends on what we learn about the actors, but actually seizing back cryptocurrency is within our realm as well. OFAC sanctions. I've bolded the last three because I really think that the emphasis on foreign partners, working with those countries, understanding their authorities, finding like-minded prosecutors and agents who are willing to perhaps take our evidence and drive forward in their jurisdictions is critical. And public messaging and awareness. That's part of why I'm here. I think that tailored messages, cautious messages to educate the public about the risks. And I think specifying them to the types of fraud that they may be most at a risk of. I think that, the anti-fraud message has to be tailored to different audiences because we see major differences in the victim sets, whether it's romance fraud, investment fraud, IT fraud, or whatever. But over to you, Stephen.
Thanks, James. So let's I'll give you some examples of disruptions that we've done here at Microsoft. Again, hopefully folks here in the audience are familiar with the DCU or the Digital Crimes Unit, the team that I have the privilege of leading. But we're effectively the team here at Microsoft that takes our unique visibility and figures out ways to disrupt and degrade cyber threat actors operating online. And that applies to nation state actors, traditional cybercrime threat actors, as well as people operating in the fraud and scam space. And we do that in a few ways. We do that just similar to James's slide. We do that through civil actions, the actions we take ourselves. We do it through partnerships with law enforcement, providing criminal referrals, information about attribution, helping identify crypto wallets and servers. We also work with external partners. We've done disruptions against fraud groups in partnership with Amazon, in coordination with foreign law enforcement. So that's some of the things that we do. So I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the actions that we've done against actors or threat actors that have been abusing artificial intelligence technologies when tools become weapons. Again, what James mentioned our visibility. He's not going to be envious of our slide, which apparently converted to some weird formatting. But again, Microsoft, of course, has a really broad landscape. We have a wide array of products and services and users, over billions of users in every continent across the globe. That gives us a unique visibility, a vantage point that enables us to see cyber threat activity probably like no other entity on Earth. While you can't see it here, we like to talk about, we see 100 trillion security signals per day. That's what traverses our network. And with the assistance of artificial intelligence and 34,000 full-time security engineers, we're monitoring those threats in order to help, alert customers or governments when we see threat actor activity, to help increase the security of our products and services. And from a DCU perspective, identify opportunities for us to take proactive action in order to disrupt and hopefully dismantle certain threat groups that pose risk to our customers. The DCU's mission is pretty simple: lead the fight against crime, cybercrime, and to protect customers. That's it. So again, how is AI impacting cybercrime? James mentioned it. Jeanine mentioned it. It's a productivity tool. Bad actors. They're some of the most opportunistic people on planet Earth, especially in the cyberspace, and they're using these productivity tools just as we are to accelerate their activity, to increase their efficacy. Why is it important in the world of cybercrime? Because AI lowers the bar of entry, or lowers the bar for cybercriminal actors. Less sophisticated people are able to do more sophisticated things. AI expands the playing field for cybercrime actors. Again, it increases the speed, scale, and automation of cyber attacks, and it allows the cyber threat actors to focus on the more different aspects of their crimes, while leaving AI to handle the more of the mundane parts of their activity that's necessary, like basic research or content generation, similar to how we write emails in our daily work. We see AI use. We talked about impersonation attacks. We see them use it in malware development or vulnerability testing. Obviously, social engineering, and of course, we see AI, generative AI, being used to just generate bad content, celebrity deepfakes. We've heard of, I know nobody likes the term, but like revenge porn for extortion reasons, stuff of that nature. This is how we see bad actors using generative AI. How good is AI? I always like to pose a test to the audience. One of these images is real and one is generated through AI technology. I mean, folks can guess. Just 4 millennials hanging out at a coffee shop. So the one on, I guess both our rights is actually an AI generated image based on the first. But again, we made a very mundane, benign image, but you can see how by using a real image, you could quite easily create content that looks photorealistic. So we're going to talk about 2 cases that we've taken, 2 actions the DCU has taken recently. The first is called what we call FizzDog, but it's a group that we track internally, formally as Storm 2139, but I'm going to call it FizzDog because the leader of the group was an individual that went by the handle Fizz. So this all arose from an incident that we detected just in June of 2024. And we, again, it was a security incident in the sense that we saw actors accessing some of our enterprise customers' accounts. And this group, what we discovered was very clever. They realized that, again, AI services can be expensive unless you steal them. And also that consumer AI services have a lot of safety and safety guardrails built in. So you can't do certain things or they'll be detected and stopped. However, like most companies on the enterprise side, enterprise customers have a little bit more flexibility to toggle their settings, their security, because it's up to them what they're using the AI services for. Perhaps they're testing, perhaps they're building models. And so in the AI sense, there's a little bit more flexibility to do things that you can never do on the consumer side. And that's what we saw these actors doing, developing tools that scrape the internet for exposed keys that allow them to get into Microsoft customer accounts, spin up these generative Azure OpenAI services, and then basically sell access to any buyer to create whatever generative content that they want. Importantly, this was not a Microsoft issue. They had these groups had similar tools for all the major generative AI companies out there. So as we'll talk about a little bit today, by we identified the group. We ultimately identified some actors, but in January, well, actually December, but unsealed in January, we filed an action to again disrupt them, to seize their the website that they use to collaborate with one another. We also then utilized the discovery process that the U.S. federal courts gave us access to then serve discovery on some of our partners, including Amazon, who provided valuable intelligence that helped us solidify our attribution, which we were able to identify, I would say, a dozen or more individuals who are part of this transnational group. We ultimately used our discretion, as you'll see, to name a few of them. And of course, we partner with law enforcement, and we provided very extensive referrals to Europol and to the FBI in March of this year. So again, who were targeted by this type of activity? We talked about impersonation attacks. We talked about KYC bypasses. These are significant for crypto. They're significant for financial institutions. They're significant if you're LinkedIn. They're significant if you're Amazon and you're and folks are spinning up new accounts on the marketplace or on the cloud services side. And so we analyzed the data that we were able to collect, and we saw thousands and thousands of images. Some were mundane and some were not. So we focused on, for the purposes of our lawsuit, the ones that were not. And who were targeted? Women, celebrities. We all have read a lot and heard a lot about deep fake, celebrity nude shots and stuff like that. These are all included in the set that in the evidence that we collected. Underrepresented groups, people with generative AI. Some people just want to create really horrible things. And of course, we saw this group targeting minors and children, some of the most vulnerable people out there. Oh, so here are some examples of some of the prompts that we collected as part of our evidence. So again, we filed a civil complaint in December. Again, our legal basis was violations are terms of service. Also standard intrusion because they were accessing accounts without authorization. We used RICO charges, again, because this is a group who are located all across the globe, but collaborating, serving different roles in order to develop and sell these tools, and then use these tools to make bad content for use in other cyber campaigns, whatever their customers wanted. And again, what we did is we seized their main domain, and we then sent out discovery in order to solidify our attribution. So what did we see? So we at the DCU at Microsoft, we also in some ways act like investigators. We have undercover accounts on some of the main message boards, and here too we had infiltrated their main messaging board and was able to track what the conversation was and what the dialogue was leading up to the action, and also after we filed an action. And what did we see? Originally, as soon as we filed the initial action, which again was John Doe, so it was Microsoft versus John Doe, unknown defendants. We saw them respond very boldly, very defiantly, very brazenly. Hey, Microsoft, kiss my, very defiant, that as if they are going to persevere despite the efforts of Microsoft. We also saw them dox some of our team. They actually found the attorneys that were assigned to the case. The top photo is Richard Boscovich, an attorney on DCU, and actually provided in the message boards information about him, his contact information, his personal email, stuff of that nature. And the photos below are our outside counsel. But you can see how these groups operated when we initially did our John Doe action. But what you also learned is there's a saying in the United States, of course, and I say in the United States because I said this abroad once and everyone looked at me like that's not a saying, but there's no loyalty among thieves, right? And that's what you saw. Certain people in the message boards appreciated that, we were close at their heels, and they used ironically, the information provided through the doxing to provide information about the group, about some of the actors in the group, which again solidified what we were seeing. And I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed up here. And again, what we did in the end of February is we filed a amended complaint naming 4 of the key developers, identifying them by name, and also providing this information to law enforcement in referrals. So all of these individuals you can see are located in various countries around the world, but the key developers behind this operation. We were still in those message boards after we filed the amended complaint, identifying people not so bold, not so defiant, not so brazen any longer. Again, truly having a deterrent effect. We saw folks saying, "Oh my gosh, this is actually over. They must be in this message board. I don't want to go to jail." Things of that nature. But the good news is, since we took this action, seized their infrastructure, this group, this operation has effectively ceased operation altogether. So this was a disruption and a dismantling. I'm going to give you one last example because, again, it relates to generative AI and how it's used in the fraud and scam space specifically. Everyone's familiar with tech support fraud scams. They target elderly individuals. I say elderly, but maybe I'm getting closer to falling in that category. But effectively, people cold call. They send. They have fake ads. They do pop-ups, and they basically convince people that there's something wrong with their computer, and to ultimately get in contact, share either pay money, but ultimately give access to their devices, which then that access is then used to upload additional malware, steal credit cards, steal retirement funds. So what we saw recently in partnership with one of our partners, the NPA, the Japanese National Police, and another organization out there, is that tech support started to spike in Japan. Historically, TSF has targeted English-speaking countries. I think historically, America, UK, were the countries with a lot of money. Japan has not experienced this until recently, and we saw this massive spike in TSF attacks attacking Japanese, again, predominantly older individuals. And they shared data with us proactively, and the DCU investigators in partnership with our Mystic team was able to identify one particular group based in India, a whole fraud syndicate that was behind this operation. And how did they do it? How did a group in India effectively attack victims in Japan? The answer was generative AI. We discovered that they were using AI to research their victims, to develop all the content for their pop-ups, and significantly to do translation services. So they were developing their content in English and then translating it into perfect Japanese, which again raised the efficacy rate of these attacks to rates that you don't see in the United States. So ultimately what happened is this is one of those instances where we worked in close collaboration with external partners. We actually brought together India's CBI, their Central Bureau of Investigation, and Japan's NPA, who had never worked together before, put them in a room, built this connective tissue, and ultimately in May, they obviously did their own investigation, expanded and built upon it, and ultimately took action in May of this year, where they conducted raids at 19 different locations, not just call centers, but all the way up the chain to the facilitators operating in India. They arrested 6 and seized a bunch of infrastructure. I like to end on this chart because I think it shows the impact of disruptions. This chart shows the number of tech support fraud complaints filed with the NPA over the course of May 2025 through the date May 30th, the date we took the action, where the complaint level went to 0. Now, since then, we've asked for updates. There have been more TSF complaints, but they are in the 10 and lower range per day, nowhere near the 70 plus range. These were hitting at its peak. So this is an example of, again, through public-private partnerships, how we can disrupt actors misusing artificial intelligence. We use AI too. I know I'm over time, so we use AI too as defenders. It's not only a weapon, it's a tool. I won't go into it because I know we're out of time, and I'm going to end with thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, this is so cool. Can you hear me?
It's kind of neat.
Oh, that's
Digging
so
it.
neat. Okay.
So I'm Chris Compton. I'm from the Central Fraud and Abuse Risk team here at Microsoft, and our job is to protect the company, our services, and our customers. And one of the things that was really, really important for us to talk about here is the idea of collaboration across the entire ecosystem. And this is really a thing that, it's why we're all here, right? This is why this venue exists, because we want to collaborate. For many, many years, Microsoft has said, we don't compete on security. It's not a differentiating advantage for us. It's not something that we think, well, we can be secure. And there's some practical, ethical reasons for that. But also, essentially, if we said, well, we compete on security, what we're saying is it's totally cool. When we go camping, we don't have to outrun the bear because we just have to outrun our friend. And then the friend gets eaten, we're fine. Which doesn't work for a bunch of reasons, not least of which is that there are enough bears for everyone. So we can't outrun all the bears unless we work together. And so one of the really important collaborations we've had at Microsoft has been with Amazon. And Stephen talked a bit just now about some of the more practical things. But we really wanted to kind of talk about how that's been possible, how we're using AI along those lines, and where we think we're going with it. So with that, I guess I want to throw it to you and get your opinion from an Amazonian perspective.
Yeah, I wish I had a good bear story to tell here to kick things off, but no, I was struck by some of the numbers that Stephen cited, just from Microsoft's perspective, thinking about 100 trillion signals a year. That's a huge number. I was like, a day. All right, so let's break that down, right? Like even further, like that is incredible, right? And so you think about just the volume of those data and trying to compare notes. Like I can't keep 5 things in my head, let alone 100 trillion on a daily basis. And so just the importance of leveraging AI to distill sort of the signals from the noise, pick up on patterns, and ensure that we are able to meet the challenge of the scale of what we're up against. And the use of AI is just absolutely paramount in that. And I don't have a bear analogy. I have an elephant one. I just thought of. I'm going to throw that in there. Please. Okay, here we go. But if you think about sort of the role of collaboration when it comes to information sharing and leveraging AI, you think about all of us, Microsoft and Amazon. We're looking sort of at an elephant through a straw, right? And if you think about that, we're able to see just a little piece of this massive behemoth of a challenge we're up against. And so it's important we kind of string our straws together to see more of the elephant.
Absolutely. And I think this is really a key thing we're finding as we share. What we find is that terrible things that hit your network come from our network sometimes, and vice versa. And so we've got this ability to, string our straws together, to see the elephant all up, to get the whole visibility on it. Part of what's made that possible, at least for us, is AI. We talk a lot about some of the very scary things that AI can do around deep fakes, around advanced things, and we talk about some of the really amazing things we can do around detection, seeing new patterns that we could never see before. But a lot of the value for us really is just force multiplication. It's scale. It's a problem I know we've had with data sharing in the past, where you get kind of one of two things. You either get kind of really fluffy statements of loose types of threats that I can't really do anything with, or I get buried in so much data that we can't get through it and we can't find anything, and we're just overrun and it falls to bits. And now, with this constant scaling, and we've seen all of these numbers, fraud is growing. It's a bigger problem year over year. I don't know about the rest of you. My staff is certainly not growing linearly with the problem.
Amazon, we have an internal value around frugality and doing more with less, and so yes, we are.
Yeah. I'd love to go to my CFO and say, "Hey, I need this many more people." I wouldn't finish the sentence before I was escorted from the room, I suspect. And so really that's one of the huge, just really practical things is now I can take one of my investigators and I can give them a team of AI agents to support them, to help them. You know, AI is not, you know, I wouldn't begin to want to replace the expertise of my experts on the subject. But instead, what I can do is I can save their brain power, their time for the things that only they can do. So the things that we can have a machine do, we must have a machine do, because machines are frankly much cheaper than these people. And so if I can really save them for the things that they're really good at, they're really specialized at, that is hugely important for us. And that's what allows us to share this kind of information at this scale, I think.
Yeah, I think it's so important to call out that AI is not a one-for-one with human capabilities. You have certain things that AI is really good at. But you know what? AI doesn't build relationships. They don't feel out a room. They don't necessarily see sort of the energy that's being expressed from one human being to another. And in my panel earlier today, and even in this session, you know, we're talking about collaboration and the human role in being able to trust each other. Even Amazon, Microsoft, right? Like we have co-opetition in the house here. You know, there are absolutely things that our expert investigators here at Amazon would do exceptionally well. And we could never replace with AI, thank God.
No. And to think that, again, one of the things that enables our relationship is that we have our investigators who call your investigators, and vice versa. And, you know, I will also, I suppose, add the call to the room here that we want to be more reliant on sharing data. We want to, again, work together on this giant elephant of a problem you know, I know we're both investing heavily in, for example, the global signal exchange and some of the directions there. Because essentially one of the things we've found is that attackers are not brand loyal. You know, I've yet to see any attackers that, oh, well, I'm really, you know, Microsoft, they're the ones to defraud. We won't bother with Amazon. It's a great platform. But ultimately, we see this thing, and given the opportunity to work collectively, I think that's really going to be one of the things. I know Kelly from our company and a few others are talking about, can we win the war on AI? And the answer I would say is that it's not a matter of winning the war on AI or winning the war with AI. It's simply a matter of we're all trying to work together to stop fraud. Whole bunch of fraudsters are working together to stop us.
Yeah. I think you know, one of the things that I've found is often sort of leapt over and not called out as explicitly as maybe we should, is that the good news is that, like you were saying, collaboration is happening already. We are already sharing information in many ways, whether it's between organizations or through platforms like the Global Signal Exchange, but also with law enforcement and others. So the information exchange is already happening. It needs to happen more, and information exchange is only as valuable as it is useful. And so when I look at something like the Global Signal Exchange, which I think has tremendous promise and is making huge strides possible, we have a lot of work yet to do on the Global Signal Exchange. And I'm looking over there because all those people are on that side of the room. So everybody kind of give them the eye. They can feel it from across the curtain there. But the Global Signal Exchange, as fantastic as it is and as excited as we are about it, is in its infancy. We have to leverage the Global Signal Exchange, continue to get people plugged in to use it. and develop really compelling use cases and proof points of what results are possible coming out of the global signal exchange. It's just a tool.
Well, and so much it's a tool,
which I
and
love, but
the
also
merit is what we do with it, right?
Correct.
You know, it's the tool doesn't fix it.
Correct.
The tool doesn't solve it. We absolutely could fumble it and get no value out of it. I don't think we're going to, and it's because at the end of the day, what we want is practical action. We want to be able to kick bad people off of our network. We want to be able to take the lessons we learn and improve our sources. We've had, great cases where data sharing has exposed vulnerabilities we had that were previously unknown in Microsoft's systems. And we say, well, oh gosh, how are you seeing? Oh my gosh, you're seeing it because we're open. Oh, wow. And we had to scramble and patch things. And that's only possible because of the sharing. But the focus on not the tool, not the technology, not the vector, but fundamentally that someone is attempting to steal from our customers and harm our customers, and we're attempting to stop them. That, I think, is what makes all of this go.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the models that I think is incredibly promising, that if you have not heard of it yet or are interested in plugging in on this front, is the National Elder Fraud Coordination Center. And that's led by a guy who's sitting on that stage over there, named Brady Finta. But that is just a really exciting model when it comes to collaboration and information sharing. You have this organization that's actually embedded within the NCFTA, for those who are familiar, and there is a direct connection of law enforcement to private companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Walmart, Google, AARP, others, who are all sharing information through secure channels in all the responsible ways, but building those cases, as Stephen said, putting those cases together to help enforcement sort of do their job more quickly and go after bad actors at scale. So highly encourage you all to check out that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm getting the we're about out of time signal. Anything you want to add from Amazon's perspective?
I've said it several times, but I will just underscore, technology is just a piece of the solution here. It's incredibly important, the role of AI, the role of facilitating information sharing, distilling those signals through what can be a very noisy space. But the human component and the working together cannot be undervalued. We have tremendous ways to go. We are a group of the willing. There are many people who are not here today who also need to be on this journey with us. And so I would just sort of pose a challenge and encourage all of you in this room and those who are joining online to continue to push for more collaboration, more opportunities to work together to see the full elephant.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, for all of the sharing that's already happened, all the partnership, thank you to Amazon, thank you to GSC and GASA, and to all the people in the audience we know we're already working with. It really is a function together. And so we're very happy to be on this journey with you.
Great. Thanks all.
All right, Alex, we get to round out the discussion today talking about public awareness. So as we think about these different layers of solutions, layers of ways of disrupting and mitigating fraud, public awareness is the one that maybe outside of this building is the one that's certainly relevant to the vast majority of people who are concerned. And it's been a pleasure, Alex, to work with you, to work with Oates for the past year and a half. I know as the technology-focused training arm associated with the AARP, you guys are on the front lines, talking with older adults, getting a sense of what's top of mind. So set the scene for us. When you're out talking with older adults, what are they thinking about AI? What's top of mind?
Well, first thing, my headshot looks like AI, but I I used to have hair and I need a new headshot. So that's the first thing I'll start with. Yeah, I mean, I think fraud and scams have always been a huge part of the work we do. You know, OATS, Older Adults Technology Services from AARP. We've been around for 20 years working at the intersection of aging and technology. And one of the premier issues that older adults have always been worried about since we started doing this work in 2004 was protecting themselves online. It's a perennial hot topic for us and always has been. But I think what we're seeing now with the advent of AI and its kind of rapid development is that the efficiency at which scams and fraud can be perpetuated is much quicker. Older adults fall victim to frauds and scam much more frequently than their younger counterparts. And when we actually did a survey, and I took some notes so I could mention them here. We did a survey of 1,500 older adults. The average age was about 76. And we asked them, what are the top 3 things you're worrying about in regards to AI? And the top 3 things were fraud and scams, misinformation, and personal privacy and security. So when you ask someone who's, you know, let's say an average age of 76, those are the top 3 things they're worried about. But then to counter that, there's also a lot of excitement. So we also ask people, what are you excited about with AI? And what do you think it could do for you in your life as you age? People are really excited just to be able to ask it questions and have it explain things. A lot of people are using it for writing, and people are also seeing the customer service benefits that are coming from AI. So I think we're probably closing with that, but there's just a mixture of perception. And one of the things that I think is probably different than what most people would expect is older adults are using AI at a very, very rapid pace. The diffusion of technology and that curve that kind of takes the late adopters more and more time to adopt new technology, which are often older adults, is accelerating, and AI is reaching older adults much quicker, and their usage of AI is quite high compared to what we've seen with other emerging technologies in the past.
Yeah. No, I've always appreciated that perspective that Oates has brought of we need to take the challenges and harms of AI seriously, but also take the curiosity and opportunity to build broader AI understanding. And I feel like that feeds into the question of when we're talking about public awareness, when we're talking about what do people need to know about AI to protect themselves from scams and fraud, that yes, there's necessity to build understanding, to be aware of the risks, but there's also a distinction between information that is actionable and empowering and information that is overwhelming and drives fear without driving a lot of understanding or ability to implement that information. I'm curious if that take resonates with how you guys have been thinking.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the foundational digital skills that we seek to build among older adults hold true really in the usage of any technology, whether it's AI or not. So the first thing we tell people when they're interacting with something that they think may be AI generated and maybe fraudulent is to just take a beat, pause, wait. And we've been saying that for 20 years, back when there were just, you know, email attachment scams or other scams that were much simpler. So take a beat, wait. Use your common sense. You know, people, when they get in these situations where they're being confronted with something and that urgency is thrust upon them, like you must do this, your computer will be shut off. And that's not always obviously AI generated, but just in general, older adults are more likely to act on those types of threats than the regular population. So we tell people to use their common sense and go straight to the source. Think about, you know, if someone's actually emailing you or it looks too good to be true, it probably is. And the foundational skills that we build among older adults with our programs, which we deliver nationally through AARP channels and elsewhere, really seek to instill that foundational confidence that you need to interact with technology, and the basics really cut across any new and emerging thing, whether it's AI or not. So I think the work that we've been doing for 20 years is still really valid and relevant. It just needs to be upgraded with some of kind of the more mainstream advent of like how these things are being perpetuated.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Something we've talked about as well is what does change because of AI? Your point's well taken that a lot of the foundational skills, knowledge, vigilance, willingness to verify, cross-check, pause, all that advice sort of is still very valid in the age of AI, but also thinking about what is advice that maybe was useful a decade ago that's starting to be something that people had internalized then that we maybe want to push them towards this might be a place where you want to update your understanding?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think, 10 years ago, it was scams were a little easier to spot. The email typos were kind of obvious. There were, dollar signs instead of S's, lots of extra spaces. And AI has, I'll say, professionalized the way that these scams and other frauds are sort of sent out. So it's not that easy anymore to detect that something is potentially a scam. The visualization, that image that was shown by the prior speakers, you can't really even distinguish what's real and what's not anymore. But in the past, you could. And I think that now it's way harder to actually determine when something is fake or not. And that sophistication that AI brings, and also the efficiency at which these nefarious actors can push out scams really rapidly is affecting the whole kind of landscape. But again, if people are able to go back and rely on that foundational skill set that they've built related to digital literacy, then I think they'll be able to protect themselves.
Yeah. No, that's well taken as well. I feel like the other piece that is relevant in digital literacy media, which I think about more broadly, is this sense of people want to look at a piece of content and say, if I look hard enough and I think hard enough and I know the 10 tips that something might be AI, I can just stay looking at this piece of content and use my judgment. And the advice, whether it is fraudulent content or more broadly when you're encountering content online, being you can't tell just by critically thinking. You have to get off the original source. You have to open a new tab. You have to look at context. You have to look at provenance. That can be counterintuitive, because I think there is inherent in a lot of advice that people might be getting around AI is this sense of like, oh, and now you need to be a digital forensics expert.
Yeah, I think, and that's not true. I mean, you don't need that. You need what you're saying, common sense. You need to take a pause, remove yourself from that current situation or that current, area that you're in, that input is coming to you where you're questioning it. Take, call someone, call a friend, phone a friend, call a family member. Take time to, you leverage your networks. And, a lot of the work that we do is also about building social connection. And through community, through education, I think that we can do, a really great job at protecting older adults from fraud and scams, which, is a lot of the work that we wound up doing now. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the other spaces that we're watching closely, and I know is top of mind, is to what extent AI is being used in personalization. And so one of the findings from Ginny's keynote that I found interesting when we were looking at the data was when you start to break down impersonation scams, and that all of the impersonation scams are happening, about 10% of them are leveraging sort of a personal relationship of some kind. And that's not conclusive about the degree to which personalization may or may not be happening, but feels like the data is saying this is on the horizon, but maybe not quite here yet. And I honestly think that might be a place where we're sort of grappling with what's the degree of alarm, what's the exact advice we want to be giving to older adults on this front. But yeah, certainly something top of mind.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some of the participants in our programs who have come and actually have had sort of an imposter personalization type scam, come at them, specifically from grandkids. That we saw a few of those come recently. It was, voice modulation, changing someone's voice, or, replicating voice to kind of try and extort someone, actually. So I don't know how prevalent they are, but I do think that older adults are always going to be probably on the bleeding edge of risk, I think, in this whole realm as it is. And I think that through education, more public awareness, which we talked about earlier, that gets people familiar with the fact that when they're looking at something, oh, hey, I saw this, in a program I took or in the media, and maybe it isn't real, and maybe I should take a step back. But, waiting around for, kind of a happy ending to occur is not going, we really have to be proactive in addressing this, I think, writ large.
Yeah. Well, maybe one final thought to round us out. When we think of information about AI that might be overwhelming or unhelpful, I'm trying to think, as you guys have adjusted or gotten feedback on the types of content that you're delivering, are there pieces where you're like, you know what, this might be interesting, but maybe not useful or actionable?
Yeah, I mean, I think older adults want the practicality associated with AI. So they don't, in the survey that I was citing before, the things that they are not really concerned with and not really interested in is sort of like the global takeover or the iRobot type, dystopian future that might affect people in the future or years from now. So I think when the content gets kind of broadened beyond the fact where it has practical applicability to later age, then it's going to kind of fall on deaf ears among the older adult population. So we always try and liken or relate the content back to, their day-to-day lives. How could AI be a benefit to you? And maybe you can actually even use it to combat fraud and scams rather than, thinking it's going to be the thing that's accelerating those scams upon you. So practicality is always the key. Relevance is always the key. And I think if we keep those as sort of guideposts, older adults will be more likely to stay engaged and learn and be more equipped to, protect themselves. So.
Well, that's an excellent note to finish on and an excellent segue to Jeannie, who will close us out with the point you brought there, which is how is AI being used in ways that maybe are hope-bringing in terms of their ability to mitigate scams and fraud.
Thanks.
Okay. I know pretty much everyone who just spoke, and I knew a lot of the content, but I will be honest, I learned things and I found it fascinating. So I took a few notes. What did we learn so far today? We learned that bad actors are using AI to increase scale and impact of attacks. We learned that so far we're not seeing a lot of novel usage, at least not reaching a large percentage. But we are seeing that it can lead to novel attack vectors, such as the example Stephen gave about all of a sudden seeing an uptick in scams in Japan, where that hadn't been done before and was largely enabled because of AI. We also learned that we need to stay out ahead of these novel threats, including by giving law enforcement the tools that they need through responsive legislation, make sure that when they do identify the bad actors, they have the tools they need and the laws to act on them and to actually take them down. We also learned that collaboration is the key to unlocking progress through public-private partnerships, as well as partnerships across the private sector, and that we don't compete when it comes to stopping scams, and together we're able to collectively outrun the bear. I'm going to use that analogy again. And we also learned that education efforts remain critical to protecting the most vulnerable. We owe them the tools to protect themselves as the threat landscape is shifting. And I think we all see that the trajectory of this landscape, while we're not in that scary, scary territory quite yet, we are seeing it's heading that direction. And there's a lot more we can all be doing collectively to help protect the most vulnerable. And we also learned that AI can be used as a tool to protect. It is not just a weapon. So we wanted to end with a little bit more of a positive note about where we are seeing successful uses of AI in protecting. And you'll hear this more generally in the cybersecurity space. If you talk to cybersecurity folks who are typically pretty negative, they just see the worst of things and they see that things are getting harder and protecting against cyber attacks are really bad. But one area that I do consistently hear from those folks is AI is actually the perfect tool to help protect. It's all about pattern spotting. It's all about identifying the anomaly and doing it quickly and then being able to act quickly. And while you always want a human in the loop on those kinds of activities, having AI as a tool on your side is going to be particularly effective. And so we want to talk a little bit about that. So as I mentioned, spotting patterns is something that AI is particularly good at. So whether we're talking about cybersecurity log patterns, or if you're talking about actually fraud patterns, it's particularly good at that. There's also ways that we have seen some technology being able to do real-time scam warnings during a phone call. And so there's the one thing of, you get an indicator on your phone before you even answer that it might be a scam. That's incredibly helpful. But actually, there are ways that there are some interventions when you're in the middle of a call where you can actually be warned that this is a scam. And so that's a really exciting thing that I know when it comes to protecting the most vulnerable will be particularly useful. So that's something to keep an eye on. Blocking scam pop-ups that take over your computer screen. This is a tale as old as time, and yet this continues to be a challenge that people face. And we're finding that AI is particularly useful when it comes to identifying which of those pop-ups are in fact scam pop-ups and blocking them at the beginning. And Microsoft Edge actually has a product like this. It's our scareware blocker that we recently released. And we're finding that AI is really helping in the fight against those fraudulent pop-ups. And then this one is kind of fun. There are actually a lot of organizations, I've heard stories, who are using AI to waste time of AI. There's something called like the grandma bot that I've heard about on like NPR or something. And then there are some projects that we've been working with other organizations on as well, which essentially says you can use AI to scam AI as well when they're trying to scam you. And I think that that's a particularly novel and fun way to take their time, collect information, and then also figure out where that is coming from. So those are just some fun and positive uses of AI in this space. I know that these are just the tip of the iceberg, but again, we also know that we're at the very early stages of what we're seeing as far as the bad actors as well. So I want to just thank all of the presenters and panelists. What you all just heard is not just really smart people, but it's a lot of work. There's been a lot of work happening across these teams and with our partners, many of you who are in the audience. So thank you for your time today. Thanks to our panelists, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of GASA.
Invite Nathaniel Gleischer, who is the Director of Security Policy and Global Head of Counter Fraud at Meta, and Jacob Sims, who's a visiting fellow at Harvard University and a senior advisor with Inca Digital. Nathaniel and Jacob, please take it away.
Thanks, Niels, and thank you to Jorij and GASA for inviting me to be here and for hosting this conversation. I think many of the folks in the room might know me from my work on the policy dimensions of this crisis, so it's sanctions advocacy, research, analysis. But I actually first came to this issue by route of labor trafficking back in mid-2021, when the initial large groups of people started asking for help to get out of compounds in Cambodia. At the time, I was leading a labor trafficking program in the country, overseeing a team that was responding to these requests for help, starting to map out some of the initial locations of the compounds. And even at that early stage, more than 90% of the victims that we assisted reported first being recruited via fraudulent organic job posts on Facebook. And so that reality led me very quickly, actually, to Meta's Singapore office, where Meta was mounting their own initial response to this issue, and where in early 2022, we established the first trusted partnership between Meta and an NGO looking at this issue. And I just wanted to start by giving that context to say that those individuals in Cambodia, while pretty core to our conversation today, are also decidedly not outliers. There are billions of people around the world who every single day rely on Meta platforms for communications, for access to markets, for commerce, for safety. And for that reason, my own concerns notwithstanding, I am fundamentally committed to the idea that any meaningful response to this issue has to involve Meta in a very, very critical way. And so because of that, thank you, Nathaniel, for agreeing to be a part of this conversation with a former partner and an occasional obnoxious critic of Meta's response to this issue. And thank you again to GASA for the platform to do it. So,
yeah, thank you. And thank you all very much for the opportunity to be here. And also, honestly, for the work that this community puts in. I think that it is incredibly critical. I have been working on adversarial threat for a long time, and in particular on scams. It's interesting. One of my first jobs out of law school at the Department of Justice, I was prosecuting fraud cases. And in fact, we were investigating and prosecuting money mules who had come to the United States to deposit money to facilitate transfer out of the country for these huge organized crime networks. And I mean, this was 15 years ago. And I think part of the tragedy is that type of network was incredibly sophisticated. But to compare that to what you see today, it almost looks quaint in comparison. I have seen the incredible harm that scams drive to individuals, to small businesses, to people who are trafficked into this. It's absolutely important to me personally to tackle this problem, which is part of why it's so important to work on it from where I am at Meta, where I do think we can make a big difference and we have an essential, important, critical role in this. And it's striking to see how much the bad actors have industrialized, how much harm they're willing to cause, and how much they exploit, how divided I think the different parts of the community are. So the more we can partner, the more we can drive work on our own platforms, the more impact we can have. So matters a lot to me, and I really appreciate the chance to talk here and be part of this community.
Sure. So thank you. As we jump in, I want to address what Neil's mentioned, sort of an elephant in the room here, and that is that about a month ago, internal Meta documents that were obtained and reported by Thomson Reuters showed that roughly 10% of Meta's global 2024 revenue, which is about $16 billion US, came from scam and banned ads. And then also about 96% of user reports about scams went unaddressed. And so I guess let me start by asking, what can you tell us about these Reuters numbers, and what steps is Meta taking to address a problem and a revenue stream, frankly, of this magnitude?
There's a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is that's not what those numbers show. It is inaccurate. And if you look at the document itself, to be clear, we haven't seen the document because the reporter hasn't shown that to us, but we think he's reporting. It actually shows that that's inaccurate in the document. So what it's showing, anytime you want to tackle a really hard problem like scams, you have to study it. Whenever you study a problem like scams, you have to accept that scams by definition are hard to detect. They're in fact built to be hard to detect. If you can confidently say something's a scam, it's probably not a very good scam. And so if you're studying it, you have to accept that you're either going to overestimate the problem or underestimate the problem. That document and that 10% number is an overestimation of things that might be harmful on the platform and might violate our policies. The 10% is not all scams. It's also not all violations of our policy. Some things that were included in that 10%. Real, legitimate ads by businesses selling products to help people lose weight. Real, legitimate ads by businesses selling products that are like wrinkle cream. Also, deep discounts, 50, 60, 70% off discounts. All of these things are techniques that we've seen scammers use. But the reason scammers use them is because real people also use them. And so that 10% shows a range of things that might be violating. And here's what's interesting. Underneath that 10%, it then says that what we would call high-risk scams are about 3 to 4%. It says it right there. 3 to 4% is much lower than 10%. It's still a lot higher than I would like it to be. That number is from 2024. It's from about a year ago. The third thing that you can see in that document is that we estimated and expected the number to keep dropping and to drop significantly over the course of 2025 because we are hugely investing in driving down scams. One of the realities of scams that everyone here knows, scammers are incredibly adversarial. They do not give up. Driving these things to zero is incredibly hard, but we have to drive it down as much as possible. Now, we do not systematically track and measure ourselves against this number because quite frankly, it's not that accurate. It's an estimate and it's not reliable enough to track progress and make sure we're investing in the right way. What we do measure ourselves against is something called SRMV, which is the scam reports per million views. Out of every million views of an ad, how many were reported as scams? That metric shows that over the last year, it has gone down by 50%. Now, that's not a perfect metric. It's just user reports. But I think the top line is 10% is not scams. That is inaccurate. We think that a year ago, it might have been between 3 and 4%, although that's still an estimate. We expected it to drop over the course of this year. Based on the measurements we follow, it has dropped by 50%, and we need to keep driving it down.
Okay, so 3 or 4 billion, not 10 billion, that's, or not 10%, 3 or 4%, not 10%, that's still $5 billion potentially, or around that amount. And you say, yes, we're seeing this decrease on our platform. You say anecdotal, but at this point, much broader than anecdotal. The reports from scam victims and trafficking victims tell a different story. This is an industry that's growing. first of all, and reports continue to document 80%-ish from what I've seen from the scam activist groups and counter trafficking groups that are working on this are still coming from Meta platforms. And so you're saying that you've done a lot to reduce what you can see on the platform, but there's still a problem of an enormous scale that is, the phenomenon writ large is growing. And the amount of these scams where Meta sits at the top of the funnel seems to be pretty stable if you're looking at external metrics.
I mean, first of all, we should be very clear. Scams are a huge challenge. We have a huge challenge, and I think the community has a huge challenge. The scammers also have built a very specific business model for themselves where they operate from places in the world where they face no consequences for their actions. Yeah. We constantly find and disrupt what they're doing. We build tools to make their actions on our platforms harder. We share intelligence with partners around the world. Simple example, in the first half of this year, just from scam centers operating in a couple of Southeast Asian countries, these sort of core countries, we removed more than 12 million accounts directly linked to them. We see they reconstitute those accounts in a day. Yeah. And so you're absolutely right. It is a huge problem. Yeah. And I think we have a challenge in that you said scams come from our platforms. What we see and what I see when we work on this is that scams run across a number of platforms. Ours gets abused because scammers are targeting. They're trying to find someone to approach. Then they immediately leave our platform. So what we see is a post or an ad designed to look legitimate that links off our platform, and it leaves. So we see 5 or 10% of a scam. After that, it goes to a website, it goes to a bank, goes to a messaging service. Sometimes that messaging service is one of ours. Often it's not. And so our level of confidence is often lower than we need it to be, which is why those partnership things are so important.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'll come back and want to address some of this in a little bit. We really still haven't gotten to the point of 96% of user reports about the scams on your platforms aren't addressed. But moving on a bit, I have one more question about the Reuters report that I want to get out there, and that is that the document showed, I'm reading to make sure I get this right, the enforcement at Meta is capped at 0.15% of revenue, meaning that there's a guardrail in place at Meta that says internally, we're not going to take any intervention against scams that will jeopardize more than 0.15% of our revenue. And also that suspected scammers, instead of just being, I think to a common observer, you suspect someone is a scammer, you ban them. Instead, they're actually charged a higher rate, sort of like a premium. And I want to understand a bit, again, these numbers, and also like how does Meta reconcile this sort of enforcement logic with the duty to reliably police fraudulent activity on your platforms?
I mean, the short answer is we don't, because those are inaccurate. There is no cap. That is a misstatement of the document. What we think the reporter is looking at there is that after the team settled on a set of actions to reduce scams, we studied what the impact of that would be. And that is a document saying, here's the impact of the thing you're doing. It's not saying there's a cap. There isn't a cap. That's not how we think about it. We want to drive down scams. We get no value out of them. What scams do is they make people uncomfortable and unhappy
you get a value.
On our platforms.
You get a value out of them. Sorry.
Well, but actually, here's the thing. Over time, we don't, right? If you want to build a platform that is popular for a week, you fill it with scams. If you want to build a platform that is popular and people want to come back to for years, you cannot do that because no one will want to be there. It's interesting, you mentioned this sort of charging a premium. That is also not how that works, but it's actually really important to understand because the business interests of Meta are completely aligned to driving this problem down. And I will tell you why.
1 minute.
In 1 minute? Okay. What we do, one of the key things we do is we deliver ads to people. They need to be high quality ads. People need to get advertisements that they want. And so we have a system in place. The way our ad systems works is through auctions, right? An advertiser says, I'm going to bid this amount, 75 cents to serve this ad. What we have long done is looked at ads to try to assess their quality, taken surveys from users to understand if an ad is high quality or not. If an ad looks low quality, we put a penalty on that bid. So like a 70-cent bid isn't worth 70 cents. It's only worth 60 or 50. which means that it gets beaten out by other higher quality ads, which means those low quality ads are shown less. In the last 6 months, we've started testing using that for scams. And the reason we've done it is that it's really effective at reducing scams. So to be clear, if we know something is a scam, we block it. I think one of our stats was we blocked 134 million ads as scams this year, and more last year. And as we get to the end of this year, I'm sure the number will keep going up as we hit the holiday. The challenge in tackling scams is not when you are 100% certain something's a scam. You're almost never 100% certain, in particular in a situation like ours, where we only see 5 or 10% of the scam. The challenge is, what do you do when you're 70% certain or 60% certain? If we block things at that point, we're blocking billions of innocent pieces of content. Let me give you an example of something where our systems were 70% certain it was a scam. It was an ad for a product that was selling sparkling water, and they were pouring it into a wine glass. And the system said, that looks like it might be alcohol. That looks like it might be suspicious. It was 60 to 70% sure that was a scam or violated our policies. We don't block that, but we do depress it. If our only approach is to block, we'll be ineffective. And so we have to have tools that work when we're 60% confident. This is a really key tool. What it does is it reduces the number of ads that might be scammy that people see. And it gives us time to investigate it further. Now, it's funny because when the teams were talking about this idea, one of the first things we said is, look, people are going to think we're charging more for scams. And I understand why people say that. The problem is, it's also really effective. And we have to use every tool we have because this is a huge challenge.
So I will say, just from my perspective, I don't understand the economics there, just like the price inelasticity of a scam, like a pig butchering scam. They just aren't going to be that price sensitive.
But the point here is, no, but this is really important. It's not about price elasticity. They're not given an opportunity to pay more. The point is, whatever bid they put in is just worth less in our system. And these are not scammers. If we know they're a scammer, they're not running ads. They're people who look like they might be suspicious. So an example of this is like a small business that just came on the platform that doesn't have markers around it. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. So you've been exceptionally clear in your answers. So both on the scale and Meta's enforcement logics.
We didn't answer the 96% if you want me to touch on that.
You can come back to that. But this one little point about the, price elasticity, I will leave that. So
I understand the markets of like ad auctions are complicated. It's complicated. I get that.
My point with this next question, though, is that you have been very clear, but it leads, I think, to a broader and somewhat uncomfortable question here, and that is that Meta's internal documents say one thing. You have now said something that in many senses is different from at least how the Reuters reporter has reported that, and that tells a very different story, and that's fine. We're not going to litigate those differences on this stage, but by the same token, it recenters this issue of both, I would say, a real public trust gap that exists for Meta, and also for me at least, a little bit of skepticism about the sweeping regulatory immunities that Meta enjoys as a neutral intermediary platform. And so my question from that is, how do you propose that Meta grapples with that trust gap? What concrete steps can we expect from Meta in the next year to strengthen public confidence, justify those immunities, particularly with regards to how Meta chooses to report, to measure, and to respond to harms on its platforms like scams?
First of all, I think it's totally reasonable that people put a lot of scrutiny on us. I think we should face a lot of pressure. We are a large institution. We are well-resourced. These are very, very serious societal problems. My goal is that pressure is as squarely focused on the facts as it can be, because if we're getting pressure on something where we can move the needle, that's actually really useful. It helps us understand where we should be doing more or less or shifting our balance. My goal is to get the facts out there as much as possible. I'm also very clear that there is a trust gap, and I think that is a real challenge. One of the reasons it's a real challenge is we know that scammers exploit the gaps between our systems. So we often see the first 10% of a scam. Many banks see the last 10% of a scam. banks have incredibly valuable intelligence. We have very different intelligence. If we don't trust each other, we are much less effective, and scammers know that. You were asking about the things that we're going to do. I should say this year we have had huge investment in scams, and I wouldn't want to suggest otherwise. I mean, we've driven user reports of scams down 50%, and I'm really proud of that. What you'll see next year, 4 things. First, we drove down scam reports substantially this year. We're going to do it again next year. We're going to do it publicly and share more information about the progress so people can see it. I think people seeing the progress is really important because of the trust gap. Second, we are going to launch, we have found that it is particularly effective to launch targeted product fixes that make things that scammers do much harder. Less at the 100% confidence and more at the 60% confidence. So for example, just a little while ago, we announced that in Messenger, we're now testing a product where if you get a message that we're not confident it's a scam, but it has some factors that make it look like it might be suspicious, we are running analysis against that with AI and then providing warnings to our users so that they can see this context. We don't know that this is a scam. It may well not be, but it does have some markers. And so we're providing extra warning, links to more tools and resources. You're going to see a lot more tools like that to give people more capabilities, to improve our automated detection and scale. We also are going to push more and more on verification. We already heavily use verification to ensure that advertisers are who they say they are, particularly when an advertiser is doing something that we might see a scammer do. So for example, if you're running ads in the financial services context, or you're running ads with an image of a celebrity, doing that doesn't mean you're a scammer, but it does mean you might be, and there's a higher risk. And so we provide barriers that legitimate businesses can get over quickly and scammers can't. And through all of this, our goal, of course, is to make sure that real people, including small businesses, and it's worth noting, we talk about the impact of scams on small businesses. It is easy, like the harm to individuals, the harm to the smallest businesses is massive. So we want to make sure that we are not preventing real legitimate people from using the platform.
Yeah. I want to get one more question from you. Go back.
You can, but I said 2 things. Yeah. I don't want to lose these last 2 because it's important, right? The third thing that's really important is putting pressure on the scammers directly. I mentioned these people who are operating from places where they don't get arrested. At the end of the day, if we take down their accounts, that does not meaningfully deter them. We will keep doing that, but we are also really focused on supporting law enforcement to arrest these actors and putting pressure on the countries that are acting as safe havens, which is why, I mean, I think earlier today, there was talk about our work taking action in support of the DOJ strike force here. We recently shared some intelligence with Singapore police so they could arrest some scammers. That work is really critical. And lastly, is really doubling down on signal sharing, particularly with partners like the banking sector, and trying to figure out ways that we can get intelligence back to them to help detect and respond to scams as they're happening.
All right. So you've gone to scam compounds again, and that's actually what I wanted to talk about. It's very critical. We need to address the scam compounds themselves, the actual places where this is occurring, like you said, safe havens, where governments are playing a role in this. And to be very clear, these are not capacity gaps. These are places where there is a profound complicity, a co-perpetration by these governments. And so
public reports that some of these governments, 60% of their economy comes from scams.
Exactly. And Meta obviously has potential leverage to bring to bear in those governments. But I'm just curious how you see it playing out in a place like Cambodia. So if we go back to 2023, there was a situation leading up to the elections where then Prime Minister Hun Sen threatened a bunch of opposition people. Said, if you show up to the polls, I'm going to hit you with sticks. And Meta's ethics board recommended and said, that's a hard line. We recommend, in a non-binding way, obviously, that he be removed from Facebook. And I would say, predictably, Cambodia responded by then blacklisting for life the entire Meta ethics board. And I would say, for me, that is the sort of moment where you have a malign state actor that you've clearly hit a nerve with. That's the moment where doubling down on your position really shows that you have real integrity. But what Meta did was actually reverse the situation. I'm not here to litigate that, but I want to say, my question here is, what leverage is Meta willing to bring to bear in a situation where these are not a law enforcement challenge. These are the same political elites that control all the former institutions in the country. What are you willing to bring to bear to combat the rise of scam states like Cambodia?
I mean, we will bring to bear every tool we can bring to bear that will be effective. So I think it's really important to be clear. We have a real challenge here, and I think we are held to account for solving and tackling this scam problem, and we should face scrutiny and have pressure put to that. As long as these actors can continue to operate with impunity, the scam problem will continue to persist. People will continue to be abused, people will be trafficked, this harm will persist. We will be held to account for that, which means it is completely in our interest to do everything we can to solve this problem. Now, I don't think we have quite as much power as you think we have in this space. What I have found is that when Meta and a country are in conflict within that country's borders, the country is always going to win. But I do think we can bring influence. I do think we have really important tools. I think that countries that act as hosts for this, there should be serious pressure put on them to change that calculus. I think we should empower institutions like FATF that can gray list economies for money laundering to include fraud in their computation. I think that we should be supporting law enforcement, giving them intelligence to put pressure on these actors to actually arrest people, to change the calculus of these scam centers. And I think we should be doing everything in our power to make our platforms as resilient to what these scammers are trying to do as possible.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for your time. This has been a great conversation, and it's been interesting to hear a little bit more about what Meta's trying to do. I think you have more leverage than you think in a country like Cambodia that depends on your platform for market access.
I suspect that we have more leverage than I think and less leverage than you think.
Potentially.
I will just say thank you all very much, and it is worth noting. I find it so valuable to be part of this community. I do think scammers exploit the fact that we don't collaborate. The biggest challenge of that trust gap is it makes that collaboration harder. I think the only way we can help to solve that is to keep showing up and driving the problem down as much as we can. We're going to keep doing that. And the more we can do, the better. So thank you all. I really appreciate it.
And thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel and Jacob. I think part of what we try to do is the answers aren't always easy. And sometimes it takes difficult conversations. It takes trying to understand where each other are coming from. And not everyone's going to be in agreement on the best way forward. But it's really important to have those conversations. And that conversation will continue. I'm very sure of that. So thank you very much for Nathaniel being up here to talk about it and for Jacob to engage in that conversation. So sit tight for 2 minutes as we're going to do a little bit of a tech switchover to enable our next panel to share with the group what they have on offer. This is from our friends at Google, and 2 minutes. All right, without further ado, you guys introduce yourselves. I'm handing it over to Google to share Ctrl+Alt and Defeat. Ctrl+Alt+Defeat.
Cool. Can you guys hear us okay? All right, we're going to bring the energy. All right, so my name is Eugene Lederman. I lead the Android security and privacy product team at Google.
And I'm Ryan Kim. I'm a security and privacy product marketing manager for Android.
The talk is Ctrl+Alt+Defeat, how Android flips the script on scammers. It may or may not have been AI generated. And the real goal of this session, of course, is to really cover the different methods scammers are using to target users on mobile devices and the different mitigations we have in place today on Android.
Okay, and so we will have a few slides, but really what we really want to do is do a kind of a high-risk, high-wire act here with a live demo. A lot could go wrong. We would not recommend you try this at home, but we want to walk you through how we have all these AI-powered protections and advanced security that allows us to protect our users at every turn. So yeah, if the demo gods are listening, let's hope they cooperate.
Just think of us as mini Kit Bogas, except we're doing this live and we did not rehearse this. All right, real quick. So this is a big slide, but the big topic here is, at the end of the day, we want to simplify this. There is multiple contact methods that scammers use. The Global Anti-Scam Alliance publishes a lot of this data. Phone calls and texts are predominantly the top ones. Third-party messaging apps. Email actually is another category, but we didn't cover it in this talk. And then there's the different attack vectors. So this is, as the lady from Singapore Police Force said, malware in Southeast Asia, Latin America is predominant, screen sharing, social engineering, and traditional phishing. And then you have the different protections, which we're actually going to cover in the various slides. Before I get there, though, Jorij showed this in the beginning, and myself and a couple of Google colleagues were looking, and we're like, we couldn't figure out why we didn't see that message. And oh, Gmail picked it up. So out of sight, out of mind. Sorry, Jorij. That's right. All right, let's see if I can flip that to this. There we go. Okay, so now it's time for the demo, and let's say a prayer. All right, where are we? All right, so first thing we're going to start with is we said calls are number one method. So the first thing we're going to do is a very simple script, automated script.
And I'm going to show you what's on the screen. This is going to be what a victim would see on their screen, and we're going to show you all the different protections.
Hope this goes well. Sure, put it to. Okay. Oh no, speakerphone.
So as you can see here, we have a call screen, automatic call screen enabled. And this is something that's like a first warning, first offense for us, and allows us to kind of check people that are calling. This works automatically. So what it'll do is it'll thwart a lot of folks who just kind of give up when they see this. We can also, by the settings we set, we can also block automatically suspicious calls. So this is a really good way, a first line of defense for us to stop scammers.
All right, so I'm deterred but not defeated. So I'm going to try a different method, a little bit more sophisticated. This time it's going to be a more elaborate scheme to try to trick Ryan. So here, let's give it a shot.
Okay, so I'm on my Pixel 10. I have scam detection, AI-powered scam detection enabled for Phone by Google. Let's see if it picks it up. All right, so I'm going to answer this call, and we're going to go speakerphone. Hold on.
Hi, this is Laura from Smart Flowers. So someone, I can't say who, has ordered flowers for you, but they didn't submit a payment. We cannot reach them now. So could you please submit a payment? Otherwise, we cannot send the flowers to arrive for the holidays.
Oh, okay. I want that. So let me see. How can I pay? Is there a way?
Can you please provide a payment via an Apple or Google gift card? You can even pay us with Bitcoin if you want. We just need the payment as soon as possible to complete the order so we can make sure we can get you the delivery on time.
Of course. No, I'm happy. Oh, okay. So you can see in this call here now that scam detection stepped in.
I'll text you a link where you can pay by gift card.
Okay. I'm going to leave this call running, but this scam detection jumped in. And so notice different things that said that this is likely a suspicious call. And so we're going to
well, before you do that, real quick. So like the thing about scam detection, it's on device. It's an actual large language model right on the device. So it's privacy preserving. But let's see, like typically a scammer as part of their social engineering campaign will try to convince a victim potentially to do something even further, like install malware. So in this case, let's pretend I've tried to trick Ryan to do that. And so the first thing he has to do is turn off the security features of the phone.
So one of the things that people do, there's a lot of different services, but one of the key ones is trying to go to Google Play Protect and say, let's have them turn this off. And we can't complete this action during call. So going back to Android 10 now, we've disabled the ability to turn off Google Play Protect during a phone call. We have this on some other different surfaces, but this allows us to kind of slow folks down and prevent folks from trying to get bad apps onto your phone. So these are these different social engineering attempts that try to shut you down. So, okay, so I'm gonna close that out.
All right. So I'm 0 for 2, but mama didn't raise no quitter. So I'm going to try text messaging as my next method. And, I live in the DC area. I'm local. I love those easy pass scams. Actually, I'm kidding. I hate them so much. I don't ever see them on my phone, though. But let me see if I can get with Ryan with one of these.
Okay, so I have AI-powered scam detection in Google Messages. Oh, it caught it. And so this is what I'm seeing here. It says this is likely a scam. It gives me a chance to block and report this. Or
I dare you
I
to
can-
click that link,
yeah.
Brian. Just click it.
Okay, so one good thing is that even before I block and report this, I'm going to try to click the link. See, the message is a spam. So if the message gets flagged as spam or scam, it'll block you from clicking on a link unless you decide that it's not a spam or not a scam. So we can say this is another failed attempt.
That's right. I'm struggling, but let's keep going. So next one, let's try a third-party messaging app. Obviously very popular in Europe. Third-party messaging apps prevail over basic text messaging. Let's see if we can do something with a third party. I'm going to see if I can offer you a really nice investment scheme.
Okay, so this is cool. This is a new feature that we've just announced as of yesterday, but we're using the power of Circle to Search to verify if it's a scam or not. So we're going to go into a little mock, messaging app here, and we see this scam, possibly. I'm going to circle it and see. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so you see this is likely a scam. It says bottom here, message is likely a scam. This is a Gen AI, so it's going to run this each time, and it sometimes makes a different thing. I'm going to do it one more time and see what it says. It says, this message is likely a scam. Promises of this kind of returns are not credible, and so it's a very big red flag. So now I see that this AI overview gave me some recommendations, gave me some steps to avoid this all. And so I feel like I should just back away.
All right, I'm going to raise the stakes, try a different messaging app this time, maybe raise the amount of money that I'm going to try to trick Ryan. You know, at the end of the day, people fall for greed and lust and all these different things. So let's see if we can do this over a different messaging app.
Okay, so luckily we have another new feature called scam detection for chat notifications. This works in your notifications channel, and it intercepts these messages in third-party messaging apps and different types of messaging apps, and warns you if it looks like a scam. This is where the demo gods did not cooperate. This feature is still in the process of rolling out, so I'm going to show you what it looks like, unfortunately. But this is an example of it where the message came in, and you can see there is a little warning chip at the top, and then it says likely scam. So it's telling you that, you know, you shouldn't probably proceed any further for this and just kind of get to safety. But I am going to.
Yeah, let's just ignore the warning. Yeah, ignore the warning. Let's go. Yeah, give it a shot. So I sent you a link.
Okay, so we have this link in here, and I should know not to do this, but I'm going to click on this link and see what happens because it seems very enticing. Okay, so we have real-time safe browsing, and it kicks in. It stops me from, or warns me that I'm heading to a very dangerous site, and I should probably back out to safety.
Now, this warning works fairly well, but unfortunately, when a scammer is coordinating this with the victim, oftentimes they'll incorporate that into their script and say, oh, don't worry, this is common. You just ignore that warning. And because of all the cookie consents and all the other things, users already are just so programmed to ignore next. So what happens when you ignore the warning?
Okay, so I'm seeing dollar signs, or I'm seeing some opportunities, some motivation. I'm going to say, let's just keep going. I'm going to go to this unsafe website, and I'm going to try to get this app here, download it again. I'm going to open it and install this app. And okay, so this harmful app was blocked. So what we see is that we have Google Play Protect stepping in and getting into the front of these type of installs to try to stop you from doing things that are known bad apps. In this case, we had other examples where we do, if it's a new app we've never seen before, we'll offer to do a real-time scan or recommend a real-time scan, so we can scan it while you wait there, and it'll tell you, hey, this is an app that you shouldn't install. So got it. This is a bad app. You are not getting me.
All right. I'm not giving up. I'm going to go for the best trick I have up my sleeve. I'm rolling up my sleeves. I'm going to try something more elaborate, more sophisticated, starting with a call and do some real social engineering here. Let's see if it comes through.
Okay, I'm going to answer this phone.
Did you call?
Sorry, I hung up. Can you please try again?
This is what happens when you don't rehearse.
The buttons are not where I thought they'd be.
Slow down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Put on speaker, yeah.
Account to someone in California. We're seeing a new account was recently created in your name with a Zelle transfer from your account. If this is an error, we can help you reverse this if you just log into your banking app. I'll explain how.
Okay.
All right, so
a quick screen sharing session where I can walk you through it step by step.
Okay.
All right, so let's see if Ryan will, this is very common, by the way. Screen sharing is a big issue, especially for the elderly population. So let's see what happens here when Ryan opens a link to open up a screen sharing session.
Okay, so we have a new protection. It's in-call protections for financial apps. And the idea is that if you are on a call with an untrusted contact and then you start a screen sharing session, we will block the opening of financial apps or participating financial apps so that we know that this is a kind of a chain of factors that lead to a real likelihood that this is a scam. So let's say I just do this as an example here. I'm going to start a screen sharing session here. I'm going to share my screen, continue. I'm going to, what the hell, let's go my entire screen because I'm crazy like that way. And then I'm going to launch this TriBank. So now I tried to launch the TriBank app. This is an app that has been whitelisted. And we know that this is now kind of this whole example of where bad things happen. So it's telling me that this is a likely scam. Okay.
That's where the demo crashed.
It's a likely scam. And then it tells me that I should not proceed. What's great is that there's a 30-second timer. So you can't even dismiss this warning for 30 seconds because it's all about slowing down the attack and giving people a time to kind of break the spell and say, maybe this is not the best thing for me. So now, okay, my phone's
thank
dead.
the demo gods. His phone literally just rebooted.
But yeah, so this is a chance for you to kind of step back and say, I shouldn't engage with this. And so I think we heard another one in the Banking Insights one, but this is an example where, all of these types of, mitigations or kind of checks, as we learn more about this and we kind of think about how to put more of these advanced protections in place as we progress, it's very helpful. So
yeah, just to recap, we wanted to really show this methodical approach, right? Again, starting with the different contact methods and the vectors, the goal was to really kind of plug every single hole. And oftentimes it's not just the real-time warnings. It's in the case that they ignore the warnings because they're being instructed to. Scammers are like psychology experts. They know how to press victims' buttons and make them ignore certain things. So we really add a lot of blocking as well. A lot of them are on device and AI powered. So just to we only have 4 minutes. I'm going to run fast. So we showed a little bit of this, but this is a great example. This feature right here, which launched with Android 16. So if you're on a call, oftentimes, again, a scammer will try to convince you to turn off various security features on your phone. This will prevent all of those from happening. The next one here for remote screen sharing, which again is very common in certain markets, and especially on desktops and laptops. If anybody watches Kit Boga's videos, you'll see that's a common tactic. For this one, we prevent certain information that's sensitive to be shown on the screen sharing session. For example, if you try to log into your banking app, one-time passcodes, and if you hang up or your screen turns off, it actually ends the session automatically. So really trying to provide this out of the box for the users. This one actually was talked about by the Singapore Police Force. This is a feature that we've launched in over 180 markets, over 2.8 billion devices now. And the way this feature works is we looked at like certain correlations of how specific financial fraud malware, from where it was coming and what permissions it was using. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to roll this out globally because in certain markets, the regulatory pushback is heavy because they're always concerned about impact to various businesses. But we've seen the efficacy of this being really well with basically nobody complaining. And so far, it's been very successful. In fact, this was the GASA runner-up for public-private partnership last year, or for this year, which I feel like I was wronged in that one. Still bitter. Hopefully this year with this presentation now, we get better. And so for this is the last one. This is really meant to be kind of like a catch-all. If you don't want to worry about protecting yourself, it's that one button. You press it, you turn on advanced protection mode. Not only does it turn on some of the optional features, but more importantly, it prevents you from turning off all of these features. Because again, scammers are going to try to make you degrade the security of your device. And so with this mode on, it provides that extra resilience to keep you safe. And last but not least, today we really focused on what we call, like in the broad spectrum of fraud, there's remote fraud, which is all these scams where somebody's behind a keyboard somewhere, but there's also in-person fraud, and that's really around phone theft. And at the end of the day, it's the same outcome, right? They want to exfiltrate your financial data, deplete your accounts, and so we've actually invested really heavily in that space as well. And if there's any questions, happy to answer them outside. And with that, I think we're 2 minutes early. We didn't even, like I said, we didn't know how long this was going to take. So,
thank you.
Thank you guys so much. So that was really cool. We're really feel honored that Google chose our venue to share these new features and to announce this. It's, we're not at one of these big tech conferences where where you do these kind of announcements usually, but very cool to have this demonstration here for us. So thank you so much to our colleagues at Google. All right, it's now time for our final panel of the day, but we need another minute, so please sit tight as we switch back to the other system, and then we will get the next and final closing panel on stage. You don't want to miss this one. We're really excited to bring on board our colleagues from across the executive branch to talk about the fight that they are leading against transnational scam networks. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in 1 minute. All right, thank you for your patience, everybody. And for our last panel of the day, before we break for some snacks and drinks in the common area over here, we have Disrupting Transnational Scam Networks, a whole of government approach. I've been very much looking forward to this panel, near and dear to my heart. And what we've done is bring together senior level officials from across the executive branch, Treasury Department, Department of Justice, FBI, and State Department to talk about how they're working together to fight these transnational crime networks and shed some light on what is happening and what is to come. So I'd like to welcome the team out on the stage. Please join us. Thank you so much.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Killian, and I'm from the State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, which is a very long way of saying we are the anti-crime part of the State Department that supports some of our interagency colleagues and other host nation partners overseas. So we have a great panel to you today that Nils already introduced. But before we introduce them, I want to give a little bit of a chapeau of why we're here, what we're doing, and why this is raised to such a high level of importance in the US government. So for the last 4 to 5 years, we've been tracking the proliferation of scams targeting US citizens. And it's to the point where in 2024, FBI's I3C Complaint Center registered at least $16.6 billion of US losses. That's an estimate. We know those numbers are underreported. There's a much higher number of scam proceeds that are being stolen from American citizens. Of that amount, we're tracking scam operations at a large scale in places like Southeast Asia, in West Africa, in places like Jamaica. There are different actors and different threats, but we are looking at this holistically around the world. So without further ado, I'd like to pass down for our panelists to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josh Goldfoot. I'm a Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Department of Justice Criminal Division. As part of that, I oversee several of our sections, but that includes the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property section, which has been involved in hacking offenses generally, but also online scams.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, GASA, for inviting the FBI to the conversation this week. My name is Rebecca Keithley. I am currently the Assistant Section Chief of the FBI's Financial Crime Section. In our portfolio, we've got corporate fraud, securities fraud, commodities fraud, but also why we're here today, cyber-enabled fraud and money laundering. I used to serve as the FBI's National Elder Justice Coordinator and the cyber-enabled fraud coordinator as well.
Good afternoon, Chris Lamberg. I was here earlier today, so hopefully some of you remember me. I'm currently head of INL, and we work very closely with DOJ, DHS, Treasury, the rest of the U.S. government, foreign partner governments to counter transnational criminal organizations and all the legal activities they're involved in, which increasingly has included online scams, countering that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, GASA, for having Department of Treasury here. I lead the Cyber-Enabled Fraud Priority Group for the Office of Cyber Security and Critical Infrastructure Protections.
All right, so I want to talk about maybe 3 different areas that the US government is focusing: law enforcement, protection of US assets, and international cooperation. So for Josh and Rebecca, I want to know if you could tell us a little bit about the role of DOJ and FBI when it comes to combating scams. You know, what kind of efforts are underway, and what can you tell us about, you know, those efforts, both present, but also over the past couple of years?
Yeah, so we've seen over the past 10, 15 years, the landscape has changed, and we're all aware of that. It used to be predominantly domestic-based actors. Now it's a transnational criminal enterprise problem. And so we have adapted. We are fusing data from multiple sources, victim complaint information, cyber information, financial tracing information, information from foreign law enforcement, and of course, private sectors. And this allows us to identify the networks, the nodes, the facilitators, the financiers, the flow of funds, which we are using to go after networks. We used to be primarily focused on individual actors, right? But now we're taking a big step back and looking at the networks. And the thing about these cases, it takes time, right? We identified years ago, and this is before pig butchering became the problem that it is today. We identified a scalable solution to adapt to the transnational nature of this problem. But that requires resources, right? It requires coordination, it requires targeting, and we've been doing this. But when we talk about the, that whole of government approach, I think really what we're talking about is at scale. I think the problem demands a much bigger scale than we can arrest our way out of.
I agree. So I have been working in computer crime investigation and prosecution for about 20 years. I would say that scam centers, to me, are one of the most frightening things that's come up in that time. I would compare this moment similar to where we were in 2018 when ransomware started going after big game efforts. This is, you can look at the statistics, like, we've already heard about the amount of losses, or that there was a 1,250% increase in scam reporting to FBI over the last couple of years. You can look at the damage that's being done to victims. You heard U.S. Attorney Pirro this morning refer to it as economic homicide. I think for me, one of the aha moments was I was reviewing a prosecution memo for a defendant who we weren't initially looking at for scam center work. He was a money laundering guy. And one of the phrases he was using that we collected in his communications through lawful collection was Cambodian internet slaves, which was a significant moment to say, I'm sorry, what? What is going on here? And I think that moments like that have begun to happen across law enforcement, of people begun to appreciate that the dimensions of this problem go beyond economic damage, but really are an insult to universally held moral values, making it all the more important that we have a significant, strong law enforcement attack against this.
Thank you both. So, I mean, thinking about what DOJ and FBI are doing, I mean, Chris, can you talk a little bit about like where does state, live in all this ecosystem? Like, what is the role that state plays? How do we work in this space, to support our partners?
Sure. And I did touch a little bit on this earlier, but I'm going to reiterate some key points. So as I mentioned earlier, our focus is countering transnational criminal organizations. The way we do that is we coordinate, and the State Department has a coordinating role within the interagency, but INL in particular, we are enabling our U.S. law enforcement partners and our overseas law enforcement partners. We're doing this directly. For example, we can actually fund DOJ or DHS or even Treasury officials embedded overseas, like working out of our embassies, or we can fund their travel to other countries. And then we have training and equipping programs where we work with the law enforcement counterparts in all of these countries. And I mean, you mentioned, Cambodia. I mean, Cambodia is a country where, the government is under pressure. There's a lot of corruption and their capacity levels are very low. So we're all trying to help build those capabilities along with some of their neighbors, but it's quite a difficult road to hoe. The other thing that we have advantage in using is what's called the Transnational Organized Crime Rewards Program. And I think if you go back and you look at U.S. Attorney Pirro's press conference where she launched the strike force, she clarified how DOJ with FBI can charge overseas organizations and criminals. And then Treasury OFAC clarified how they can use sanctions to go after organizations and criminals. And then when I spoke, I highlighted that we use our rewards program. So we can put out rewards programs. And during that conference, we increased a reward offer on an organization that was involved in scam centers. And that's a way to get information leading to the arrest, capture of individuals involved in these activities, or even we can provide rewards for information leading to the seizure of, or the forfeiture of assets that were illicitly derived. So those are some of the things that the State Department does and INL does in particular.
Thank you. So, I mean, given the audience here today, there's a lot of people from tech world, from other private sector, civil society, media. I think we have probably almost 200 years of experience across the panel working in the government. So I'm wondering, how you've seen us partner with the private sector, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and maybe a couple of examples, if you can think of any, that you'd like to highlight.
The private sector is critical to this. We cannot do it. I think I'm speaking for all of us. We can't do it without you. The FBI has a number of initiatives where you all are feeding directly into it. You all see this stuff every day, the size and the scale that we just don't. We rely on the private sector for trend analysis, pattern analysis, right? The best packages, the best referrals are those that are actionable and something that we can ingest into our system, whether it's just a completed package. We work closely with FINRA, and FINRA has identified, and we've identified as well, a massive problem affecting the integrity of the U.S. markets. We call it the ramp and dump, and it's the Chinese variable interest entities. President Trump signed an executive order on, I think it's called America First investment policy. I might have just butchered that, but that's the gist of it. And it targets this variable interest entity structure that Chinese companies are using. And it's like this first derivative of a pump and dump, but we are seeing these entities targeting their victims through social media platforms, through fraudulent investment clubs. And so we've partnered really closely with FINRA, and they will hand us the most gorgeous referral packages. And one of the lessons learned, I guess best practices with that is we have created dedicated teams throughout the country and also dedicated prosecutorial teams. So as the pump is happening, FINRA will make a phone call and we'll get on it and we'll take action. And we've had a number of successful asset freezes because of that partnership. We also have a proactive initiative. It's called Operation Level Up. Some of you might have read about it in the news. I can't go into much detail, but we use sophisticated cyber techniques to identify scams in progress. And it used to be pig butchering, cryptocurrency investment fraud, but it's expanded beyond that. And we will contact victims and inform them that they might be scammed, right? And so we will stop that. To date, I want to say we're over $400 million in estimated losses disrupted. So we rely on you all heavily. Actionable trend analysis is the best path forward when working with us. I'm done.
Oh, did you want me to comment too? I mean, I don't have too much to add. I think, you know, it's an old saying, I'm sure you've all heard it, but it really started in the counterterrorism fight 20, 30 years ago. It requires a network to defeat a network. And there are very few, as we were talking about before we came out here, there's no law enforcement challenges where we can arrest our way out of them. They all require a networked approach. I mean, you know, INL's in the State Department strategy is to train and equip and enable all law enforcement. It is to work diplomatically and multilaterally. It is to counter trafficking in persons. But like the key component of working with the private sector is a critical element. I think that's where the scams are transiting through. So I think, you know, we see that as like really the fourth pillar of a 4-pillar strategy for the State Department.
Yeah, and I'd also add, partner with us when you see activity that has no natural predator, right? Think of it like you can't disrupt the activity through your technology, whether it's because of sophistication or geography or jurisdiction. That's the red flag to reach out to federal law enforcement and ask to partner up with us. Or I would say before you want to establish that relationship, you can give me a call and I'll point you in the right direction, but definitely reach out to us at that point.
So I think both Chris and Rebecca, you just kind of touched on something that I'd like to draw a little bit more about, like the importance of communication, coordination, and information sharing. So I wonder if Mr. if you could talk a little bit about your work with the Cyber-Enabled Fraud Priority Group at Treasury and how you help kind of facilitate some of that information sharing.
Sure, I think the establishment of the group is just testimony to the fact that that public-private partnership is working. So we've got our private sector partners coming to us and saying, we're experiencing fraud at unprecedented levels. We need your assistance. And our mission is to improve that ecosystem of information sharing within Treasury, across USG, and with our private sector partners. And it's a switch from not just information sharing for awareness, it's to make it actionable. That's primarily why we were established.
So maybe a follow-up question, you know, what are you hearing most often from the private sector? Like what does that conversation look like?
So the conversation is primarily, as the gentleman who was on the panel earlier from Meta was saying, they see a portion of the activity. Well, the banks are seeing a portion of the activity. And what is that activity? I think earlier in the information sharing session with Abby, who is moderating, she said, what type of information sharing? So we're actually focused on sharing TTPs and IOCs, giving that contextualized data. So not just throwing a bunch of IPs so that they can be blocked, but really, you know, this is how it looks kind of in a, this is how the kill chain works. This is how the bad actors are targeting your assets. That's the type of information sharing we want to move towards. Yeah.
Thank you. So I wonder, maybe from, you know, Josh, your perspective, or Rebecca, yours, you know, how do you view the coordination with Treasury and the role that they play, and how do you help feed into that ecosystem where they're taking information from financial institutions, from private sector, other flags? you're getting information from your, sources and your teams as well. What does that coordination actually look like?
First of all, Treasury's work on this is enormously helpful. We are working with them from an early stage as we're building investigations. Treasury isn't just allowed to sanction people at will, right? They need evidence to support it and so on. Very often that evidence is coming from our investigations. And the announcement and the timing and the strategy of it is completely coordinated. For example, you just saw the announcement last month of seizures and forfeitures. At the same time, we had Treasury announcements. That wasn't an accident, right? They didn't stumble across the street to the same press conference. We announced that and coordinate that as part of a consistent effort across government to be addressing this type of challenge.
And from the FBI's perspective, I echo that. We also, we've got our recovery asset team. So if that's embedded with our Internet Crime Complaint Center, if we have a victim who has indicated they've lost money through a wire transfer and it's happened within the past 72 hours, and there's some other parameters, it has to be a wire transfer, and I think $50,000 or less, we can move pretty quickly and work to freeze the funds. And I would say it's probably about a 68 to 70% success rate, which is enormous.
Ms. Wright, anything else you'd like to add from the Treasury perspective?
No, I think they covered it.
Cool. All right. So shifting a little bit to the international cooperation side and kind of what we do internationally, I wonder if, Chris, you can talk a little bit more. You've already touched on some of what INL does, some of what state does, but anything else you'd like to add on some of the tools and resources the Department of State brings to the fight?
I think the one thing I haven't mentioned is that we do have access to certain visa restrictions. Certain sections of U.S. law that allow us to cancel, eliminate, prevent individuals from getting visas to the United States based on corruption. There's also some elements that the INL doesn't control, but the State Department does related to human rights violations. So I think these are two tools that we have that we also integrate into the toolbox that is the U.S. interagency has to go after bad actors. And this is another way that we can pressure governments, other countries to focus more on this issue because everybody wants to travel to the United States. I think, I guess I would add that I think we've mentioned this before, but like making use of international alliances like ASEAN, working through the United Nations, OAS, and other international entities to bring a coordinated multinational approach to these issues. I think that's another thing that the State Department's trying to do. And then what we are able to bring is the expertise that our law enforcement partners have and bring that to bear so that when we have political will, which I think is something that's missing in a lot of parts of this conversation around the world, when we start to get political will and that traction, then we can bring in the expertise to actually do something about this.
Thank you. So I'd like to hear from DOJ, FBI, and Treasury as well about like how do you engage internationally? What does that look like in terms of the physical footprint, or how do you handle kind of cross-jurisdictional conversations, questions, investigations?
From the FBI's perspective, we've got legal attaches throughout the world. We have 63 legal attaches, and some of those jurisdictions we have dedicated assistant legal attaches in the epicenters of certain scam types. For example, Ghana. We have some in Bangkok, India, New Delhi. That's our big one. I agree with you. Whenever we can find that common interest, that's where we find success, right? And it starts small, and then we build upon that. And once we have established the trust of foreign law enforcement, we really see the big wins. We've been partnering with Delhi Police, Central Bureau of Investigation in India, to target the tech support scam call centers that emanate from India. And it's a fantastic marriage. We're taking private sector information. We're also taking Internet Crime Complaint Center victim complaints. What's happening is that Delhi police will go out and conduct a raid. They will seize information, send it to us, and we will scour our databases of derogatory information and identify victims, interview those victims, send that information back to Delhi. And that's where we see the disruptions and the dismantlements.
I think something that maybe isn't always widely appreciated outside law enforcement is how important personal connections are for coordination within law enforcement, like being able to know someone in the other agency or the other country. And that's why FBI LEGATs are important, but also the program that Chris funds in the Department of Justice, the ICHIP program, where we have DOJ prosecutors who are living overseas in places like Bangkok, who are making connections with law enforcement, particularly with prosecutors in local areas. Some of that's training. Some of these countries, they really just need training on the basics of how you investigate a computer crime case, or in some cases, how to be a prosecutor at all. But some of it is also coordination with them on the projects that they are doing or cooperating with us on international cooperation. That has definitely seen, to my mind, massive improvements in some of the cooperation we've gotten. It used to be, I remember there was one case years and years ago where we asked foreign law enforcement to seize a guy's computer, right? Seize the computer, send it back the evidence. We got it back like a year later. And when we did our own forensic analysis, we realized people in the police station had been using it to like write reports and stuff, like not helpful guys. We don't have that anymore. For example, we're seeing some sophistication in foreign law enforcement and how they're doing the searches of scam centers, knowing how to preserve evidence, knowing how to do quick collection. That's the result of this cooperation. That's a result of some of the regional training we've been doing.
So I'd say for OSIP, having established, in addition to the Treasury attaches, these bilateral and multilateral engagements with strategic partners globally, in addition to co-chairing the cyber experts group that includes like an authorities group as well as an industry group. What that allows us to do, these channels of information and these relationships that have been established, is we know when the blank hits the fan, who do we call? Who's our phone a friend? And that's extremely important, whether it's fraud or any other cyber-enabled crises of the day.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
One thing to add is through those various information channels, we were actually able to share a Burmese playbook, fraud playbook, and with US Secret Service. And they were able to use that for investigations and actions. And yes, I'll just stop there.
So you guys have touched on a couple different successes, but I wonder if we could go down the line and hear just one or two success stories that you've seen the US either achieve or help enable in the international fight against scams.
Hey, we had, so we actually had something happen in October when there was a shutdown, and we don't do press releases during shutdowns basically, but we're very proud of a sentence that occurred in Central District of California, Los Angeles area, where a defendant named Joseph Wong, he had pleaded guilty to a conspiracy involving money laundering in connection with scam centers. And he was sentenced on October 6th to 51 months in prison, and also was required to do a very, very substantial restitution that is giving money back to victims.
Something that's very recent, we are compiling a team to go out to a Southeast Asian country. I have to speak on the periphery about it, but hitting upon what you mentioned, the relationship, the local police conducted a mortar attack on a scam compound last week. And because of the strength of our relationship, they are detaining the leaders of the scam compound, and we're hustling to get out there. And you know which one I'm talking about?
No.
Well, you do. Yeah. So to get a team out there to conduct interviews, gather intelligence, share that intelligence, of course, with our IC partners, review the evidence as well. That's a big win. Of course, I mentioned the Indian tech support scam call center initiative that we had. Another thing, the recent $15 billion Bitcoin seizure that occurred in October, the largest in FBI and DOJ history. And then, of course, OFAC sanctioned the chairman of the Prince Group, and I want to say 150 executives and entities. They were found to using their political ties to influence local police to offer protection details, if you will. So they, of course, were operating, or they constructed and operated a pig butchering scam compound. But it is directly attributable to those relationships that you mentioned.
Well, as much as some of us would like to be door kickers in INL, we actually are enabling our law enforcement counterparts. So there, and it's hard to, come after the 15 billion and seize cryptocurrency. There are a number of areas where, like, for example, in Thailand, we supported Secret Service. We provided digital forensic equipment. They worked with the Thai government and took down a network that was targeting Americans. In Ghana, we did something similar working with FBI. So I think there are many different cases like this where we are having success. And it's we enable the law enforcement counterparts in these other countries to work with the organizations up here to have an impact. And I think we are having a significant impact. I will say, well, actually, maybe I'll leave it to the end, what I think we probably need to be focusing on next.
Sure.
I recognize I'm standing between you all and drinks or closing remarks, so I'm good.
Fair enough. Well, just to slightly delay everyone a little bit more for libations, I guess maybe just a quick fire round of what is the one thing that you would like everyone to take away from each agency, just open-ended?
We want to arrest more of these people, and we need private sector help to do it.
I very much agree. This problem keeps me up at night. I'm extremely passionate about it. I encourage private sector to reach out, establish that relationship with us before you need it. Yeah, we need that whole of government approach, but at scale, which includes targeting, deconfliction, coordination. Law enforcement has finite resources. Also, we are juggling different priority sets. So, and also tell your friends and family and any senior citizen loved ones about the red flags of scamming.
Yeah, this is deeply personal for all of us. I'm sure we all have family members who are under threat all the time. I certainly do. I think like this is about money, right? And I think the one thing we're doing on the counter narcotics side is we're going to really be surging the focus on illicit finance when we go after these cartels. And I think that's also an area that we need to be doing it more of in this area. I think working with the private financial organizations, I think is going to be a critical component of that. Working with FATF as well. So I think there's a number of areas that we could pursue in countering illicit finance. And I also just want to encourage all of you, because a lot of you have overseas operations. Really hope that your teams are part of it's called OSAC, right? The security assistance group that the Diplomatic Security Service organizes at all posts. I hope you have contacts with the LEGAT. That's a way for you to pass information to us, and I really encourage you to be doing it.
I'd like to end with kind of a summary of combat is a team sport. We know that. Know what to share, know who to share it with, and try and do it quickly.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
You win.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you, everyone. And we will have more from particularly FBI tomorrow and a couple of different breakout panels to talk more about the law enforcement role that we play both internationally and on the more technical side. So definitely an opportunity to talk more with US government about what's going on, what we can do to work together, and look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. That was really rich in content, and it's reassuring to know you guys are fighting so hard on this really priority protected crisis that we're facing and with the scale of this scamming. As a token of our appreciation, we want to say thank you so much. You get a very exclusive and desirable GASA challenge coin. And as my boss Jorij likes to mention, we did steal this idea from the US military. So, so thank you guys so much. Sorry, my pleasure. Such a pleasure. A wheel of cheese. Instead of a wheel of cheese, you get a challenge coin. It's easier to transport. Thank you, Chris. And Rebecca.
Thank you.
Real pleasure. Thank you so much. And Josh, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Mr. Killian. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate your collaboration and partnership. Guys.
Who's ready for cocktails? Oh yeah. All right. Well, I will just offer a couple of reflections on our day today. Starting with Lori, and where we heard Lori's story this morning, as somebody who's been tremendously impacted by scams, and a really powerful reminder of why we are all fighting against these crimes. And you know, as much as I am part of a technology company and as excited as I am about the advances that we're hearing in products and tools, I'm also reminded, not least by the 600 plus people in this room, of how much this is actually a human challenge. And that we have to, in order to make an impact, do something that is profoundly human, and that is to empathize. And it's my hope that this empathy will lead to trust, which will lead to real meaningful progress for folks like Lori and others all over the world. So just a reminder of the importance of your own humanity and to empathize with each other. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Thank you. So actually, I prepared a 30-minute summary of my findings of today, but I will leave that for tomorrow afternoon. I would like to announce that tomorrow we're going to work on solutions. And I think we learned a lot today, but a lot needs to be done. So tomorrow we're shifting from strategy, awareness, or policy to really, okay, what can we actually do? And many of you already heard about the Global Signal Exchange. I really think that's one of the very concrete things GASA, Google, and many of our other members have launched together with Oxel Research Labs to really do something, exchange signals. Tomorrow, I will also share more about other plans of GASA. We're going to launch scam.org next year, and we need your help. And we're going to work on continuous anti-scam education. So how can we raise resilience against scams on a continuous basis? I also briefly wanted to put out that we have a lot of chapters, one in America, North America, one in Latin. Feel free to join. We need your power, we need your support, we need your knowledge to work together on better solutions. Also very important, you can win these GASA originals if you give feedback. Thank you very much, Abigail. We need your feedback. So you will receive an email this week. And if you give us great feedback on how we can make things better, you in these shoes. I also want to thank our supporters of our summit. ARP, Amazon, of course, Feedside, Gen Digital, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Outseer, Scam Advisor, Trend Micro, and the GEC. Without them, this day could not have been possible, and we still have one day to go. I also want to thank our members. Without our members, our work would not have been possible, because we not only have this summit, we have a summit in Asia, in Europe, and we do a lot more to really protect consumers more. And finally, of course, Amazon, thank you, Abigail, for having us. It's been a pleasure again, and I look forward to working with you tomorrow on solutions. Also, thank you to you. Enjoy the drinks and see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.